Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
Bonus stream time, everybody! Welcome to the stream. Put a 1 in the chat. Boom, right over there. Oh, look at that. Snappy, snappy, snappy. Time for a bonus stream, everybody. We want to get in here and play some Astroneer. Get it going on. Man, did we have a fantastic time playing this game last night, everybody. 7 Days to Die. Oh, man, I was pioneering some stuff. It was awesome. I showed you how to take out over 5,000 blocks in the easy mode. One of the best cascades I think I've ever done. It was so awesomely controlled. It just did exactly what I wanted it to do, and it did it all in one move. It was awesome. But we took some time. We cut it down. We cut out the bottom, and the whole thing came down, got all that dirt out of the way so we could build an awesome underground structure that is going to facilitate our economic flexing that we're going to be doing in 7 Days to Die. Very, very fun. So we got that going, and man, we made big strides on that. I took over a cul-de-sac and built a round Kismet kill box, which is going to be awesome. It's not going to be as thick and as strong as my previous kill boxes, but we're going to add a whole bunch of traps and turrets and all sorts of stuff to make it even more chaotic. But we're going to have to, hopefully all those things survive, because normally what happens if you have your blade traps on the ground, everybody, they get destroyed at some point. But if you have enough resources, you can just replace them at some point. Very expensive at the beginning of the game, but if you have enough resources, you can keep them going. Typically, I try to turn them upside down so that it hits them in the head. But if you do that, then you have to kind of look around them because they're actually blocking your view. So we'll see how it goes. We still got much more to do on that. I was a little tempted to play it tonight, but I thought, nah, we got to get in here. We got to get this playthrough going on, everybody. We got to do some MEGATECH in Astroneer. We got to get back to it. We're going to try to get this Astroneer playthrough going on. We're going to try to fire through the beginning of the game we did last time. Man, I played for like 16 hours. I was having the greatest time. And we blasted through all of that. We got all of our resources, and then we just jumped right to the end. We got the big vehicle. We started extracting some big stuff. And we're working toward those larger resources that we can use. But what you always need in this game is research. I'm going to show you how to get unlimited, automated researched to a huge degree, everybody. And we're going to kind of set it up even at the beginning of the game before you have some of your more advanced power and all of that stuff. You can do it right from the very beginning so you can unlock that more advanced power. It's awesome when you have the more advanced power, but you got to unlock it somehow. I'm going to show you how to do that very early in the game, too. Very early, even if you haven't done all the other places and you haven't done all the other research and quests and stuff, I'm going to show you how to do it straight away. So come on in, relax, take it easy. Again, this is a stream on top of my normal streams, everybody. It's called a bonus stream, where if I feel up to it, we get in there and we have some fun. Now, we also had 12 hours of fun yesterday, too. So we'll see how long we go today, but I feel like when I'm in the zone, everybody, I just want to stay in that zone, right? When you're in that streaming zone and you're having a great time and I'm upgrading and adding all sorts of stuff to the stream as well, I just like to stay in that moment, everybody. It's like when you're in love, everybody. You know, you just want to be in that moment all the time. I'm that way when it comes to design and graphics and streaming and hanging out with all of you in the chat. It's just a great, joyous moment, and I like to bring a little pocket full of happiness in people's day, everybody. That's my thing. And to me, too, I want to get a little pocket full of happiness today, too. So that's what we're going to do. So thanks for coming in and hanging out. Paul, always diligently right there. Every time right there in the chat. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate all the love and support. We also got Foggy backing me up right there before I even started up. What up, Foggy? Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Dragon Wolf as well. Thanks for being right here. Look at this Wombat as well. Holy mackerel, right at the top of the bonus stream there. Look at you guys go. All right, on behalf of all of you right there, I'm going to go ahead and shower the chat with a whole bunch of Kiz Caps. Just why you show up right at the very beginning, everybody, you're getting all the Kiz Caps. You're getting all the Kiz Caps and you show up right when it fires up. The wonderful PETA in the chat, everybody. Show PETA some love in that chat, everybody. Always backing us up in 7 Days to Die. Doing an incredibly awesome job on keeping that duct tape going, keeping our vehicles up and running, taking care of the meds for the crew. Greatly appreciate PETA for backing us up. Very awesome, everybody. Very awesome. I appreciate people who work together as a team, who are great team members. Like, I'm on it. You know what I mean? It's like those kind of people. But it isn't like, you know, they're complaining or doing this and that or giving an excuse or whatever. It's like, I'll take care of it. See, that's the way I am, everybody. Like, my kids come to me and they're like, I got an accident. I'm like, I'll take care of it. You know, I go and I do it, man. I was on the phone with the insurance company, and I'm like, nah, it's not my kid's fault. This is disgusting. These people are trying to blame it on a 17-year-old. I don't think so. It's not her fault. They shouldn't have been there. They were blocking her in. You know, they were double parked behind her. You're not supposed to double park, everybody, no matter where you are, because your car can be towed because you're blocking traffic. So they were parked in the dark behind my daughter, and she backed up and she bumped them, everybody. She barely bumped them. And they're like claiming, oh man, we had all this damage and crap. And I'm like, no. No, that's not her fault. I don't think so. I don't think so. They made the choice of blocking her in. Thus, they should take the responsibility for getting hit. What do you think of that, Chad? Put a 1 in the chat if you think that if you make a dumb choice, it's your fault. Not the fault of somebody else who didn't even know you were there. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's fair. Because you can't see him. It's dark, everybody. You don't know there's a car there. I would have done the same thing. See, I always look at it if I would have done the same thing. If there was a car parked in the dark behind my car and I couldn't see it and I started backing up, it's, you know, I didn't park the car there. Did I park the car behind my car? No, I did not. They're adults, everybody. They should know not to park behind parked cars. They should know not to block in parked cars. They should know that. That is on them. Yeah, see, Pete and West know what I'm talking about, right? People who make dumb choices and then blame it on everybody else, right? I don't think so. So I back my kids up. I go all in. I back them up. I say, no, that's not right. That's not fair. But life is not fair, but I'll most likely get screwed out of that. And it'll be on my record because it's my car and I don't drive it. And I'm the one that pays for the insurance, so it'll be on my record for a while. 2 to 5 years, usually that stuff stays on your record. Funny irony, I don't really drive, everybody. I don't drive anymore. I've driven over 1 million miles. I have multiple cars that were over 400,000 miles, everybody. I absolutely burned them out because I loved to drive when I was younger. But I get on a road, and it seems like an impossible thing to have 1 million miles, everybody, but it's over, you know, 30 years. That was a long time. And I would get on a road and I would say, where does this road end? And I mean, I would just drive and drive and drive and drive. I mean, I'm for hours, 8, 10, 12 hours. Which is funny because life thought they'd give a little bit of irony, and now I can drive about 2 hours, maybe max. And then I have to pull over, and I got to rest. Otherwise, I get the dizziness starts to come on, and that's dangerous to drive that way. So I typically just go, okay, now I'm going to be smart and be safe and rest, and then go for it. That kind of thing. That's why I need that vault fan, everybody. So I can drive a little bit and then pull over, rest, and go again, and do that kind of thing. And then I could get places and I could go places again. It like reopens up the world to me again. That's really the thing, the freedom to go to all these conventions. And it'd take me longer to get there than everybody else who could just drive straight through. But I just go earlier. I just start earlier and get there on time. I just figure out how long it would take me, and I say, okay, well, this will take 4 or 5 days, so I'll just start 4 or 5 days or 6 days ahead of time. And I have that extra day as a leeway, right? I feel like of the old school way, everybody, if you're on time, you're late. I'm never on time. I'm always early, 10, 15 minutes on appointments and stuff. My whole life, but now I am totally unpredictable because I could be ill. I could be, I just can't. I can't function at that level anymore, but I hate being late. So I always show up like 10, 15 minutes early, even if I have to sit in my car for like 10 minutes and then go in 5 minutes before. It shows earnest to everybody. It shows earnest that you're going to be on time, especially if you're going for a job interview or you're going to work or whatever. It shows that you got your stuff together, basically. I've had so many people come in and I've heard every excuse you've ever heard, everybody, about, my dog ate my homework kind of thing. There was traffic, there was this. And I'm like, okay, well, you were 5 minutes late. So tomorrow, leave 5 minutes earlier. And they never do. And then I have to let them go because they just are not ever on time. They don't do their work. I mean, I'm not just going to let them go because they're late, everybody. I don't worry about it that much. As long as they do their job, it's not that big a deal. If you're late every now and again, I just let it slide. But if you're chronically late, it's saying something, everybody. It's really saying something about your ability to manage yourself. You really need to build in those buffers in your life where you have travel time, where you can get there on time, especially if you're going on a date with somebody, everybody, or you're going out, or you're going to spend time with family or friends. It's a sign of respect to show up a little bit early so that you don't look like you're making everybody wait for you. That's disrespectful, I think. But that's the old school way. And some people, they do that. Like for a party, it's something different. Usually everybody shows up late anyway. That's different. But if you're just like going to be meeting somebody, I think it's really a disrespectful thing to show up late. Because you made that commitment. I'm going to be there at this time and whatnot. Now the person's sitting there and they're waiting for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, right? And they're just sitting there going, is this person going to show up or they're not going to show up? The worst thing is not the waiting, everybody. It's the not knowing. The not knowing what's going on is the most torture for any human being, right? Does the person like me? Does the person not like me? Am I going to get there on time? Am I not going to get there on time? All those things that you think about. Why is the person not here? Why are they not calling me? Why didn't they text me, right? So they're sitting there running through all these scenarios in their head, and you can just go, sorry, my tire got a flat. I'll be right there. That kind of thing, right? You just keep people updated, and they won't be as agitated as if you just left them hanging, everybody. I've been left hanging so many times by clients, by friends, by whatever. They don't think about it. They're just thinking about their own stuff. They don't think about, hey, I just made this commitment, or I just was going to say I was going to do this thing, but then I didn't do it. And then I didn't follow up to say, hey, I'm going to be late with this stuff that I know you're waiting on for this project. They don't ever think about that, everybody. I am that guy. Like when someone calls me back in the day when I do design, everybody, I may not be able to do their design right away. And they'll send me a message or whatever because I'll be busy or whatever. And I'll call them right back. And I'll say, hi, I can't talk to you about your project right now. But how about Friday at like 1 o'clock? Does that sound fine? Okay, great. Okay, I'll talk to you then. Bye. You know what that does? Boom, shows that I'm good at what I do. I followed up. That means I'm reliable. I have the trust built there. And then I'm going to call them back at that time. And I'll call them back 5 minutes early. And then sit on the phone if I have to and wait. If they put me on hold, I'll just wait until they're there. And I'll say, okay, what did you want to do? Let's talk about it. That kind of thing. And so you do what you say, right? You do what you say, you do it, you follow up, that kind of thing. Even if you can't do it in that moment, then the person's not sitting there waiting for you to call them back, right? They know what the deal is. They don't know, okay, they haven't called me back in an hour. Now they haven't called me back in a day. They haven't called me back in 3 days. Do I have to call them back now? Did they get my message? So again, that wondering is the thing that you need to conquer, everybody. You want to be really successful? Make sure that nobody's ever wondering what's going on with whatever you do as a job, everybody. They never wonder if it's going to get taken care of. That's how I made so much money, everybody. They bring me stuff. I said, I'll take care of it. And I did. Every single time, to the tune of 100,000 plus projects, everybody. Easy 100,000. Could be more. Now, some of those projects were ones that other people did that I just fixed and made sure it would run to the press. And then some of them were projects that I designed and then ran out and had it printed and so on. But the whole thing is people knew they could trust me, everybody, because that's what you're building really with a client or you're building with your employer or whatever, is that trust that you're going to show up, you're going to do your job, and then you're going to take off. And they don't have to think about your drama. They don't have to deal with your home life. They don't deal with all that stuff. They don't want to deal with that, everybody. They're just paying you to do a job, and then you do the job, and you go away. That's it. That's most of the stuff, especially in a corporate atmosphere, everybody. You're like iron and ore and steel. You're just a commodity to them, everybody. Like, when you're grabbing iron and ore and, say, resin here in the game, do you worry about how the resin feels when you're collecting it? I don't think you do. And that's the problem with some of those really high-end corporate people, is that's how they treat people. And I think that's despicable, everybody. I think that's a horrible way to treat people. Treat them like they're just a disposable commodity. And that's why people hate corporate people so much, is because they do that. And they treat people horribly. And they go, oh, well, let's get rid of those 10,000 people. And then those 10,000 people, boom, can't make their mortgage. They can't pay their bills. They can't pay for the stuff. Not that they can pay for it anyway, even if you have a job at this point, because everything's so dang expensive. So pretty crazy, everybody, pretty crazy. So again, if you want to be the best at what you do, be reliable. And I've done that my whole career, and I think it's a great irony that I guess I'm being taught a lesson of how good I had it now where I'm so much less reliable. That's why I don't do graphic design for people anymore. But I might have a day where I'm having a really bad episode of dizziness or whatnot, or I can't even get up and I can't even move around, because it does come back. Every now and again I get really bad, and that's when I take those days off. I was like, nope, it's not going to happen. Plus, it'll be terrible streaming by me sitting here going, trying to function as a human being. So again, it's a great irony that I spent all that time trying to be reliable, and then now it's more difficult to be that way. But I still try to be reliable. But I still try to be here, try to stream, try to do as much as I can every single day. And then you just got certain limits when you get older. Right? You got certain limits, and then when you have medical conditions, even more limits. But I'm always pushing that limit line back just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, 12-hour stream today, 16-hour stream today. Come on. Push it back. Push those limits back, everybody. You got to do it. You got to... If you're not going to fight for it, nobody else is going to do it for you, everybody. If you don't go and do it, ain't nobody doing it. If you don't go and take a walk today, just a little bit of exercise, eat a little bit better, ain't no one ever going to do it for you. No one can get on the treadmill for you. No one can go take a walk for you. It's not going to do you any good. I went and took a walk with my wife earlier, everybody. A beautiful day today. It sucks that you only get about, I'd say, 2 or 3 weeks of really nice weather in Tennessee. And then it just sucks because it's either so hot or it's raining, and then it's hot and raining, or it's raining and then it's hot all through the summer, and then it's cold and miserable through the winter. And you get like 2 or 3 weeks right now in the spring time, and then in the fall you get these beautiful fall colors, and you get like 2 or 3 weeks, and then the rest of the time is absolutely miserable. To be outside, which sucks. Everybody, because I come from California. It's always nice every day. It doesn't matter. It could be December 31st, everybody. It could be in the middle of winter. Everywhere else, beautiful. Beautiful, 70, 80 degrees. And it's not like a really muggy, humidity degrees like it is here in the East Coast. It's nice, cool weather. You got the Santa Ana wind coming through. Everybody, it's just beautiful. It could be 85 degrees. You could be at the beach. You got a nice, cool wind coming through. It's awesome. It's awesome. The only problem is there's 9 million other crazy people other than me packed everywhere over there. And the price to live there was insane when I lived there 30 years ago or 20 years ago, and is even more insane. I don't think the people who are in charge of this stuff have any sense of reality of how much people can actually afford, and they're doing nothing. Zero to help people afford stuff. That's the number one thing they should be doing. Not all this other crap they're doing. The number one thing they should be doing, food, water, shelter. That's it. Screw all that other stuff. Food, water, shelter. I mean, also emergency services, police and fire and all that kind of stuff. Keep that going, medical. That's important. But really focusing on how can we bring down food prices? How can we help people survive and get by every single day? Instead of just thinking about themselves, which is what most people do. But most of these people who are in charge just think about themselves. Same thing in corporate atmosphere. But they're just thinking how can they get another payday, and that's the problem with humans. Some of them, but not all of them. Some of them are awesome, like all of you. All right, let's go ahead and say hi to the chat. Some more, and then we'll go to it. Thanks for the ones. We got PETA going one. I love to inspire you guys a little bit. Talk a little IRL, get you inspired to go out there, do what you love to do. I do it every day. I get up and I do as much as I can. That's all you can ask of anybody. Thank you, PETA, for the one. Thank you, Dragon Wolf, as well. We got Whist also bringing those ones in. Thanks for letting me know everything's working. Here's some more Kids Caps for you. Let's go ahead and dive into some Astroneer. All right, we can hear the machines humming already. Let's get to it. Let's go ahead and jump on out of our little thing here. Look at my cool little wizard hat I got going. I love my little sparkly wizard hat I got. All right, everybody. Now, remember, we restarted. So this is episode 2 of Astroneer here. Now, we were playing it a bit. The MEGATECH had a bit of problems that they were fixing. So we kind of got off of that and we got all sidetracked on other games. But we're back and we're going to try to get through our MEGATECH playthrough here. What we've been doing is automating our research. You can see it happening right there where it is grabbing the research from these plants, because these plants will just endlessly grow some more research, and it just picks it up, runs it down the line, and then it ends up here in the research chamber. Now we can also go ahead and just slide this one over there. There we go. And we'll just keep feeding those endlessly over there, and it will give us an endless amount of research. Now right now we have 24,907 and growing. We've also skipped ahead over the medium stuff and went straight to the large stuff right here, where you can see we have the large shuttle we just unlocked. We also ran over there. Looks like we've got ourselves a nice exo chip. Nice. And what else we got here? We got some explosive powder, probably to get some more exo chips. And we've already gone to like Aatrox and got a bunch of research, threw it in there, and unlocked a ton of stuff, including the very massive shredder over here. Look at this big boy. The big boy extra large shredder. And we're going to try to get that fired up. Now, we were converting all of our iron, which I kind of let run after the stream. So we got that all converted now. 32 iron. Very nice. And we got an empty canister there. Let's get this out of here. Let's get this up here. Now, what we want to do is we want to get these big boy platforms going. So we've got now a ton of iron. And then we need our resin. Where are you hiding, resin? I know it's here somewhere. No, right there. Aha, hiding behind me. Now, here's the cool thing, everybody. When you got a double canister full of resources, like if you look at the side here, everybody shows you how much resources are in there. These are both full. So we can go ahead and just turn these this way, because I like to have them forward in case I need to grab one out of there. And then we're just going to put this baby on loop and make as many of these big tables as we can. So this is just going to go ahead and fire that up. Oh, we got to run this out first. There we go. We're going to run that out, and it's just going to start making crazy tons of tables. So we probably need to move some stuff out the way here. Let's get this stuff out the way. In fact, we could probably flatten this out a little bit here. There we go. Hold down the control key, flattening that out. All right, now we're going to have a bunch of stacks of very large tables. Now, at this point, again, it's just resin and iron, so you can go pick up some iron. convert it all. And the great thing about the big tables, everybody, is you can contain a lot of stuff in a single table. As you can see right here, it is extracting the organic, it is converting it into carbon, and then we're using our medium generators to keep that perpetually going, which has been powering our base since the very beginning. Now we had 4 of them here, but we took one of them to another base. But if we take this is 18 plus another 9, 97, so that'd be 27 power there. That's powering all the stuff. Keeping my research going is running our large printer and stuff. And that's just keeping that rocking and rolling. Now, one of the things we can do is we can use our large shredder along with our trade platform to go and get resources that we need. Also in the background there, you can see I'm starting to plant a bunch of different plants, which I can use later. I can also use it for my little snail guys when I get those going on as well. But what we're trying to do is just transition between the different stages so that we can unlock the higher end stuff. And so while that's running, we've got some stuff to do because we just unlocked our hydrazine thruster over here as well, which is pretty sweet. Right now we have about 7 more launches. So we might want to think about getting some more hydrazine going. Let's go over here and see what we can do. Right there. Okay, what do we need? We need 1 more ammonium. Do we have any ammonium just sitting around? What do we got here? We got a whole stack of it. Look at that. I was thinking ahead. How about that? Boom. Put that right in there. Run that out. And just tell it to make as many of those as it possibly can. All right. Away it goes. Actually, there's one right here. Boom. Let's grab it. Now, what we need hydrazine for is we need it for our ship. Now, instead of 7 launches, we have 15 launches. Much nicer than doing your solid fuel thruster, which breaks after, you go from this planet to another planet, and you come back, boom, the hydrazine thruster is trash. But you can see I've got a bunch of them stacked up over here, including this one, which I didn't even need over here as well. Now, we can actually break this stuff down, by the way. You see I've got some solid fuel thrusters over there, too. We can break this stuff down and recycle it and reuse it as well. Oh, there we go. Look, we already got one. All right, awesome. Let's go. So we're going to go ahead and take this big boy and put it right over here. And we took this whole entire mountain out, by the way. There was actually a hill here with a bunch of trees. We took that whole bunch out so we can go ahead and get that going. And then over here, we've got that locked. Nice. And then the big boy shredder right up there. Now we're ready to shred some stuff. Now we can go ahead and move our junk pile over this way. So I'm just going to grab it and then spin and grab it. It's what I call walking the stuff, where I just kind of grab each piece, flip it over to the other side. Try not to drop it down in there, but I have a feeling it's going to have a tendency to just move that way. And then we'll go this way here. And we'll grab this big boy. And we got to watch out for our plants. Now, most of these plants, once you plant them, are going to be pretty docile. They won't actually get you. Now, here's the thing about this thing here. If I put this up in here, you can see that it doesn't break it down. I'm going to show you how to fix that. Watch out, it doesn't actually end up in the ground, because then it will just glitch to the ground, and then it'd be hard to find it. But we're going to start with these solid fuel thrusters, and on the big boy here, you can put 2 solid fuel thrusters on there. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and put this right over here and spin it around this way. And when this is done, what it's going to do is going to make some scrap, and that scrap is going to automatically go right onto our stuff there. Right? So as it's done, we can go ahead and add more, and we'll keep moving our scrap pile over here like this. Also, we want to go ahead and go in here and create some dynamite. Now, I always create a pedestal for anything that I'm about to blow up, so I'll just go ahead and go like this, holding down the Alt key, make a bit of a pedestal so it's up a little bit high, so it doesn't make a big old hole in the ground that you have to refill in. It'll just blow up that pedestal. And so we'll put this up here. Now, it's going to be really difficult to keep this up here, so we'll see what we can do here. And again, sometimes a little awkward to get it to not glitch in the ground. Yeah, a little bit more back. It's round, so it's going to be tricky. Now, I got to get it on there and then try to shape. Stand back just a little bit. Nope. We'll get it. So the problem is I can't move when I have it. So I can't move backwards when I have it clicked. It just holds me in one spot, which is a bummer. I'm just trying to get it to cradle in there a little bit. Trying to get it to move backwards a little bit, so it's going toward me. Come on. Come toward me. A little higher. There we go. I'm trying to get it to flip over on its side. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's pretty cool. All right. Let me go over here and get some oxygen first. So yeah, very tricky to do with a round thing. Now, of course, you can turn it on its side. It's a little easier that way, but it's hard to put it on its side either. Because what we want to do is make it go boom. So we're going to take it right here. We're going to attach this right here. We're going to make it go boom. Here we go. And there we go. And now you can see it didn't make a bunch of damage on the thing. Now I can just shift-click the small debris. You can't shift-click this debris. This is pretty big. So we'll take this and we'll run this over here. But we can take the smaller part now and just get rid of it and melt it down and recycle it. There we go. Nice. And then our big debris over here. Now this is from starting this right here. This kind of breaks apart and you have a bunch of debris that you have to deal with. This is actually a really great mechanic. It's actually one of my favorite mechanics that they did add to the game. It wasn't in the original game. They came out with an update for it. I really like it because it adds this whole dimension to the game where you can just clean up all this stuff. And have you ever seen me super loot everybody? It's kind of half of what I'm doing. It's not just super looting, it's also cleaning up. I'm like the maid coming in, cleaning stuff up. And look at that, everybody. Look at how many stacks of scrap we're getting right there. Very nice. We're going to let that run for a moment. We're going to check in on our stuff over here. All right, now, see, once you get these big tables, now it's time to kind of replace all of the stuff you were doing before. And one of those things is going to be our research over here. We can consolidate our research into a single spot, which will automate the whole process for us here. Like this. So we'll take this one and we'll put it here and then put it here. And again, I'm facing it toward this arrow. There's an arrow right there. That's the front of the thing. So now I can take these three and we'll put this on a different one over here. And now these are obsolete. I no longer need all three of these. So we can unlock those and we're just going to pull those out of the process and throw it over here on the side. And you can recycle these and reuse them, but there's a point in which I just get rid of them. You can also use them on other planets as well, but I'm just going to stack them over there out of the way. Then we'll take Mr. Big Boy. Oop, that's not it. That's not it. This one. Take Mr. Big Boy here, and we will try to put it right in here. Now, one of the problems is now this is a little too close, right? So what you want to do is transfer this onto here. Now you no longer need this one as well. So you can go ahead and just do this. And then we can go ahead and run our power from here to there, our power from here to here. And then also chain the power from all these other places that we're going. We're going to move this over just a little bit. Like this. There we go. And then get our power in there. Now this is going to go ahead and run. And now here's the thing. It's going to grab this here. Put this onto here. And if it can't put it on there, it'll just put it on the next one, which is great. And you can see that we have it limited for organic, and we have the multiple chaining of our auto arms. And the more you can reduce all these steps in between, the more efficient your stuff is, right? And that's what you want. You want your stuff to be very, very efficient. And you want to get rid of your old trash, everybody. That's an absolutely smart thing to do. Because now we're replacing these small ones with the big ones. And the same thing with these here. Now, I usually keep a few of those because they come in handy every now and again. But one of the things you can do is just put all of these on here like this. And then utilize that to move all of these over here where we want to drop this off. Now, there's actually something we want to do to make a lot of this moving stuff around. You can see I'm just manually moving it. I'm just doing this, and then I walk, and then I manually move it. There is a way to make this easier, and that is through using our jetpack. Now, we have a little jetpack here, a solid fuel jump jet, which you can see gives us a little bit of a boost, but runs out pretty quickly. So what we want to do is we want to unlock the nicer jetpacks in here. Somewhere. There we go. There's our solid fuel. And then I'm just going to jump to the hydrazine. We need some titanium alloy for that. So we're going to go ahead and research that. We already got 76 things researched already. And then we're going to go ahead and try to make some of that. We're going to go ahead and run this back in here for a moment. There we go. Make another hydrazine. Oh, we're out of hydrogen. Oh, we got some over here, though. Right there. Yeah, there we go. Make some more of that. We're going to stop that for a second. So after it's done with this next hydrogen, or this hydrazine, we're going to go ahead and make one of those. Well, okay, here we go. Now, these could get stacked really quickly, so I suggest that you move these off to the side, or they'll start to stack, and then they'll go whoo when they go flying. So watch out for that, everybody. I've had that happen many, many times. All right, so titanium alloy. So what we want to do is start with the titanium alloy and then work our way backwards, right? So we need nitrogen, we got that, we need graphene, and we need titanium. Well, it just so happens that over here, once we get this stuff broken down, we can go ahead and order up some titanium right here. And you can see that I have it on hematite, which is iron, titanite, which is going to become titanium. So if we get 2 more things of scrap, we can get 4 titanium. So we want to just go ahead and keep recycling that, which I absolutely love. And by the way, you can put that on your vehicle and just drive around and recycle stuff in the whole world. Very, very fun way of doing that. And again, I don't need to keep any of this stuff. And just keeping that stuff laying around does not help my base. Look how nice it is now, everybody. Look, see, it's always nice when you clean stuff up, right? It's like when you clean out your garage, you know? It's nice when you get that stuff going. And again, we're just trying to scale up, and I'm showing you all my gaming secrets for Astroneer. We're absolutely knocking this playthrough out of the park, everybody. We're destroying it big time. Okay, so we took care of that business. You can see we're also using a large table here to keep this going. Do we need this table here? Probably not. So we can go ahead and disable that, put this over here. We're going to need this graphite here in a minute. We're going to put that right over there. And we're going to try to scale down a lot of the stuff that we have. Now, see, this is producing its own power, everybody. So it actually doesn't need to be connected over here if we don't need it to. But I can't quite reach it there. So what I'm going to do is take my soil canister here, which I'm going to use quite often. My soil centrifuge, a better way to say it. And we're going to go ahead and get ourselves a nice big table. Now, watch out when you're taking out a table here. Watch what happens. It goes in the other table, but it can also bump those tables and make those tables go flying. So look out. So now what we're going to do is use our centrifuge and our medium container, and look at the difference, everybody. Again, that is a huge difference between the previous one. And then I use this quite often, the centrifuge. So we're going to connect that there, connect this here, and that's going to then back chain. This is producing the power. This will back chain through here, go all the way over here to where our research is as well. So we're kind of using the shelter as a central hub. Also, the shelter is letting us know if we're in a surplus of power. You can see our little battery there. Or if we're in a deficit. If we're in a deficit, battery goes down. If we're in a surplus, battery goes up. And you can see it's going up right now, so we're in a surplus of power. So pretty awesome. Let's go ahead and get our printer back some power over here as well. There we go. And also our scrapper over here. How we looking? We get all of our stuff in there? We did? All right, go get us some titanium. And off it goes. Yep, nice. So it goes in and it trades in that scrap, brings the titanium back for us automatically. So we're going to let that run. We're also going to go ahead and take this one, and we can use this one here for our smelting. Okay, there we go. And we can also start to combine a bunch of this stuff here. Again, you can see I'm just kind of eliminating stuff down the line here. We're going to unlock this one. We're going to take this one, unlock this one, move it back. Come on, unlock. There we go. And this one here, unlock out of there. There we go. Oh, here it comes. It's coming back with our titanium. Notice that it didn't have any power, but it still came back. It doesn't require power to do that. Okay, then over here, we're going to go ahead and replace this. Again, this is a really great moment, everybody, when you're replacing all your smaller tables. We're doing it at a massively advanced rate than you normally would. And I'm going to go ahead and just move this right over here. I'm going to go ahead and, oops, run those back in. There we go. Run this back in. There we go. Just move these over here. For now, while we deal with these tables. Run those out, run those out. Take this, put it back on loop again. All right, do your thing. Again, you can see we're massively cleaning up our base. And we got that going. We want to get one more table over here. And I like to create like a little bit of a U shape so I can manage all this stuff. And you'll see me kind of angle it out right here. Now, since we have the larger tables, but again, we can chain those down there. Now our thing is working again. And now we can take our hydrogen right here and our stuff with it and then automatically have it go into our chemistry lab here along with our hydrazine here, which will, or ammonium we'll put here. We'll go ahead and put these here for now just to hold all this stuff and that there. We'll get some larger stuff later that deals with that. We can also use our canisters here if we wanted to. And again, now we have this stuff, right? Get rid of that. Grind it up. Get rid of it. Clean up your base. Make it look nice, everybody. Nice and sleek and clean. Squeaky clean, everybody. All right, we'll run this back in for a second because this is going to be our little print station here. We're going to put our medium printer there, then run those back out again. Now we got this one. We can go ahead and grind that one up as well. And again, we're going to turn it into titanium. And we're going to go ahead and take this right here. We got another one. All right, right up here. Boom, get rid of it. Grab our titanium. And now we need our forge. Where did our forge go? Over here. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go here. Put our forge in here. And our forge is going to go ahead and do its job. Right over there. There we go. And then we want to take our small scrapper here, and I like to, whenever I'm using the big one here and it's busy doing something, like, you know, I throw a table in there. By the way, if you throw this table in here like this, it'll automatically just drop all those things right inside there, which really sucks. It's hard to get in there. But if you have a small one, just use a small one like that. It'll grind that up at the same time. There we go. Very nice. Multitasking is the best. And this thing's just cranking out some more. And again, we've got more to grind up over here. Let's move all these over. Now here's the thing: you could always make more of this if you overdid it and you did too many, right? So again, we'll keep these going, and we'll run this up here. Now again, we're going to try to make this easier here in a moment when we get our titanium, and we need over here we need graphene and titanium. So we got the nitrogen, we got the titanium going. We need graphene. Graphene is made from, you guessed it, hydrazine and graphite, which I already put over there, so I've already got it already sitting over there because I was thinking 5-10 steps ahead, everybody, so I can already have it ready for when it needs it. So that's going to go ahead and do that. We got another one here, very nice. We're just going to set that off to the side. And you can see we've just revamped our entire base like that. Just because we went and got iron, converted that iron, and we also used the centrifuge to make a bunch of resin. We didn't even have to go pick it up. We just had the centrifuge do it for us. And we are styling. All right, you can see I'm just kind of extending my base out here because we have this nice flat spot out here that we built. And I'm going to hold down control here and just kind of run this out nicely. Again, using my shaper. Just flattening out this area. This area is actually really nice. Trying not to make the stuff go flying or get caught in the ground. And this comes from my soil canister that I have. And I'm also using the base of this black part here that it does right at the very beginning of the game when you first land. So you're kind of, you're nice, flat, and even. So when you're driving your vehicles or anything like that, you're pretty good. But remember that the terrain does start to curve because it's a planet, and that's what planets do. And so you're going to have some areas in which it's going to be higher and lower. It's going to be a little awkward, but just do what you can do. Like right here, see, we're getting a little bit of a lip right there. It does happen. Again, I wish they'd add foundations to the game where you can put foundations down and then have a nice flat base. Another thing, this is why I don't like Starfield, everybody. The outposting doesn't have foundations. So the reason why they have foundations, everybody, so everything's nice and flat, makes it easy to build on it. And when it's uneven and you constantly have to shape it and fix it all the time, cool in the beginning, but not so cool when you have a more advanced base. So I think they should let you build a bunch of foundations or build some pieces like those big kind of garage things that we saw the last time. Where you can build those out and have it run your whole base. And they have a bunch of mega stuff that we can do, which we'll get into, which helps with that. But we definitely need to be able to just put foundations down instead of having this go like this, and then the Earth is curving, and then it's getting wider and wider and wider. You get the idea. I really don't like that. I just want it to be cool foundations. Build my base on it, even have it where I can snap the tables if I want to the foundations in a way, very much like Satisfactory. See, once you've played Satisfactory, everybody, every other game, you compare it to that now because it's so incredibly excellent in the way that it allows you to build, right? It's like, why doesn't every game work like this, right? Because this is the way the game should work. The same thing with 7 Days to Die or Fallout 4 or any of that stuff. Because they did such an excellent job of thinking through what it's like to play their game. And they said, hey, if I was playing the game and I couldn't put the foundation down, I'd have to look at it from the side. What should we do? Oh, when we move to the edge, it automatically puts the piece out to the side of the edge that we rolled over. And then if I roll this edge, boom, then it goes this way. If I roll this edge, boom, it goes that way. If I aim at the bottom, boom, it puts the piece at the bottom. It's just like, once you see it, it's so obvious that that's the way it should work. And again, I give them huge credit for that, everybody, that they saw that in the moment. And they're like, that's how that should work. And boom, they went and built it. Big love to them for that. Again, big love to Coffee State over there. They saw what needed to be done, and they went and got it done. And now everybody else has to live up to their standard, and as it should be. As it should be, everybody. All right, we're getting that done. Again, grinding that down. Getting some titanium. We got our graphene. Let's go ahead and get our titanium from over here. Put this on here. Right there. And then we should be able to go ahead and get our titanium alloy. Nice. All right. We're going to need another piece of titanium as well. So we're going to get that. Now the whole game changes here. When you start getting these bigger ones, you start getting the bigger ship. But the thing I think that changes it the most, for me anyway, is the hydrogen jetpack. And you'll see why here in just a second. So we're going to grab this, and that's going to allow us to build that hydrogen jetpack in our backpack. Over here, if we can find it. I didn't even unlock the other one, because this way I don't have to flip through it in my inventory, everybody. There it is, hydrogen jetpack. Go. Boom. And then I instantly take this off of here. In fact, I'm just going to scrap that. Right there. Now, we got the hydrogen jetpack, everybody. Now, what we need is a lot of hydrogen. So we're going to put this in here, and if I just press the space bar, the hydrogen will automatically kick into the jetpack. And then here we go. And say we want to take something and run it over there, right? Say we want to take this table right here and run that over there. All we got to do, I'm going to just take this stuff off here. Oh, actually, we take that with us. Grab this, jetpack, and off we go. Right? You don't have to move it and move it and move it or hold it in your hand and run real slow. No, you just jetpack it where you need it to go. And again, it just changes the way you play the game. And it's awesome. But you know what's better than a jetpack, everybody? 2 jetpacks. Because you go even faster. So we're going to get that going as well. So now we got nitrogen, we got titanium, we need more graphene. Let's go back over here and make some more graphene if we can. What do we need? We need graphite and we need hydrazine. So we got to make hydrazine first. Find that. There we go, hydrazine. So we need hydrogen, which we have in this canister right here. There we go. And we'll run the rest back in. And then we need what? Ammonium. Okay, we got ammonium right there, which we did in the centrifuge. All right, and then we'll just tell it to make a whole bunch of these as well. That's probably good enough. Bring one back in. There we go. And I'll pull it off of there so that it won't grab the rest of those. It'll make like 3 hydrazines. for us, because we're going to need hydrazine for the backpack, plus we're going to need hydrazine for making the graphene. Now, the other thing we need some graphite. Not sure if I've got any laying around. I don't see any resources on that side other than a little bit of carbon. So I think we're good there. A bunch of smaller stuff, again, that we can utilize elsewhere. Right now, we could actually utilize this right there. There we go. Let's see. We could put this over here. Get this out the way. Get this out the way. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Cleaning this place up. Again, after a while, it's like your base looks like a trash dump. Because in the beginning, you don't have enough stuff to organize your stuff. Then you organize it and you realize now you got all these extra things that you want to get rid of. Because they're just taking up space. And you really want to scale up, which is what we're doing right now. You're just scaling up our ability to produce stuff as well. I think of what else I could go ahead and replace. Probably my resources in the back edge here. Let's go ahead again. We need some dirt. We need some dirt. We just happen to have a mountain here that we've been drilling holes into with our vehicle to get soil, which is awesome. And we'll just go ahead and flatten this out a little bit. Oh, there's a backpack down there. Abandoned backpack. Won't let me click on it. Go down, check it out. Nothing on it. It didn't go away. That's weird. Normally when you go and you look at those, they go away. And see, look, I can just jetpack out of there now. Watch this. Pretend like it never happened. I never saw it. I don't know what you're talking about. Cover it up. Good enough. All right, we'll go over here and we'll shape out some mountain stuff here. I do have the wide mod and the boost mod, which allows me to just fill that up nice and easy. Then I can take the soil from over there and I can just keep flattening out my base as well to make some room for all the stuff we're going to be working on. And again, just trying to keep it as flat as I can. So I'm going to go over here, hold down control, and we're going to just try to keep this somewhat at the same level. A little dangerous to shape under stuff because it can go flying and then you'll be chasing it off in the horizon way over there, which does kind of suck big time. All right, now over here, let's see if we can get this all on the same page here. There we go. Now we're getting it done. Nice. Okay, that's very good. Now what we want to do is organize our resources. There's a little speck right there. There it is. Got it. And then organize our resources. Now these things we're just going to get rid of now. And again, we can do those two at a time. Put this back here in the junk pile. We'll bring this up here. Now one of the things you want to do so you don't accidentally bump your stuff or send it flying is you want to lock it. Which that one's already locked. I'm on the ball on that one. This one over here does not say whether it's locked or not. That's making it awkward. There we go. Lock it. It was kind of in the ground a little bit. See how it's in the ground a little bit? It doesn't give you the option to lock it. So you just want to click it, bump it a little bit, and it'll come up off the ground. Lock that one. This one's locked. And we'll deal with all those in a minute. We got this one over here, which has some carbon on it. Do we have a carbon thing? Nope, but we can have one. We can just put this right here, turn that to run in. And this is one of my other favorite features they added, where it automatically puts it away in the jar. That's awesome, everybody. Again, I think that's really underrated, how awesome that is. Very, very awesome. Again, these large platform bees really helped us out, did a great job. How are we looking here? Are we full? We're full. Go get me some more titanium. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just go to Glacio and get yourself some titanium? We will. But why not clean up your base so you're nice and organized so you can get some stuff done? Oh, there you go. Get some love. Tab coming in, making it rain for all of you. You guys got some Kiscast there. You're welcome on behalf of Tab. Also, he's saying hi in the chat. Make sure to say hi to Tab in the chat for giving you guys some Kiscast. What's up, Tab? Thanks for hanging out, man. And again, we'll just go ahead and keep grinding this stuff up. And again, even while it's gone, by the way, it'll just keep grinding it up. And when it comes back, we can put that scrap in there. Oh, speaking of, right over here. And you can see that drop right in there. We'll grab this titanium. And some of the titanium came out and ended up over here. There we go. And we'll keep going with our tables here. There we go. Look at this. Oh, mama. All right. Keep it over here again. Otherwise, it starts going boom, 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 boom. Bouncing around everywhere. More titanium, please. Got some resin on us, too. We'll put that resin away. I think it was over here. Yep, right there. We got some other resources here that we'll micromanage. Now, what we're going to do is take all of our resources here and just put them on this table for now. Like this. And then if I put this on here, and any of these resources, like that glass right there, will automatically go into its appropriate container. See? Like that. Isn't that cool? I think that's awesome. Great way to organize your loot. It'll automatically go in and take care of that for you. And get that going. More titanium over here. There is. You know what I should do? I should put this one in the back. Put that in the back so I can see which ones are coming through. And then again, over here, more titanium. We'll pick that one up. Put it right here. Grab this titanium. Grab that titanium. Leave a little bit of room there so I can run off the thing. And then run over here. And again, we're going to unlock some more stuff today that's going to allow us to do even better than these little small ones here. So we were making hydrazine so we can make some graphene, but we need some graphite. Now I could go and collect some graphite and do all of that, but I have a centrifuge. And if I have enough soil, I can go ahead and make myself a graphite, which I have just enough right there. Also, would go ahead and figure out what I do with my vehicle, because we already have the large vehicle, which most likely has a full canister. Oh, there's another one here. Watch this. Jetpack for the win. Hey, you see it put that organic up in there, everybody? I hate when they do that. I hate when those things do that. I wish you could turn that off. You guys know how to turn that off. You let me know. I hate when it puts it in my backpack. All right, I'm just going to set it back over there. I don't grab it. So usually that's why I have this way off to the side, everybody, so it's not in my way when I try to do stuff. But yeah, we've got some more of these we can go ahead and put over here. We can do this. We can go ahead and disconnect this now and just take this. Again, look how much organizing we're doing now, right? And again, while we're flying around and we're doing stuff, we're going ahead and cleaning up our base, really slimming it down to just the stuff that we need, right? Keep doubling up on those. We've got some stuff back here that we want to throw in there. Keep that stuff going. We don't need this little small thing. Now, these actually are really good for if you're just using an auto arm and you want to place the auto arm just in a perfect spot. But I usually get rid of them because this way I don't have to micromanage them. I don't have to be running around them or over them or whatever. I just try to get rid of them all. And then if I need it, you know what I do? I just make another one. There's plenty of resources out there to make plenty of stuff. As you can see, we're getting these big tables going on. All right, jetpack. Over here. Back this way. Get up there. Trying to avoid getting the stuff there. And then we can get our graphene. Go over here, and it'll take the graphene right out of my backpack and put it right in there, and then I'll convert that into graphene. We'll just wait that out here for a second. Actually, we can throw some more of this in here while we're waiting. Oh, no, it's still grinding that up. All right, now we need our titanium alloy. There we go. Grind that down. Grind that down. I think we can put this one in there. Again, it's the size of the debris. So we can definitely put this smaller one in here. Can be recycled to scrap. Okay, good. And this is the largest shredder that you can get. So some items cannot go in there, like your old ship. We blew that up. You can see I don't have an old ship. We blew it up and then we just threw it in there. Some of these parts are from that ship. We did the same thing with that big piece of trash that we had from the event there for the snails. We also did that. So you can just put that right up there. I like how it shrinks. I think that was a great effect on their part. Now you're like, well, Kismet, what got you back into Astroneer here? Why are you playing again? Well, we didn't get to finish our Mega playthrough or our MEGATECH playthrough because we got sidetracked on other stuff. Plus, there was some issues with the MEGATECH that they have been working on. So I thought, you know what we'll do is we'll come back to it, and we're back to it. So there you go. Now you know. Okay, that'll go get us some more stuff. All right, then we need another table over here to hold some of our resources. Like this, and we'll turn the table where the arrow is pointing toward the center, like this. And again, this is the U shape I'm creating, or really like an O shape right now. Then we put this in here. Now, if you see it start to run out, you're like, uh-oh, you hit F, it'll reverse it, it'll put it right back in. And then more resources here, more resources here. Now, what you can do is just take this, put it on this table, see if anything goes into there. In this case, no. What else we got? We got anything else over here that we want to do? Oh, we were going to get our canister from here. Let's just drive our vehicle. Now we have less obstructions for driving our vehicle now, too. We don't have all those boxes and items in the way. And we have a full solid fuel soil canister. Also, it's liquid canister as well. So we're going to take this out. We're going to put this over here. Like this, and then we're just going to do this. Oh, not that. We're going to do this, and it will automatically switch between the two and fill itself back up again right over there. So we did want to get some more graphite, which we'll get a couple more. We'll go ahead and run those. Now, I do like to put this in the back, just like I did on the other one there, so I can see what the resources are in the front. And we'll just pick those up. And it's cranking away, doing its job. Okay, nice. Now, we have a bunch of other stuff here, which is like plants and equipment and stuff like that. Like we have some solid fuel thrusters, right? You can't actually put those into there. You have to unpack them. And we won't need any solid fuel thrusters anymore, so there's no reason to hang on to those. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of these. And I was kind of looking behind there, see if there's any more stuff back there. We'll get rid of those, even though those are brand new. Then we'll go ahead again. You see, I'd use some of these just for the small stuff for now. And we've got that to break down. We've got this to break down. What else we got? Look at how nice this is here. Nice. And we're going to put this back up here, so when we're driving around our vehicle, it's going to pick that up. You can see here, we've got so much organic right there. It's crazy. We're going to go ahead and grab this out of here for a second too, because now we can just take this organic and run that organic out, and then that will just non-stop have carbon. And then what can we do? It's not going to grab that carbon, so we can go ahead and put this carbon with over here. Where did we pick up that carbon? Over there. There's where we picked it up. Okay, we can just take this carbon, run it over here, and I could put it directly into the resource canister, but I find it's easier just to put it down here. We also have some titanium, which I'm going to put over here because we're going to use that later. Like that. This one in here. Oh man, this is nice. This is when it gets nice, everybody, when you're cleaning your place up very, very nicely. More tables. We're going to need a lot, everybody. We're going to need a tremendous amount of those tables. Okay. Now our base is shaping up. Shaping up nicely. Okay. Now that we got all that going, we want to go ahead and take one of these tables, dip over here, and put it right here in our very large thing. Again, this is the largest ship you can have, and it holds these really large platforms, which we're going to use on other planets. Now let's go ahead and get back to our titanium alloy, which is going to allow us to make a second hydrazine jetpack. Right there, going to grab the hydrazine and the extra hydrazine that I have, and when I just use my jetpack, now I can really cook. And I go up real high too, so you can survey. Look at my road, everybody. Forgot about that till just now. And you can see we can go up really high and survey everything around us. Again, the whole game changes the second you get this jetpack. I'm just free falling. And then jetpack before you splatter on the ground. There you go. All good now. And again, this is one of my favorite moments as well. Because what you can do now is you can just jetpack stuff from place to place to place. You don't have to walk it everywhere you want it to go. We clean up all of our resources. We've got our power just popping off over here. And we're looking good. Now, we have a lot of research, so we can now get to our larger power. And one of those things that I do like to do is start to work on our larger batteries. because we do have excess power. And so if we have excess power, we might as well store that excess power in batteries so that we can use it later. If I remember where the heck those batteries are. I thought they were in the medium here. They're here somewhere. Oh, all these sensors, we'll get to those later. And then power switch. Nope. We got this. There's our medium battery. We also have a larger battery. I think we could just go probably to that larger battery. We're going to need some more advanced resources. I can find it in here. Yeah, Mega Mini Training Shuttle. Nice. I forgot about that. That's from the new stuff, everybody. And we'll get into all the new stuff eventually. Ooh, we want to get this one going here, the auto extractor, eventually. But we're going to go do some work on another planet that's going to allow us to have an endless amount of research as well. I'm trying to remember where that new battery is. There it is. Yes, the large battery. It takes 2 lithium and a zinc, which actually isn't that bad. The worst part of this is actually the cost, which is 16,000, which isn't that bad for us because we know where to go and get hundreds of thousands of research. And then also how to automate all of that, which is what we're going to do. So that's going to be our big goal, is to get that larger battery going today through all of our research. So let's go ahead and try to figure out what we want to do next. We want to go ahead and make some tappers. So let's remember how to do tappers. This one here. Let's make some tappers. We're going to need some aluminum. Okay, where did we put our aluminum? I don't remember. Let's go say zinc, tungsten, aluminum. All right, now see all these ones that look like ignits? I put those together because it makes it a little easier. Now look at how ammonium and quartz looks the same, so I just put those next to each other. Same thing with carbon and glass. Looks pretty close to the same, so it's kind of hard to tell which one's which, but they have a different symbol on the front, so you can just use the symbol to know the difference. Same thing here. Compound looks very close to silicon, though they are different and they have a different symbol. So if you just go ahead and look at the different symbol, you'll be fine. Like this is ammonium because you can see the 3 dots. If you remember what ammonium is, you know that the other one is going to be quartz, which is this. Oh, something's wrong here. Oh, it doesn't have enough space to put that out of there so it can continue going. There we go. Because we have our titanium that needs to be converted over here. Now, what we need is we need the ability to put some more resources on here. So that's why I keep a few of these in case in the moment we need to get resources converted like this. There we go. And put that in there, put that in there. Okay, we'll get this out of here. And we got all of our stuff melted down. Cleaned up our base. Look how clean that is now, everybody. Nice. Clean and beautiful. All right. My favorites. And just as we got there, it actually ran out of resources. Perfect timing. Perfect timing there. We're going to go ahead and turn this off loop now. And now we're going to be out of resin. So we'll go ahead and run that back in. We got a little bit of resin there, which allows us to prime that. We're going to go ahead and kind of pull this out of here for a minute. Put this right in here. And what we're going to do is, since it's already primed for resin, only resin will go in there. We'll go ahead and set up for more resin. Actually, resin is one of the best things to make in here because it makes 8 of them at a time. So we're going to tell that to run. We're going to tell it to loop, and it's going to fill up that resin right there again, basically by extracting it from the soil and then running it. All right, so we want to do that. We want to do some tappers. So we were looking for aluminum over here. This is zinc. This is tungsten. Tungsten we use less, so we'll bring the aluminum forward here. And then I just run it out. Now, if it's got ability, it'll run it over here. If it doesn't have any room, then it will just stay over here. And then as long as it has one of them in there, you just reverse it, and it will run it back in again. And now we have some aluminum to make some tappers. This right here we want to convert. Put that right there. Just trolling me there. There we go. And then we have a whole bunch of this we can take over here. use that later. There we go. Okay, so now we have a tapper. We're going to make another tapper. Bring that with us. Okay, we'll show you what that's for later. We've got our table. Trying to think of what else I need. Medium generator. Where's our printing? Is over here. Medium printer here. I think actually it's in the small printer. Let's get our small printer over here now. And again, as you see, I've got like a whole print station going here. All the print stuff together. It makes it a little easier. Let's see if I can remember where. And normally I don't use these at all. There it is. Aluminum and tungsten. So we'll grab our aluminum. And I just put it on the ground right here because this makes it easier. And then tungsten was in the back. And throw that right over here. Like this. There we go. And then I just run it out and just kind of manually grab it and put it right here. You can run it out automatically. I like how it trolled me and went over there instead. There we go. And we'll just change that to something else. Then we'll run these back in, and I usually just kind of move them out of the way. Can this make another one? Oh, it can. Okay, there we go. Have it make another one. I'm just stacking these up. We're going to be using these today in a big way. All right, there we go. Now we got our medium generator. My backpack is full with tappers and other things. Okay, no worries. Take this, put that right up there. Okay, anything else that we want to bring? Oh, yes, we do. Just dawned on me what we want to bring. I'm not sure if we have enough resources for it, but we'll try to do what we can do. Okay, now we also have a thing here we want to put right there, which is our exo chips. We got some lithium, which we're going to use later. We're going to get that. We got that from Venecia. We're going to put that over there. Then what we want to do is make another one of these very large vehicles, wherever I park my vehicles. We want to make another one of these vehicles, and we're actually going to take the level 3, because we don't really need a level 3 here, but I just made it because I know I'm going to use it later, and we're going to take it to another planet. Also, we can always remake the paver and use it over here. Same thing with the canister, with the seat. And actually, the whole entire rover itself, we can go ahead and do the same thing. Now, let's go ahead and take this over here and see if any of this can just go and be put away automatically like that. See? Very nice. Very nice. And then over here, anything over here? Nope. Okay. We'll take this scrap. We know what we can do with that. Right in there. And we got another whole thing of scrap. Go get some more titanium. Okay, a little bit of power there. We can throw there for now. Then what we can do is just go ahead and reutilize everything that we're doing here. And since we got some of this going, we can put that right in there. Is this not looping? I don't know why that's not running. Let's run it again just in case. And put that over there, which it'll put that away. And so basically what we're going to do is try to package all of this. And that's why I made some of the stuff where I don't know where it is now. It was over there. Now it's over here now. And we're going to need some room. So we'll take these. Back with some more titanium. We're going to take this graphite out of here and we're going to do some packagers. Gotta watch out. Sometimes it does something else that's not the thing you're looking for. Okay, so we package that. We're going to let this do one more round of resin, and then we're going to get some more graphite from there. And then package... let's do our paver. Keep all those together. This. Get this out the way. By the way, you can put these actually on the vehicles, which is awesome. All run, by the way, by these 3 medium generators here. Pretty amazing. And of course, a little bit of power from our wind turbines and stuff every now and again. Okay, now we want to go ahead and more graphite. Now we're going to go ahead and take this off of here as well. Move this off to the side for now. We'll come back to that. Do we have any empty canisters? Right here. Now what I'm going to do is set it to input, but if I put it on there, what it's going to do is grab this titanium, which I don't want it to do. I want it to go ahead and use up the rest of that soil for a bunch of graphite that we're going to need for packaging things and such. And we'll let that run. And I'm going to go ahead and prime it when it's done. And this way I can prime it and then set it and forget it, which is one of my favorite things. Right over here. There we go. And then we take this, put this right on here. We can put that one in there to get it out of the way. And then I can just set it there and automatically put it in there for a little while. Okay, now while we're doing that, there's something else that we want to unlock before we get too far here. And I use this a bunch. It's very useful. Instead of using those flat ones that I'm using right now, I can use these medium storage silos, and they just take a little bit of titanium. Which is why I've been working on titanium. See how many steps I think ahead, everybody? That's like 20 steps ahead of where I was. That's a lot of steps ahead. If you can think that far ahead, or even if you can't, everybody, just think, 4 or 5 steps ahead. You're thinking, okay, I need this, I need that, I need this other thing. I think it's pretty awesome. Medium storage silo, and here we go. Our first medium storage silo in this playthrough. And you're going to see that obviously this can hold way more than those other ones, right? So when you're unpacking this big boy, you're now getting 8 per side. So it's 8 and then 8 more. And actually that's more than 8. That's 12. So 12 and 12, 24 is how many can go on there. So watch this as we go ahead and replace these with this now. I'm not going to organize it yet. We'll get into organizing all this stuff later, but we can just go ahead and really stack this stuff here. Don't need that in there anymore. We can take this out. We can put the titanium on there. Take this out. Put that out. Put this over here. And we have some more titanium here. We're going to grab that. Make another one. And now we can also run out all this hydrogen out of the canister, like that. We're going to use a lot of that hydrogen. There we go. Then we can also get rid of all this small stuff that we don't need. We don't need this canister anymore. We don't need these things anymore. See how nice that is? Everybody just clean it up, get rid of it. They didn't used to have that, everybody. It was very cool that they added it. And then another medium storage there for stuff that we're going to make. Then now that we're doing this, I think our graphite is ready, and we'll run a little bit of that out, grab it from my backpack, run it back in again, and then work a bit on this over here. Actually, I need one more. And then here, and we'll package our thing up here. Package this up. And we've got all that stuff that we need. And then right here, package this. All right, now we got a big old vehicle, and watch us jetpack that baby right over there. Very nice. And then we got to find any more titanium that we have. Not sure we have any more, but we'll just put this over here now. Oh, see, it automatically grabbed it out of there. It didn't even know it was in there. And then we have more titanium over here that we can grab. And right here as well. We'll just throw it over that way. Run faster when it's not holding you back. All right, there we go. And then convert all of those. You can see I'm using the junk scrap to actually make resources, which is awesome. Not much. I'm late to stream. I missed the notification. Well, you're not that late. I actually did a late start because I was doing a bunch of other stuff. So we've been going about an hour and 20 minutes. We're on it. We're on it right here. Okay, we got all that cooking. Looks good. Actually, we put our little Excel thing on there now if we want to. Just so it's not sitting on the ground. We did double check these all were locked. Let's go ahead and make sure they all say unlock. Unlock. Lock. There we go. So those don't go flying. This one over here is unlocked. This one here unlocked. Nice. Over here. Oh, lock that. All right. How about this? Lock. 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 Okay. Nice. All that good. And you can see we're also running the power over here. We'll go ahead and get our little medium generator out of there. We're going to put that right there. We're going to get our titanium. And we're going to run another medium storage silo. Get another one here. And again, the reason why I'm doing all of this is so I can transport that vehicle and that table to where we can set up perpetual research. So this all is going toward that. So now we can use this instead to put all this stuff in here. Like this. Including our medium generator, which we had. And we can put that right in there. So again, you can carry more stuff back and forth now because you have this really nice generator thing. Let's go ahead and go in here and just save. There we go. Very nice. And then we're ready to dip. We've also got our jetpacks now. We got some extra hydrazine. We've got some titanium on us here. I say we just go ahead, run one more of these babies while we're off and about. Okay, now we're ready. We can let all that run. Again, it's automating that research. While we were busy doing a whole bunch of stuff and unlocking stuff, you can still see that that research is running. Slowly, but it is running in there. Now, what we're going to try to do is scale up that research so we can unlock the big stuff. We can unlock all the batteries. We can unlock all that stuff. And the best place to get research, everybody, the one that's going to give you the highest amount is Aatrox. So we're going to head over there. And again, we're skipping over a whole bunch of planets. We'll get back to those later for other reasons. But we're going right to Aatrox here. You can see we have a green beacon, which tells me that that was where I landed previously. And we're going to just dip on in here and get this going. Very nice. All right. Hello, Aatrox. You can see we have this old vehicle and stuff in here. And now we're going to massively upgrade this. Now, we've also got a ramp right here and a whole bunch of stuff, but man, we really need to kind of flatten this out a big time. Don't have any dirt, so I'm going to run over here, way over here out of the way. Just pick up a whole bunch of soil so I can go ahead and flatten this out a bit. I'm going to pick this up. All right, I have a generator over here. Awesome. Now we're going to have 2 generators. And then I'm just going to flatten this out to build spot here. Again, this is what's really cool about this game, but it's called voxel shaping, unlike Minecraft and stuff like that where it's just pure square. A bunch of squares. Here you can have a nice ability to shape stuff. Turn that around, and then you guessed it, we're going to put our table right there. Now we do a bunch of combining. We can combine this over here. We can put this right here. We can put this medium generator on here, or we could use this separately here. I'll probably end up using that here in a bit. Lock that. Get a little bit more soil from down here. And I try to do it down in the planet so I'm not affecting the top part that much. And make that longer because we're going to do some fun stuff here. Right there. And we're going to lock that. That looks good. What else we got? We've got our printer here. We've also got a small platform which we're going to use over here. Extend this out again. Like this. Run that there. Very nice. We also brought an auto arm, which we need. And we're going to put that right there. We're going to grab this. Put this here. Put that there. And then we have our medium generator here, which we're going to put right there. Very nice. We also previously came and, oh, that was the other thing I forgot to get, everybody. I forgot to get my my stuff there that I needed, my tappers. What we're going to do is bring these plants that is from Venecia, or not Venecia, it's from Sylvia. And we brought these plants over here, and we're going to plant them right here. We're going to plant some trees right at the end here. There we go. Okay, we got to go get our tappers, though. We're going to go back and get those here in a bit. Just like this. Okay. now we got all that going. Do we have this turned on? We do. Now, currently it doesn't have any power. Oh, let me turn this around the other way. Currently it doesn't have any power, and that's because it is not converted to anything yet. Now, I just happen to have a QRTG where I can go ahead and start that up, right? Well, I don't actually want to do that yet because I don't want it to actually start the generators yet. I want it to go ahead and actually let this grow a little bit so the trees are fully grown, and then also extract some resources. Then we're going to come back and we're going to work on our vehicle here as well. So we're just going to go ahead, put that down. And because we have the hydrazine thruster, we go back and forth a whole bunch of times. We don't have to worry about it. Though I, every now and again check in, make sure you got enough fuel in there to keep you running. And then back to Sylvia we go. Hey, Banana Bread in the chat, everybody. Everybody say hi. What's up? How you doing, EBB? What you been up to, man? You been having some fun? What games you been playing? You've been playing some good games? I'm getting back to some Astroneer. I saw that Star Seeker, everybody. I thought, man, we got to get this Astroneer playthrough done because we got to get this going so that we can play some Star Seeker when that comes out. They're going to be an open beta coming up in April, everybody. They haven't said when yet, but looking forward to that. Definitely playing that. We might do a stream override for that. See, that's why I can't get my mega builds, my mega runs done, everybody, because I'm always, all these other cool things come up. Look at our old vehicle over here. It's actually got a bunch of graphite and stuff that we could actually use right now. Let's take a bunch of this and jetpack it over here. Whee! Bring me those resources. And put this. We got a little spot for this right there. There we go. Put this over here for when we're looking for that. In fact, let's take. That's not what I'm trying to do. There we go. Put this back into there. Nope. Okay. There we go. This here. Nope. This here. There you go. Nope. This. Back there. All right. There we go. A little harder when you're zoomed out. Much easier when you're zoomed in. But trying to get that precision is a little tricky. All right. Where did we put those tappers? Over here. Let's go ahead and get these tappers. I need one more tapper. Aluminum over here. Backpack full. All right, let's put the tapper on the ground for a second. Tapper. All right, back we go. Now we're going to be working on Aatrox a bunch to keep it going. Playing a lot of Minecraft. Ah, there you go. Oh, No Man's Sky on the Switch. Cool. They gave you the space itch again? Could play Astroneer now too, I think about it. Yeah, I know, right? Again, I'm glad I lived to see the day, everybody. Because it's been kind of sucky for the last 30 years or so. You got to have some sort of forcing function for NASA to really go to it. Because other countries are going to the moon, now we got to go to the moon. In fact, we could have been, we could have already been there. We could have a whole moon base all this time. If they had, kept it going originally. I think they should have kept it going. Imagine where we would be, everybody. Imagine what we'd be among the stars right now. But now I'm getting old, and so by the time they get that done, I'm going to be really old. It's going to be tough for me to go and do all that. All right, I'm going to grab this organic and put it right here. Now, what I'm going to do is use my QRTG to actually get this fired up, right? Actually, I use both of them. And what it's going to do is make some carbon. And that carbon is going to power these medium generators. And then those medium generators are going to power the auto arm. And these don't need power. These automatically run. And the auto arm then grabs all of the organic here, feeds it over here, which then powers the generators, which now powers things. So you're creating a loop of power that self-perpetuates itself. And that's what you want. The only thing that uses lots of power is this right over here, right? The atmosphere condenser uses 20 power, and this right here is 9 and 9. So that's 18. So we actually need more power. But if we add these two, that's a total of 20. But we also have the furnace, which takes 5, and then the auto arm, which takes 1. It actually doesn't say, but it does. So you've got 6 power here, you've got 20 over there, you got 26 power that you need. So in the long run, we are going to need more power than this, but this will get us started and get us going on some methane and whatnot. Again, it's not going to be at its highest ability, but at least it's going to get us going. I'm going to take my little tractor and have it as a backup and just kind of dip it over here, park it in the parking lot B. You're like, what? I don't see it say parking lot B, Kismet. I just made it up. Throwing you guys off. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and put our big vehicle down here because this is where you need this vehicle the most, I think. And it really is going to make a difference, everybody. Since the last time we ran down there with a little tiny vehicle, you will see a world of difference now. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, how did you get to Aatrox so quickly, and how was you able to go underground so quickly without having the high-end stuff? Well, all you really need is a level 2 drill bit. And the level 2 drill bit is a little tough to make, but once you make it, you can actually drill on Aatrox. It just drills a little slower because it's not the fully level 3. But the thing is you're just trying to get this thing going, right? You're just trying to get it started, so then you can do what I'm doing right now. So now I've got it started, got a bunch of research, I can unlock this stuff, and then I can unlock this, which allows me to unlock more research, and so on and so on. You get the idea. So we're just going to let that run. Let's see if we've got any soil in here that we can actually put in there. I'm going to actually put the soil in the soil canister to get it started. And we're going to go ahead and let this kind of catch up a little bit. There we go. Now it's starting to perpetuate itself. And that perpetuation is going to keep this going. It's not running at its full speed because we should have 26 power to run its full speed. But it's running pretty fast, and it will get enough of our methane that we need right now. But in the long run, we're going to need some really high-end power, and we'll build our towers of power, everybody, which I love to do. So now that we got it started, though, it no longer needs my QRTG. I can go ahead and grab that back, and I'm going to use my QRTG right over here, which is going to go ahead and make this run. Now, I do have another QRTG somewhere, which I actually don't remember where I did it. And I'm also going to put this right here in the back. We pick up some resources. It'll end up right there. And now we're going to go ahead and do some work. Now, on this particular one here, you can see I made this ramp, right? So what I'm going to do is kind of go down this ramp. There we go. Down this ramp a little bit, and then I'm just going to go right toward this wall and hit V. Oh, wow, that was a short wall. I thought it was going to be a thick wall. All right, apparently not. Just cut through here. Now, what I'm going to do is cut through here so I can pick up a bunch of soil. That's what I'm kind of doing here. You can see that blue line is getting longer and longer. That's me just collecting soil. I'm also creating a passage, right? I'm creating a road in this random direction I'm going in. Now, I could, go into the actual compass itself and make a north-south road, which I have done on the main planet. But really, I'm just here for the dirt. And then, of course, the byproduct of having a road through here where I don't have to go up over the mountains if I don't want to. The trickiest thing is trying to go perfectly straight. Because you're in a third-person view, you're trying to angle your stuff here so that you can see where you're going, but also keep your vehicle straight. I really feel like they should give us a first-person view whenever you're in the vehicle, because this is very difficult. It does take a lot of practice. Oh, wait, I'm already full. All right. Oh, wrong key. Wrong key. It works anyway. Now, this is wide enough where I can just go ahead and turn around in here, and you can see that we cut all that out. And now I got a road. I can just dip down the road. I also hold down shift when I'm on the road, and it does absolutely nothing. Because in this game, you don't hold down shift to go faster, everybody. It just goes as fast as it goes. Okay. Now, you can see we also have an entrance right here that we made that goes down into the lower level. We're not going to need that anymore. In fact, we're going to wipe all those guys out, too. Get those out the way. We're not going to need that anymore because now we have a paver. We have a miner, and we have a large vehicle, or we have a drill bit, is a better way to call it. And then we're going to turn around here, and we're going to let the vehicle do the work that we did manually last time. So we're going to go ahead and readjust this right here. This is actually the perfect angle right here, too. And now we're going to go ahead and pave out the road So it's nice and wide for our vehicle, like this, see? So I got it started, and then now we do this. And then I'm going to pull back on the mouse so it's at its maximum angle. And then we're just going down into here. And this is because I have a level 3 miner, or level 3 drill bit that works with Aatrox. We're going to go down here, and I like to go down to the level and then kind of flatten out. So I'm just going to push forward with the mouse, and that's just going to flatten us out. And I like to have a nice straight thing. Now, oh, look out. Oh, that was close. If you just keep going, it's going to destroy your 5,000 research right here. We don't want to do that. We can take out this guy. That guy's a bad guy. There we go. We can also look underneath here to see if there's anything underneath this one here. This one that not quite that often. This one over here quite often. Now, we're actually not going to take this out and look underneath it. We're going to utilize this one here as an infinite amount of research, right? And so what we're going to do is we're going to make a road first, try to find a bunch of these, and then have it set up where it takes care of itself. It automatically has its own power, and it just will keep researching for us forever, for the whole rest of the game. We're going to automate the research. Now, these are actually worth way more, and they will regrow, and they'll continue to do so infinitely over time. But I like a nice straight road right outside the ramp, so my stuff is just going nice and straight. Now, we might run into some resources like this here, but you're going to see that I'm basically just making a road first. I'm trying to avoid hitting any research that I could use. And if I do run into a bunch of resources and whatnot, I can just go ahead and have it grab it and put it in the back of my vehicle right now until it gets full. Now, I see there is a table over here, and we can see if there's anything useful in here. Now, we could bring our shredder over here, by the way, and shred all this as we go along, but the packages are the only thing useful, and I'm not really going to shred all this. You can see I can still use my level 2 miner or my level 2 drill bit. I ran out of power because my QRTG's over there. So I'll put that like that, and I'll cover it up. And the reason why I cover that stuff up is so I don't go, oh, what's that over there? Oh, what's that over there? What's that over there, right? So I'll take this stuff and basically hide it from myself so I don't keep wondering if I've already looked for that, right? If I've already checked that out. So let's keep going. You're like, well, Kismet made a hole up here. Well, that's okay because my paver will pave right over that hole, and I don't have to worry about it. Now, I did see on the left here that there was another one of these things. Yeah, right over that way that we could do. Oh, and here we go, coming up. And we'll stop. We'll get out. Another one right here. Again, we'll just grab a few of these. Now, it just so happens that it was conveniently gave me a packager, so I can actually package these as well. So it doesn't take up both that slot, and I can put it over here instead, and then I have a spot there. Put another one. Now, I just go in a random direction. I'm not going in any certain direction. But I did, when I was driving around, trying to find my ramp before, the last time we were playing, I did see there was a bunch of these just laying around nearby. So we're going to go ahead and just get those going. Remember, we're just doing this with 2 QRTGs. If we had a third one, even better. And I put it somewhere. We'll probably find it as we go along. Maybe it's off at Venecia. We'll find out. And I try to stay along with the terrain and just slightly down from the terrain. So it's really obvious that there's a road through there, right? Oh, look at this one. I'm going to go a little left so I don't accidentally take it out. And I can definitely use that one. So now we have about 3 of them that we can use. I'm going to go ahead and stop for a second. I'm going to pop out. See this stalagmite? It might fall on her head, but it won't really. It doesn't damage you at all. But that's where that's the best way to remember which one is which, everybody. Stalagmite might fall on your head, meaning this is the hanging one. And then stalactite, which is hanging tight to the ground. There you go. Now you know how to do it. There you go. And then we just take these out just because they're visually in the way. And what you do is once you take them out, take a few seconds, and then they disappear. There we go. Let's keep going a little bit further on our road here. See what we do. Oh, there's another one on the left over there. Okay, I feel like that's probably good enough. Again, now we have our jetpack. We can jetpack up. Now, if I see one, I will actually take it, and if I can't put it on my vehicle, I'll just put it in the road. Because I know I'm going to come down here again, I'll see it, and I'll say, oh yeah, I had that research there. Now, let's go ahead and back on out of here, and we can turn around, go the other way. Oh, there's another one. Man, that's a whole bunch of these. Again, take it, put it on the road so you don't forget later. Hopefully. Back the other way. We're going to utilize this here for our automated research and a couple of these other ones that we have going. So we're going to dip back this way toward the base. And I'm holding down the shift key again. I don't need to hold the shift key. I'm doing it again. I don't have to hold the shift. Just like in 7 Days to Die, you just press it and release. You don't have to hold it. Old school gaming stuff dies hard, everybody. It really does. All right, and you can see I'm just going to go right. Oh, there's another one in the actual thing right there. Look at that. Grab it out of there. Throw it in the middle of the road. Really don't like this part here, so I'm just going to shape this out. Take out my power, but that's okay. Just makes it easier for me to see the ramp when I'm coming up and then going up and down. Now, if we had a whole bunch of graphite, we could use the graphite to package those, and then we can bring a whole bunch like we did last time. We made a bunch of packagers, came over here at the very beginning of the game. We were able to make the level 2 shaper, or the level 2 drill bit for our personal drill bit first. Then we came over here with the small vehicle and my level 2 shaper, and we're able to shape our way down, grab a bunch of research, and that's what got us to here so quickly. And there we go. All right, now we can go ahead and take this research and just pop it right in here like this. We're going to grab this one and put it in our backpack. This other resources and stuff we'll keep here. We'll grab our QRTGs off of there, and look at it go over here, everybody. Look at this methane. Nice. All right, we'll get some methane. We'll put that right there. And take some of this and put this in here. Put that right there. Oh, I was making a table. Last thing I was doing there was making a table. Nice. I actually could use that, but I'm going to turn it this way. And then put this back over here. So I was showing that even if you got stuck on a planet and say you didn't have enough solid fuel thruster to get back to your base, you can actually start from scratch on any planet. Get yourself all the way back up to solid fuel thruster because you have all the same resources, and then you can use a solid fuel thruster to get off the planet. So again, if you get stuck on a planet, know that you can, and that's the most powerful thing, is to know that you can do something to do that. So we'll make another table there because we can definitely use that table over here as well. Now, we've got all of this going. It looks like it's perpetuating itself. Nothing else I need to do. Look at that, just 3 of them. Actually, 3 is probably more than enough. You'd probably get away with 1 or 2. But you can see that's more than enough organic to perpetuate that forever. That'll actually keep that running for an infinite amount of time. And really what we need to do is we need to go ahead and collect a bunch of methane and then also a bit of sulfur. So we'll go ahead and switch it over to sulfur. Have it do a bit of that too. While it's at it, we can see also we've got a bunch of soil in the canister, and if we had a centrifuge, which we could make, we could use that as well. Okay, so we got all that going. Now we want to take our research back, get that going. What else? We'll take a little bit of methane, just in case we need that. Right there. And we'll come back. All right. We just want to get a little bit of methane going, a little bit of sulfur, so we can use it for making some larger things, because we're going to need actually quite a bit. That's Glacio. Where are you hiding, Sylvia? Over here. That we need a whole bunch of dynamite to get the exochips. The exochips are one of the toughest things, even more than nanocarbon alloy, which is one of the highest in resources in the game, which is a combination of a whole bunch of stuff. I find that the exochips are the thing that really usually tripping you up. The thing you have to try to track down, and then you don't have that much dynamite at the beginning of the game, so you're trying to get a bunch of sulfur, and that's why we went right to Aatrox to get that sulfur going on. All right, now you can see that we have our research here that is doing a bunch of research from our just our small bit of research here. But these ones here are massive, everybody. You put those in there, and you can see that's about 5,000 research there. And then this one I'm going to put right here, and when this is done, it will automatically grab that and put that in there. And I just like to keep that running because say you got a nickel every hour on the hour, and you'd be like, it's just a nickel, right? And then in the next hour, now you have another nickel. Now you got 10 cents. And then in the next hour, you have 15 cents. And then you have 20, 30, 50. And then it starts doubling. So now you got $1, you got $2, you got $4, you got $8, you got $16, you got 32, 64, 48, 64, 128, 256, $512. Now you got $1,024. Now you got $2,000. Now you got $4,000. Now you got $8,000. Now you got $16,000. Now you got $32,000. See, it starts really small, everybody, but if it's doubling, it exponentially starts to grow and grow, and then all of a sudden it starts going boom, 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 like that, right? It starts really doubling, right? It starts really getting exponentially more. Same thing when you're farming crops, the same thing when you're doing research, the same thing when you're collecting resources. It should exponentially grow. And that's what we're trying to do with what we're doing right now. We're trying to exponentially get that research and also grow our resources here in the stream. So we're going to get that going. All right, we'll go ahead and take this methane. We'll put it over here because we'll use it with our chemistry thing here. And we'll get all of our chemistry stuff going later. Okay, one of the things we do need to work on, I got some organic over here that I'm just going to throw on the ground over there. One of the things we do need to work on is now our production of hydrazine. That'll be a big one that we'll need to work on. And so we need to think toward that because we're going to run out of hydrazine here. We got a little bit on us here that we can go ahead and take off, put in here so we have some more launches. But really, you should, at this point, you should say, okay, what is the real highest priority, right? What's the thing I really need to work on? And that is really hydrazine. But we're going to run around a little bit, though. Find my little vehicle that's around here somewhere. I parked it off the side somewhere. Well, I'll just use my jetpack to find it. How about that? There it is. And you see it's got a little battery in it. Right over there. We're going to go ahead and use my little vehicle because I don't really need my big one right now unless I'm trying to collect soil and stuff. Let's see if we can just sneak in between here. So close. Made it. Out the way. I like how you can push stuff around. By the way, when it's on the ground, it's actually a solid object. But when it's actually on a table, this is a stroke of genius here, but it's not a solid. So you can run through it. That's actually good game design. I really like that. All right, we'll get our little small wind turbine to keep us charged up a bit. There we go. And we're going to go searching for some trees, everybody. You're like, oh, trees. That's my favorite, Kismet. In fact, I should have made a tree farm over here. But we'll get to that here in a moment. Now, I do that also in other games, like 7 Days to Die. We'll create a little tree farm. And that tree farm will help us plant those trees wherever we need them until we get to a point in which we won't need them anymore. We won't actually need that perpetual power run because we'll have other perpetual power in the long run. But in the short run, this is a great way to get it all started. So we're going to run along here and we're going to look for any trees that have some flowers on them. Don't see any right now. I do see some research back again. Very nice. You see we got a road going through here. Knocking some organic around. Let's go over this way. I'm not really worried about the research now because we got research going elsewhere. But this is going to actually help us with our research. Here we go, right here. We hold down F to harvest. Oh, we got 2 of them. Awesome. Ooh, and I hear that noise. That noise means there's a backpack around here somewhere. And it's got one of those little mysterious crystals in it. Be careful you use those crystals, everybody. Those crystals do something. I actually didn't know what they did originally. I started clicking on them, and then all of a sudden some craziness started happening. So I typically wait till later on those. Again, you can see I got a bit of a road here, so I kind of cut this road all the way around the entire planet, by the way. So I can use it to kind of dip through and go where I want to go. And I could also create the road going toward the base, which eventually I'll do. Also, I might move my base at some point to another location that either has a better access to resources than here, because I've pretty much grabbed a bunch of the resources that are around here, so you don't have to stay in the same spot. You can move somewhere else, or even to a whole nother planet. I've also made my primary bases on other planets. I've even made my primary base on Aatrox underground. That's also very fun. Also, by the way, you cannot land your ship, even though if you make a big hole in the ground, even if it goes all the way down, you cannot land your ship underground. It always lands on the top, which is a bummer. Because that's what I tried to do. I tried to put a landing pad on the second level down, so it would actually come in through the top level and land on the second level where I was doing all my research and stuff. It doesn't do that. At least it didn't used to do that. Maybe it does it now. I don't know. Maybe we'll try it again. We'll see. All right, so we got ourselves some seeds. And we were making ourselves another one of these, so we can use it right now. Very nice. Then we'll put these seeds in here. And we're going to do the same thing we did before. Not that one, this one. Aluminum. And make ourselves... And I could just bring the aluminum with me, but I like to make the thing, so I remember if I've gotten it done or not. Okay, on this one, we're just going to use 2 tappers. We're going to use that. Then we also need our medium generator. And I usually go in here whenever I'm going to make something. And this way, I can kind of reference what it needs to make that thing. So it's small printer, if I can remember where it's at. And then medium generator, aluminum and tungsten. How convenient. Just happens to be right here. And then we're going to do that in small printer. Doesn't matter which way I go, everybody. It's usually the longest way of whichever way I go. Now, of course, there's even larger power that we're going to use, but we're just going to skip to the high-end power here in a bit after we get our research going. Our research is the #1 thing. You can see we're almost back up to 10,000. This game is all about power, and that power generates your research. And then if you get your research going, then basically you unlock all the stuff in the game. You get your high-end stuff. You can really progress pretty quickly if you get that going. All right, generator. All right, nice. We also have another big old table that we can take with us. We'll go have some fun with that. And we need this, we need this, we need that. We also need a smelting furnace, compound and resin. We were making some resin over here. What do we do with that resin? Good question. What did I do with it? This is graphite. Ooh, we got 13 graphite in there. Oh, I see some resin over here. Let's go with that. So we're making our thing here. There we go. We need 2 resin and 1 compound. Okay. A compound we have hiding back here. Yeah, I need 1 more resin. Oh, I didn't need 2 compound. I just only need 1 compound. I know we just made a bunch of resin. And we stuck it somewhere, and now we have to hunt it down. It's usually right in front of my face, right there. All right. Again, see, sometimes I just drop it on the ground because it's just easier to run 1 out and then put it where you want it. Later on, what I'll do is I'll have a bunch of resources just backlogged there, and whenever I want to make something, I can just make it. You can also make it where that printer just prints the 1 thing, and then put all those resources that have to do with that 1 thing that it prints on that table. And you'll see me do the same thing with my chemistry stations. I'll just put just the resources that go with it, and then just the output resource, and then when I need that resource, I'll have it. And we'll just be doing it at a huge scale. Very quickly today, we'll get to there, but you know, you got to take it step by step as you go. So we need this, we need a table, which we've already made. Over there, we need a couple trees, we need some tappers so we can get organic. Another thing that we're going to need is the auto arm. So we're going to go ahead and get another one of those going, unless we have an extra one laying around. Do we have any extra auto arms? Yes, right here. Hey, nice. Put that over there. Again, good to reuse stuff, recycle that stuff, and then we'll use the ability to point at the ground, apparently. I just wait till I see it move down. That gives me an idea. I don't even look at what it is I'm clicking on. And then this here. And then we're going to put this up there. And we also have some more research here that we can go ahead and run over here. This is probably cleared up now. Yes, it has. That's 15,000 research right there running. Okay, and then what else we got? Move that up a little bit, clean my backpack a little bit. Okay, so we got an auto arm. We've got our generator. We've got our seeds. We've got our tapper. And we just need a table. And then we also are going to need our smelting furnace there. And we're going to need our researcher. Where are you, researcher? Research chamber. There we go. We need 2 compound, 1 resin. Where'd you go, resin? Resin, resin, resin. Over here. Sneaky, sneaky resin. All right, resin. Up there. Compound. Over here. And I usually put these base resources next to each other so they're easy to find. Get those organized. All right, while those are running, we'll put this on our ship and get our ship prepped and ready. Over here. My goal is to get this research running, at least one of them running, while I am also going and working on my hydrazine. Because that's the next thing that's going to fuel the expansion of our base. At this point, now that we have our hydrazine jetpacks and we have our hydrazine thruster for our vehicle, we're going to be using massive sums of hydrazine, so we're going to need to produce massive sums of hydrazine as well. What else we got? I think everything else is looking good. And I'm kind of looking over here to see how my generators are doing. They look fine. Make sure that power's still running. None of this stuff is doing anything over here. Oh, and there's a little one over there too. All right, research chamber. There we go. And I think that's everything. But if we forgot something, we'll just come back and get it in a minute. Again, I really like this game, but I think it's really exceptionally well done. I've played through many times before, but have not gotten all the way through the MEGATECH. So we want to definitely get that going, because I had just gotten to the point where I could set ships to go. Oh, it's 7 Days to Die over there. I forgot to get rid of my 7 Days to Die thing. Oh, there we go. I'll eventually make an Astroneer one over there. Probably make a Starseeker one when we're ready to play some Starseeker. We'll get all this going first. Again, we want to automate this research, right? As much as we can. So now we're going to take this big one. Now this big one's actually going to be for something else later on. It's actually not going to be for researching. We're going to go ahead and put this over here. We're going to use this little one for research, because we don't really need a big one for research right now. But we do need this big one for later, because later on we're going to need a lot of sulfur and a lot of methane. So we'll have one that's just doing sulfur and one that's doing methane. So while we're at it and we have room on our ship, we might as well just bring it over. We could also take this one and utilize it for our perpetual power here. But again, remember that most of this perpetual power stuff here is just temporary until we get to the point in which we can unlock enough research where we can unlock the stuff that makes it where we don't need that anymore. And then we'll just make an absolute ton of those. But right now, we're going to go ahead and just use our lower end resources. Just showing you how to do it very early game before you have all that stuff unlocked. And I especially like having just this perpetual power running all of my stuff. All right, so we put a bunch of stuff on here. We've got our research chamber, our large platform, B, which is the smaller one, the smelting furnace, all of our stuff that goes along with it. And now we're going to dip. Right down our little spot we made over here. All right, here we go. Now we got a problem. I just realized we got to get out. Is we're going to need some power. So we're going to put our QRTGs right there, which it actually does work from that, by the way, as you can see. Powering it up. Now I'm not going to be doing any drilling, just driving. Let's go. All right, we see some research back there. We'll grab that in a minute. I'm going to go to this one that was right along the road, because it's going to be completely autonomous from the rest of my base. It doesn't need to actually be right next to that. I don't have to run the power down in here, and that's what I'm going to show you here. Again, it can be completely separate from the rest of it if I can find it. Aha, there it is. It's actually got 2 of them too. Awesome. So that's going to help us do this a little easier. All right, first thing we're going to need, table. Also look around for any baddies that are going to be in your way while you're trying to get your work done. And we're going to put this table right here, and we're going to aim it right at that. There we go. Nice. Then we're going to take our medium generator here. And we're going to need another table here in a minute, but we'll deal with that in a second. We're going to get that going. We're going to lock this so it doesn't go flying. We're going to get our smelting furnace here. We're going to get our auto arm here. Oh, wait, no. I got that backwards. This is this. Ah, there we go. Okay. The reason why I want to do that first, we're going to take this, put it here, so it's limited to only grabbing this research sample. And what it's going to do is just run down here by itself. So yeah, I had that backwards, because what you want to do is grab this item and put it in the research chamber. But on this side, what we're going to do is try to flatten out this road a little bit. See how it bumps it like that? That kind of stuff drives me crazy, but we do what we got to do. And I want it to be slightly at an angle, so it is pointing up at that thing. Like that. Make sure that it is encompassing the whole thing, which it is. Then we'll again lock it. And then we're going to put another table down here, and that's where our power generation will be. And that'll be this with this. And then over here we can get our stuff out of there, put that in my backpack. And then we're going to use this tappers, and we're going to use all of this stuff here to get that going. Oh, we need another auto arm. We sure do. We need another auto arm there. Yes, and one of the things we could do is we could put this right here. So if this does get ahead of it melting it down or it researching it, it can also put it on here as well. So good use of that. We're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to turn this on. So when we do have some power, it's automatically going to go. We're going to turn on the auto arm. So when it has its power, so we need another auto arm, and we need another small table. So let's get to it. So again, sometimes you just got to get into it to realize what you need. Let's go. Now, I had a bunch of other tables that I did melt down, but again, I can always make more as well. Oh, I forgot to put my QRTG back up here to power this baby. All right, off we go. And one is enough to drive with it, but if you're using your drill, then you need more. If you use your drill and your paver, you need more on top of that. But one QRTG, drive your vehicle for an infinite distance. Another one over there that we can use eventually. Oh, and I'm going to grab that research. Hey, that's why you put it in the road. I totally forgot it was there until I crashed into it. Not really in my way, but it's in my way, if you know what I mean. All right, nice. So put this up here so we don't forget it. I see there's some resin over here, so we don't necessarily have to make a table back on our original planet. We can just go ahead, grab a bunch of resin here. Drop one. Drop one, and then do its thing there. And then we can put this resin over here for when we need it later. And then grab that resin. Resin's one of those things I'll go back for, everybody. Other stuff, not as much. Okay, you can see we're also getting a crazy ton of sulfur here, which will take a little bit of sulfur with us as well. Probably enough sulfur. That's a lot of sulfur right there. So we'll go ahead and switch that back to methane. And again, this is all powered by trees. The whole thing is powered by these tappers. The second they added these tappers, everybody, they basically added perpetual power for you. Because you can just extract that organic, run it into medium generators, and you are styling. Very cool addition, I think. Okay, we'll leave that big table here. We got this other table. While we're waiting for that table, though, how many more launches we have? 13. We got plenty. Okay. We'll let that do its thing while we're busy going and getting the auto arm. Back at Sylvia. Getting this going. I'm going to go a little bit faster, everybody. So when I'm going really fast, sometimes it's kind of hard to see what I'm doing. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. But we're going to start cooking now. And I'm going to start playing at a faster rate, which I normally play if I'm not playing on stream. I typically slow down so you guys can see what I'm doing. Because I've watched way too many streams where I'm like, oh, that was really cool. What was that? But you can always ask me. I don't mind at all, but I don't find it offensive. I'm not going to go tell you to look it up on the internet, which I've actually had somebody say that to me. I'm like, wow, that's really freaking rude, bro. That was really rude. I just thought that was cool. Wanted to know more about it. I don't think that's too much of a crime. That person was very, very rude. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm out of this stream later, bro. I don't even remember their name now. But they were super rude. I do remember that part. All right, and let's go ahead and get ourselves another auto arm here. All right, and auto arm. In here somewhere. I thought it was on the left. Right there. Aluminum and graphite. Graphite. Aluminum. And over here. The reason why I need the other auto arm is so it can grab the organic and feed it into the conversion there, into the carbon, so it can keep that power going. See how cool that is? Just a jetpack, and then you hit F and you zip into your vehicle. Goes much faster and much nicer once you get that jetpack going. But we're going to run out of fuel, so we gotta get this set up so it's researching, and that's kind of perpetually running, automatically doing that unlimited research, while we're also working on our hydrazine. And then we're going to need that research so we can do our hydrazine even more so. And that's going to fuel everything we're doing. It's going to exponentially make everything rocking and rolling. Okay, and then we got our table that we need. Auto arm in the backpack. Backwards driving off the side. Whoa! Yeah, let's go, baby. Oh, I tried to turn around mid thing, and it worked out. That was perfect. I was trying to back into that thing so that I could stop and then turn around. Worked good. Now we're going this way. By the way, if you didn't know, you can put those little fuel thrusters and hydrazine thrusters on the back of your vehicle and use it like a rocket ship. You absolutely have. I haven't used it in a really long time. I did it forever ago. But you can actually use it like a jet engine. It's pretty awesome, like something out of the Batmobile. For sure, it's pretty cool. Right there. I just thought of it. I haven't thought of it in a while. Okay, let's get our perpetual power going here. We're going to go here. We're going to go here. Then we're going to put this up in here to power all of this research. Then we're going to go ahead and get our auto arm. So this is feeding this organic into our power systems here. This is on, turn off. There we go. Then we're going to go ahead and get our trees growing. I guess we could have done that before. That would have been very smart. What did I do with them? Where did they go? Uh-oh, did I put them on the ground? Oh, I might have put them on the ground and now they vanished. That's exactly what I did. Okay, can't put them on the ground or they'll vanish. I should have left them in my silo. All right, well, we know what we need to do now. That was my bad. I totally forgot about that. We got this. Getting something done takes a lot of resilience sometimes. You got to keep at it. But we have a little bit of a trick that we can use Hopefully it works out. We'll go see. We got a backup plan. Okay, right over here, we're going to go ahead and press F to harvest. Now we're going to get 2 more of these. Press F to harvest. 2 more of these. Press F to harvest. And we're going to move our tappers out of the way here. And we're just going to redo this. There we go. Now it's got plenty of power to keep it going for a minute. Now we gotta wait for our trees to grow over here, and now we ended up with 2 extra seeds that we can use. See? Always have a good backup plan, everybody. Really, really useful. Now you can see I can't put these on here yet until they fully grow. Well, it'll still grab it off my tapper, but it won't do it until it's fully grown. So you got to kind of give it a minute to grow. While we're letting that grow, we can go ahead and get some more going. Let those grow. And I can run power down here. Later on, you can actually use rails to run your power as well, which I will do. But I'm just kind of showing you can make this completely autonomous from everything else. You don't have to run your power. So I'm purposely picking the one that's kind of further down here. There's a couple more up there I could have used. But I'm purposely picking the one down here to just show you this can just continuously run and automate your research for a while. All right, now we actually have our things, which we should have just planted before. I should have thought of that, but that's how it goes sometimes. Okay, let's see if they actually go. Plant. Ooh, do they not grow there? Oh. Let's do this. And then a little up. And then a little over. Does it grow when I put stuff down? Ah, it doesn't grow in there. I didn't know that. I don't think I've ever tried to grow that in this. It does not grow in this, so you have to shape in your own stuff to have that grow. Love learning new stuff, everybody. Look at us learning new stuff. I gotta get me a new shaper for my personal shaper too. Now we know. We're just gonna wait this one out so we can get this started up. And then this is just gonna take care of itself after that. We have this locked. Oh, it's kind of in the ground, so let's lock it. There we go. This one over here is locked. Okay. And then let's see, we get our tappers in there. Remember, your tappers don't take any power. It's still growing. They don't take any power, so you can just put them in there and they will run forever. But you do have to wait for your trees. Oh, I think that one's done. Aha. And I just aim it so that this can aim at the front of that. It doesn't really matter as long as it's kind of in front of this and it's in this kind of green circle where it can grab it. And by the way, I could put like 10 tappers on one tree, but I like to put them on separate trees. That's just my thing. What we'll do is we'll wait till we get our first organic out of here, and then we'll limit this. I always limit the auto arms because otherwise, oh, break time. Otherwise, what happens all of a sudden, it starts picking up a bunch of stuff that you put on the ground, or take stuff out of your backpack, or put stuff in your backpack, all that kind of stuff. That just irritates the hell out of me. So, and we'll be able to test this. That's why I put 2 down, so I can use 1 to limit it, and then 1 to test it, that it's going to go in there and start the whole process going. And we want the whole process rocking and rolling here. And again, these medium generators are a huge step up from the previous one. They're 9 power, and the other smaller one, power or whatnot, are like 1 or 2 power or 3 power. So it's actually a massive jump. It's like 3 times as much power as the best one from the earlier one. And we'll let this rock and roll here. And we'll get all this running, and then we can let it run while we take a little break. All right, then we'll turn this one on, and then the second it can grab that, it should grab it. Is this one done yet? It is done. Oh, it needs to get fired up first. Hold on, like this. I need a little bit of power to get it started. Oh, it put it over there. No, no, no. We don't want that. Because it did do this, but it didn't. I want it to go here. So it shouldn't put it over there. We got a problem there. So we got to move this a little further away so it doesn't accidentally hit that. Because all this is doing here is providing power. That's all that it should be doing. All right, you want to stay and wait to make sure that it does work. I don't want it putting it up here. And in a minute, I can take my QRTG off of there once this carbon kicks in. Actually, I can put both my QRTGs. Where's my other one over here? Speed it up a little bit. There we go. Just got to get it jump started first. And there we go. And now you don't need the QRTGs. Remember, this only takes 2 power. This takes 5 power, so that's 6 power. This is producing 9 power, and you actually need 1 more power for the auto arm, so it's 7 power. It's producing 9, so you have 2 extra power. Do it. Even if you had a battery here too, you put a battery there as a backup. Now this is going to go ahead and run. Now look how much that's running, everybody. That's 1,300 that it's running. Instead of doing 30, we're now doing 1,300 every time it grabs and puts that in there. And those will just regrow, just like plants. They'll just regrow over and over again. So we've already done 1,300 right now. And it takes about 45 minutes for that to run. But basically, your research will just run forever. You never have to touch this again. It now is perpetuating itself. So it should be able to grab this. I kind of feel like I might want to move this tapper over a little bit. Doesn't seem to be grabbing that. I think this might need to go a little bit more back this way. There we go. A little bit back more that way. Don't put that up there. I don't know why it's doing it that far away. Because that's not really that there. Alright, I'm about to pull this out of here. Think of how I want to do this here. I might have to just move the things back. That's what I'll do. There we go. Now it's doing it right. I can move the things back, or I could move them to the other side to make sure it's grabbing it, because it's not grabbing this left one, and I don't like that. So I might just take this this tree out here. I'm gonna watch it again. It's doing the left one, or the right one, I mean, depending on how you look at it. It's doing the right one, but not the left one. Again, that's why you want to watch it. You want to test it, see if you do it. But I can take the tree out, move the tree back, and then it would be in better offset, which is most likely what I will do. But it's definitely worth the time to sit and make sure everything's running. You're getting full benefit. And then you never have to think about it again, which is awesome. You never have to touch this again once you have it going. Yeah, see, it's not grabbing it. See, right here? Or is that still going? No, it's still going. Nope. Didn't grab it. Okay. So we're going to take this one. Boom. Move it back. Back. We'll just plant 2 of them back here. And we did learn you can't do it in this, you can't plant it in this, but if you go and you shape over and put some soil down that you got elsewhere, then it will let you put the stuff in there. And actually one of these looks like more than enough. It'll have enough to generate this power forever, basically. But I do want to have it so it does backlog, because this might spawn 1 or 2 at a time, and then it can backlog here, run for 45 minutes. If we come back to this and like we were playing for like the next 5 hours, we come back, I bet you they would start to backlog those on there. You know what else we could do? We come down here, we could put a second research chamber down here. If this is if it's outpacing grabbing, then we'll add 2. and then it'll be doing double the amount. Utilizing the same power, by the way. All right, is it grown up now? I can put this over here. Okay. Again, I like to have 2 of them going, just so you know you have a redundant amount of that stuff running. Okay, we'll toggle that on. All right, let's see if it grabs it this time. Doesn't look like it's grabbing this one either. Let's just go ahead and take that one out too. Let's just plant a whole forest back here. I was grabbing the wrong stuff. I want to angle it so it's in front of the thing. Turn the tapper on. All right, should be right there. I'm going to show you how to auto collect all of these seeds later too. It's pretty awesome. It'll automatically just plant the seeds, grow the trees, grab the seeds back, and just keep doing that and then picking it up and putting it away. I did that in my last playthrough as well. Very, very useful. You can actually automate all of that, which is cool. And this is what I was talking about earlier, everybody, is knowing, right? That knowing something is taken care of. Once you know it's taken care of, then you don't have to think about it anymore. You're good. Okay, got that one. Nice. And let's see if it gets this other one. And did we lock the table? Nope. Lock. Done. All right, that's done. GG's. Still running. Did we get another one yet? Nope. Oh, we got another one in here if we wanted to. We can pull it out of there, but let's see if we have any in here. Nope. How much longer does this got? 40 minutes. Okay, now that's as fast as that's going to run, everybody. Again, it's got its maximum power that it needs. And by the way, the generator itself, or the smelting furnace itself, goes off when this is not when it's not smelting down. So there'll be segments in which it's not even using that power. The auto arm, if you have it on, it's always burning 1 power. So keep that in mind. But the smelting furnace doesn't. The power goes back off. So it just gives that even more power, but it only needs 2 power. So it has plenty of power to run. And so again, it's now just going to power itself. Nothing else we need to do. It's just going to run and run and run. Now I did see some research up here, so let's dip up here and grab some. Put that up in there. And we're going to dip up this way. We had another one here at the end. That's another 10,000 research. And we're going to just let our research cook. We'll be able to unlock all sorts of cool stuff. Whoop, I forgot to use my QRTG. Bye-bye, little research. Make me lots of research. Again, now to run for the whole rest of the game, everybody. Nothing else we need to do. Right at the very beginning of the game, because we're in the early stages of the game. Even though I do have the large vehicle, this is really the early stages. And we have been crushing it in this playthrough. Let's get it going on. And in this game, it's really easy to let the game run. Because it's not like, you know, you're going to die or any of that kind of stuff if you're inside one of your little shelters. And so you really want to build your shelters on every planet. It's also a quest that you can do. So you can just go in that shelter, let the game run while you AFK or do whatever you need to do. And that's typically how I like to play the game, is just letting it run. And you come back, you got a bunch of research. I like to do that also with Satisfactory, where, you know, you get everything queued and you're off and running. All right, we got that. That's running, doing its thing. Nothing we need to do. It's going to constantly grab us a bunch of methane there, and also do our research endlessly. And again, we can just keep scaling that up. We could add another one, like you saw a bunch of those. We could add just all that same stuff again, let it perpetually run. But one of them is good enough for now. And we got to go work on our hydrazine here in a bit. But we'll go over here to our primary base. Dip around the planet here and try to find it. It's always on the opposite side of the planet, it feels. This one's really on the side of the planet, as opposed to some of the landing sites, which are really toward the middle. There we go. Those are still running. We got some more to give. I'll just put it right there, and I'll grab it when it can. Then we'll have an extra one. When those get done, we'll throw that in there. That'll be good. And again, what are we at now? 23,000 again. So again, we just went from burning up 20,000 and then, boom, earning it right back again pretty easily. All right, so then I'll go in my little house. It'll save. I'll be safe in there. I can let it run. When we come back, we'll have even more research as well. So here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to go ahead and bring us some words on stream. Now, whether you're watching on YouTube or whether you're watching on Twitch, you can be part of it, everybody. That's right. I worked very hard to make this happen for both my peeps on Twitch and on YouTube. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get this started up for all of you. Let's go. This is quite the undertaking every time. Gotta press a lot of buttons and flip a lot of switches. There we go. We'll mute that sound in the background. There we go. All right, the Twitch one's underway. So again, if you're in the Twitch chat, work together as a team. If I say you guys working together, going to shower you with a bunch of Kiz caps. Don't just make one person do it, everybody. You see somebody in there getting those words in there, you jump in too. Help them out. Let's do it. Right over here. And we'll get this going for YouTube. And again, if you're in my YouTube chat, you can just type right in the chat. It's going to tell you what the letters are at the top. Try it again. Start that up. There we go. And you just descramble the words. Put it in there. If you get enough words, boom, you move on to the next level. As simple as that. All right, going to go ahead and take a break, everybody, and then I shall be back in a bit. I'm going to go stealth point. I'm back, everybody. Oh, I see you guys working together. Let me lend a hand. Let's go. I'm going to be totally useless, but I'm going to try. Here we go. Whoa, you guys are doing some big words. Holy mackerel. Let's see. Grain, warn, warning. We can just put warn in there. Just warn. Yeah, there we go. All right, come on, Twitch. Let's go. Let's go. Let's rise up. YouTube, you can rise up too right here. You can throw some stuff in the chat. I'm going to try to help them. I think they're going to get this done. What? Winged. We already got winged. Yes. Rang. R-A-N-G. Rang, you got that. S is the bad one. Don't use that one. No S. Don't use any S's. Let's go. Let's go. Warning. We got that one? Warning. Yeah, you got that already. Oh, there's other three all long word. Grain. Ring. R-I-N-G. Already got that. Ring with the W. Do we get it? Hey! Kismet actually helped in that one. Amazing, everybody. Amazing. Great job working together, everybody. Great job. All right. Always love to see you guys working together in the chat. I'm going to shower you guys with a bunch of Kismets for working together. Again, it was super fun, everybody. I find that game really, really fun, especially when a whole bunch of people are pitching in and you just get just that one word just when you needed it. I think it works out awesome when everybody works together. I feel like that's when humans are at their best, everybody, when they are working together toward a common goal. Very, very fun. All right, let's go ahead and get out of here, and we will drop out of there and back to some Astroneer. Move me back to the middle. There we go. All right, back to some Astroneer, everybody. We've been crushing it. Now, while we were taking a break, we were letting it run, and you can see now we have 32,000 research. Very nice. All right, so I just got us a 10,000 more, and there's probably another 10,000 running there. Now we're getting to the good stuff. All right. So we want to go ahead and get to the ultimate power that we need. That's perpetual power, which is called an RTG, everybody. And the RTGs are kind of the ultimate in power because they're a fusion generator right here. And they need one of the toughest things to make in the game, which is nanocarbon alloy. But when you make one, you can then use that one to make another one, and so on and so forth. So there's a whole row of stuff that you need, or a whole bunch of resources you need to collect, and then those need to be converted and combined and converted and combined. You get the idea. And to make that nanocarbon alloy, which is kind of the ultimate in resources in this game, which we make here in the chemistry lab. And you can see it right here. We need titanium alloy, which we've already done. We've already done some steel, but we need some helium to help us be able to make that item. Now, we went and we got some methane, we got some argon, we have hydrogen and helium. But we can look up here in our Astropedia under planets, and we can say, where is this helium stuff that we need? But I can tell you right where it is. We'll go right to Atrox, and there it is. So we've already gotten a bunch of methane. We've already got a bunch of sulfur. And now what we need is we need helium. And that is why I made that other row to get that going. So what we're going to do is we're going to make ourselves another extractor. Right over here, another thing here. Now again, even if it runs slow, atmosphere condenser, we need plastic, glass, and iron. So we're going to go over here to our plastic that we have laying around somewhere. We'll get our glass first. There we go. We'll grab one of those, and then we'll turn it back off, put it back on. We've got carbon there. What did we do with that iron? I thought it was out here somewhere. Aluminum. Oh, we used it for our tables. Oh, I know what to do. I know what to do. We need some more scrap. Something we can throw in the scrapper. You got anything else? I think we used everything. I wonder if you could throw these in the scrapper. Have I ever tried to throw those in the scrapper? Oh, you can throw those in the scrapper. Now we know. I had no idea, everybody. I never tried it before. You're going to find a lot of those, everybody, those curious items. Don't worry about it. We do have a light over here we can do. We could do a small canister. Is that enough to get one? Nope, not enough. Not enough. So, we need some scrap. What we got? I'm pretty thorough. There's no scrap at all anywhere around this area. Except for this right back here. All right, well, we're going to use this back here. We're going to put this up here. We'll scrap this one. And then we'll scrap this table over here, too. I like how incredibly thorough I am. You can do that? Yes, you can fly. You can fly. You can fly. Yes, you can. And we can go ahead and do that, and then we can go ahead. Yeah, there we go. Go get us some iron. So what we're going to do is we took all the scrap, we turned it into scrap material, then we're using our trade to go get us some iron, and it'll bring some iron back, and we don't have to chase it down. Because we want to go ahead and work toward getting our other atmosphere condenser so we can get our helium. And helium is like the one last stepping stone that we need to basically unlock everything in the entire game. And so we need a little bit of plastic, a little bit of iron. Now, I know I made some plastic somewhere, but where that plastic is always a fun. Silicone, maybe I used it all up is the real question. Glass, oh, right here. And there it is, all right. And so you can play this whole game just on this one planet once you have the ability to do your trading, everybody. You can just go around, collect a bunch of scrap, and do it. And some people, what they do is they make a bunch of stuff and then just scrap it. And you can create this perpetual thing going where they can just keep scrapping and creating and scrapping and creating, where you could do that as well. But I kind of feel like that's a little janky, so I don't bother to do that. Little janky, I think, to make that happen. All right, we got some iron over here. All right, now we're getting somewhere. We got iron. We might want to put this over here now. Let's go ahead and run that back in. Take this, and we're going to put this over here and put this over here. So this can access all of these other resources that we have. Okay, and there we go. We got all the things we need. Actually, I'll probably just keep this in the back. There we go. Let that run. Okay, so now what we need to do is try to create some nanocarbon alloy. But before we get into that, what we really need is we need to get our next bit of stuff going, which is our hydrazine. And we want to automate this hydrazine. So we're going to need a lot of stuff. So the first thing we're going to need, obviously, is a table. So we're going to get a table going. We're going to need some auto arms right over here. So auto arms is going to be aluminum and graphite. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and move this over here now. Ooh, the whole thing. There we go. And then a bunch of these other resources that we might use. And then the other resource we need is aluminum, which is right here. There we go. And now we can just go ahead and use whatever resources we have on the table right over there to make what we need. All right, atmosphere condenser, which we're going to need for Aatrox. Put that right there. Got ourselves an auto arm. How many auto arms are we going to need? We're going to need an auto arm for extraction and probably another auto arm for conversion. So we'll do that as well. Now it's time for the big boy, everybody. Again, we're going to skip over a bunch of stuff in the middle. I'm going to show you, go right to the big boy stuff. And the first thing that I like to use my ginormous extractor on, if we can find it in here, wherever it's at, I think it might be in here. The auto extractor, right? So that's a pretty hardcore one to make because it's 7,500 bytes to start with. Not that we're hurting right now. We got 35,000. But we got to have an exo chip, some steel, tungsten, rubber. You get the idea. We're going to go ahead and do this. And we're going to try to get this going. Now, I did remember that we had one exo chip right here. So we do have that. So we're good there. Let's move these. No matter where I put these, everybody, they always seem to always be in the way. And we're going to go over here and we're going to say, okay, we're going to make one of these big boys right here. So we got the exo chip. We need tungsten carbonide and rubber. So rubber, pretty easy. So we'll go over here and start with that one. We're going to need organic and resin. We probably have some organic laying around right here. Throw that up there, and rubber is off and running. Now, the cool thing about having these medium silos here is that you can make a bunch of stuff, put it on the medium silos, and then keep going through the different layers of things you need to make. And that's what we're going to do. And again, I'll just keep checking back over here. We got rubber. Next thing we're going to need tungsten carbonide. So we got tungsten over here. We can throw some tungsten on there. And then we go tungsten carbonide. We need some carbon on there, which we have back here. We'll throw that down. Now, I could just put it on there and put a bunch of carbon on there. Like, I'll just go ahead and put a couple of them in there. I like to kind of micromanage it like that. It's a little easier than tungsten carbonide. And then the last thing is going to be steel. And steel, of course, we're going to need iron. And we just, of course, converted some iron because I do think that far ahead. I do every time. There we go. And then we need some steel. Now, steel uses iron, carbon, and argon, right? We have some iron, but this thing's trying to take that iron, so we'll put it over here, and now we're also going to make some steel. Now, over here, it needs steel, tungsten, carbonite, and rubber. So we got to actually transfer it from here to over here, or we could just make room like this. Pick this up and just move it over here and turn it this way. There we go. And it will automatically grab all that stuff, and it's ready to go. Very cool, right? So you can put your large printer where you have your chemistry station, and you can just feed it right into the large printer, which is cool. And we'll just go ahead and move this back over here. Put that over there. We'll pick this up in our backpack. We could take this gas canister with us. That might be a good idea. You know what? Let's do that. I'm going to make a packager. Bring that gas canister. Oop, not that. Nope. Wrong buttons. Into the backpack it goes. All right, now this is our first giant extractor in this particular playthrough, everybody. This is the real way to extract a tremendous amount of resources. I've extracted thousands and thousands and thousands of resources with these, but they are a high-end item. So you do need to go ahead and have a lot of research done, which is why I was showing you how to do your research so awesomely. And then we're going to need multiple of them to really get our hydrazine going. And I would suggest using it on hydrazine first. And that's because it's going to fuel a lot of your things, including your rocket ship, which you need to go back and forth at this point to drop stuff off. So we got to get a lot of hydrazine running. And we're going to need some more of our atmosphere condensers as well. So while we're at it, we'll go ahead and grab some more glass, see if we have some more iron. You get the idea. Where is our glass? Over here? Yes. All right. We'll just pull that out of there, run that out a little bit. Grab that, stick that over here. It'll automatically go in there. Any more iron over here? I think we only had 2 iron. So we need either more scrap or we need to go get more iron. And this is almost done here, so we're going to wait for that to finish. Oh, we're running out of hydrazine too. Put that down there. And we're going to take this with us. Probably take one of these if we have an empty one. I don't see an empty one. No empty one, yes. Now this one you're really scaling up your game here. When you have your extractors going and you're just extracting tons and tons of various resources and you can just perpetually extract it. Because if you shape out the resources, you're going to get a lot less resources than if you actually use your extractor. And you have to get to a point where you have enough resources, and then you have atmosphere condensers, and you have this piece, and that piece, and this piece to get to this part. And then once you get to this part, then of course it unlocks even more stuff. Again, that's why we did all the other stuff first, so we can get to this point, so we could get that. Okay, now we're good. Now we've got a large table, we've got an extractor, we've got an atmosphere condenser, and we've got some places to drop off before we run out of hydrazine. Let's go. First place we're going to drop off is at Atrox. All right, here we are. And you can see we've got our big vehicle here, and this is why we have this extra table here. We could probably turn this back off here. Get that off of resin or compound or whatever it's on. There we go. And we'll drop this resin over here somewhere out of the way. Make sure this is locked. Yep. Okay, we're going to take our other atmosphere condenser, and we're going to use this other table to run the rest of this. And I like to keep methane going, and then, of course, our ever useful helium right over here. Let that run. Should be running. Why is it? Oh, I don't see any power coming through. What's going on with our power? Did we lose power? Oh, I forgot to put the things back on there. Oh, that's my bad. I knew there was something I was forgetting, and that was it. No worries. We got this. We had to use these trees to get some of the stuff, and I forgot to put them back. That's no worries. We can jumpstart it, everybody. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our QRTG. We're going to jumpstart it. There we go. Grab our other QRTG back while I'm thinking about it. Now, another thing we're going to do is we're going to turn this off for a minute. And this off. Okay, why is this not feeding? Off, on. There we go. Sometimes it gets stuck. Okay, now it doesn't have enough power to really run all of this, everybody. So I turned it off so we have enough power to run our smelting furnace. So what's happening is the trees have grown and we're using a tapper to pull the organic off. We're converting the organic into copper. We're using these two medium generators to run it. But if you take the tappers off of there, it's got no organic, so it can't convert it, so we stop the perpetual power. But all we have to do is start it up, and then it will take care of itself. We don't have to worry about it anymore. So we'll just let this run. We'll also go check on our one that is running underground. That should require no further interaction with us. And we'll do basically infinite research. And there we go. Now we no longer need the QRTGs. And these are just going to go ahead. I got to turn these on. That would be helpful. And I should have came up here and made sure that that was running. That was my bad. But that's okay. We'll let that start up first before we turn this other stuff on. Otherwise, the auto arm's going to have difficulty trying to feed that stuff if it's draining all the power down there. Once we get both generators up and running, we'll go from there. Now, if you do have some organic laying around, or if you want to just kind of fast track it here, you can run over here. And just fast track it a little bit. Because this one might run out by the time these have fully grown, so we'll just make another one. In fact, we go over here and grab some more. Just be careful the back of your extractor is not in the ground when you're extracting that. Otherwise, what will happen is it will glitch into the ground and then you won't have any. Yeah, there we go. And then we want to watch this to make sure that it does grab these when these are done. Yep, there we go. Got the first one. We got the other one, and then make sure it gets that third one. We got the third one. All right, okay, it's got all of them. Perpetually running now. It's got plenty of power. Turn this back on. It doesn't have enough power to run at full speed, but it has enough to get it going. I should turn back on again. Oh, it can't go because it doesn't have any room. Okay. But this one we can get going. There we go. This uses a lot of power, but this is 20 power that's using up. Okay, now we'll go ahead and take our QRTG. We'll go check in on our perpetual research by driving backward. Look at this. There we go. Turn around in this little tunnel. Game seems a little loud to me. Turn that down just a little bit. Oh, look at this, everybody. Look at this one. So backlogged, it can't even feed it. Nice. And then this is waiting for another one of these to come through. And again, these will regrow, and then it will just keep grabbing it and feeding it in there. And again, the fact that we're at 30,000, we just spent a bunch, means we know it's working. And this is just going to keep this perpetually running forever. So nothing we need to do. It's all good. But it's definitely good to kind of check on it just to make sure everything's good. And the one on the surface will keep running as well. That's all good. turned it down. It still seems a little loud. Turn down a little bit over there. There we go. Okay, there it goes, getting our first bit of helium right there, and we're just going to grab that one. Let it do the rest. Okay, now we got another stop. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. We should take this vehicle. What do we need for a centrifuge? I don't think we have enough. Compound aluminum. Yeah. We could probably get some aluminum. Let me put this in here. Oh, I forgot the gas canister. That's going to collect a whole lot of that helium. And that's going to just go into this gas canister, and then we can just take the gas canister. Put that up there. So we need some aluminum to make ourselves a centrifuge. So we could do that, or we could just find some graphite. That's a good question. I think I know where some graphite is. Here we go. Excellent Kismet driving. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go down, we're going to go flat, and then we're going to hang a left like this, and we're going to hit V to shape this out. Then what we're going to do is have some fun killing this baddie right here. Take that, baddie. And then down we go. And we're just going to go straight down to the next level. Now, it's very easy to run out of soil. So we got to luck out a little bit here. It looks like we are lucking out. Very nice. And then I'm just going to go right through this one, which is the next level down, and just keep going. Because you can drill to the actual center of the planet, which I think is super cool. And each layer has like different types of resources and different looks to it. I think the looks are really awesome, everybody. Look at that. Neato. Oh, I see some aluminum over there. Oh, there's some aluminum. Oh, I kissed that aluminum goodbye. I think it's going to go off the side here. Oh, no, that one stayed. We might come back for it. But some of these are just going to go right off the side and fall down in there. Oh, there's some right there. Okay. We good. Graphite. Grab this aluminum, too, while we're at it. Oh, out of power. Which room we got? Oh, we don't got any more room. Okay, we good. I did also notice that we had some aluminum in the back of our vehicle. Now, I'm just going to drive backwards. I could turn around. Best time to turn around is when you're in a tunnel like this, so you don't fall off the side. Just kind of turn around in a tunnel. You bump in against the sides. It's usually wide enough, or it is normally wide enough. You go. Oh, it also helps if you put your power back in there. We're getting to the point, everybody, where I don't have to use these QRTGs on my vehicles anymore. We're getting there. We got to get it going, though. But the QRTGs are super useful, and you get them from quests in the very early game. So, again, just keep those with you wherever you go. I have another one somewhere. Again, I think it's on Venecia getting us tons of argon right now. But as you can see, I made a little side area here. So if I do need to just go straight, I can without going down. And then the rest of that's just going to go down to where we can get those other resources. And our graphite is going to let us do some packaging. So we can reutilize our vehicle here. Because we have our highest quality vehicle here. And there's no reason to have this other vehicle only for backup. But we could use it on another planet. Instead of building a whole nother vehicle and stuff like that. I do like to recycle my stuff. There we go. Trailer and that. And then our QRTGs. Oop, I got too much stuff on me here. Laterite. Now we need to go over here and we need to stop this from feeding. And then we got to take all this off and put this on. We got to take this out. Oh, it did do the laterite first. Awesome. It really sometimes chooses the wrong thing. The thing that I don't want it to convert. But in this case, it actually chose the aluminum. So awesome. Then we want some more compound, which I don't know if we saw when we were down there. Did we see any compound? I don't think so, but compound's a surface level item, so you can find it on the surface level. We probably went by some. There was probably a bunch of it down there. Just going to look around while we're waiting for that to run. We got clay. Our jetpack's getting really low. I can hear it. Oh, there it is right there. Watch out for baddies when you're running around. There's some research there. That was it. That little bit. All right, that's not good. All right, we need more. Funny thing is we get one compound, we can... Oh, over here. We get one compound, then we can make an endless amount of compound. There we go. There we go. Because our soil centrifuge, everybody, we can just grab resources from the soil itself. It's actually one of my favorite things to use in the game because it is so incredibly effective. All right, there we go. And then aluminum. And then here comes our centrifuge. And by the way, you'll see it actually puts it right onto the table too, which is cool. Why is it not going? Oh, because the power's off. My bad. Put that back on. There we go. And then this. So I always forget to turn that back on, and that's when it runs out of power. All right, that's going to go really slow until we get the other carbon going there. But it does have a nice backlog of stuff there. No room for that in there. I see some resin there. And whatnot. Now, I was going to use the soil centrifuge to get some graphite to get the vehicle. I already have the vehicle now, but we might as well do it here in case we need it in the future since we've already spent all that time setting it up. Also going to need this quartz right here. That's going to be useful. And we'll take a resin too. How much resin do we got? We'll take a resin. Or two. There we go. Okay, so now we got our large table. We got an extractor. We've got our quartz, and we want to make a beacon. And we'll take this quartz and we'll put it right there because it acts like an extra inventory slot if you set it to the thing you want and then you put it in there. We got some helium we can put right here. We'll grab another resin. We've got our vehicle. We got our QRTGs. That's going to... Oh, see, it's running much faster now. That's going to run that out. This is all going to work perpetually now. We've already got 5 gas canisters worth of helium in there. Probably want to run a full one out or a couple out here if we have some room. We could go ahead. Or it's 5 charges of helium. Bring that helium with us as well. All right. We got another place. We got 5 more launches. Here we go. Let's do it. Oh, the scrap glitch stuff. You can do that? Oh, yeah, you can do it. You can make like, you can make a whole bunch of tethers and then break the tethers down. And then it will give you scrap. And then you can go ahead and get other resources from that if you want. I typically don't. It's kind of like why I don't do a lot of things that I'm doing in 7 Days to Die right now, because they're just so OP. Like underground bases, like using the vendor from the trader, using the vending machine, or the selling machine, or whatever the heck that machine's called. I don't do that on purpose because it makes it too easy. Because again, they don't call me the Gaming Tycoon for nothing, everybody. I played a lot of games. I can recognize those kind of mechanics straight away. All right, let's just pick a random location that's nearby one of these big old beacons. See what we get. All right, here we are at Caldor. Don't see anything right off the bat. But that doesn't mean it's not around here somewhere. Now, I'm going to leave that stuff in there. And hopefully we have enough hydrazine left to take a little survey. Oh, right there. And over there. Okay. We got a potential. Now, what I like to do is go ahead and take the extractor here and do some surveying. So first thing we'll do is put the extractor here. Now, if we had the larger vehicle, this would be a little easier, obviously. But we can also use our smaller vehicle, and I'll show you how. And this way, there we go. And we'll charge that up. There we go. All right, so our larger vehicle can actually hold this thing right here, right? We can put it on the back and we can drive it around. But that actually can act as an auctionator, that vehicle, right? So we don't have to run back all the time. Now, I see that there's some resources and stuff over there. But what I want to do is put this right here and survey how much ammonium is here. And you're like, well, how do you do that, Kismet? Well, you put it right here and you look how big this green bar is. So it's about a quarter, almost a half. You just move it around to try to find the best spot, right? Where is the largest extraction spot? I'd probably guess right about there. Now, what you really want is you want that green bar to be all the way to the top. Now, as we stand here, our oxygen is going down, right? Because we don't have anything that's feeding us the oxygen. But if we just run back here, grab our vehicle, we can move it over here where we're working. So we can just kind of dip along as we go. Another thing we can do is we can use the vehicle to survey around, see if there's anything we can pick up that was left behind. Like right over here. Oh, and we've got a little solar thing. Okay, so we got a little solar panel that's going to help us. Anything inside here? Sometimes you can find some really good stuff. Oh, that actually is a working medium battery. Oh man. Hooah! That's a good one right there. Very nice. Anything else in here? I don't see anything else. Now we're going to dig a big hole. Make sure to look inside those, everybody. Look inside those to make sure to see if there's anything really nice in there. I think I actually found an RTG in one of those, if I remember correctly, which was stunning to me. All right. Now, again, I can go through and I can break all this down and do all of that. But you know what's going to happen if I don't put this in this hole right here? I'm going to say, did I loot that? Did I loot that? Did I loot that? I'm going to do that like 50 times before I suddenly realize that I did loot that, and I keep looking over there and it's taking my time. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in there, and I'm going to cover it up like that. And then when I'm going by here, I won't go, hey, what's that over there? Kind of thing. And yeah, look at that. We got that big old battery on the front. That's cool. All right. Now, again, we want to make sure we remember where our extractor is. It's right over there. We'll get that here in a bit. I did see some more stuff over this way. So it's kind of like you're scavenging from whatever was previously here from previous expeditions, which I find super fun. All right. We also have some organic and stuff here that we don't need. I'm just going to drop that down. Same thing with this. And I'd much rather have my little solar thing there. And there we go. And I repurpose stuff. And again, make a big hole in the ground, and then I just cover it all up. Using Control key, by the way. Anything else we can do? These ones, these look like resource ones. Those are not powered ones. If they're powered ones, they're super easy. I can just put my QRTG down, No, that's a certain type of resource. If you're wondering what these symbols mean, everybody, they do have a thing in here which tells you about the resources, and it has the symbols for all the resources. I should probably print this out and have it. Or I could actually set it to my Stream Deck. Oh, I just thought of that. I can make all the icons an icon on my Stream Deck, and I can just press a button, and then I can reference all of those. I also have a spreadsheet which tells me all that stuff as well. Okay, and we'll go ahead and dip back. That's one of my saddest moments, everybody, when I run out of hydrazine right there. So sad. Now I can't use my jetpack. I don't have any hydrazine. But again, we can dip around the planet and look for some stuff. Now, what I'm really looking for, more than all of these resources, is for some ammonium that is massively condensed, like multiple sources of ammonium right next to each other. I see some, I think, over here. Maybe that's just that flashing. Yeah, I don't really see any over here. I see some over that way. And you can see it's not that much, but you never really know. There could be a massive amount underneath here and we wouldn't know. Right? But we're just going to go ahead and see if we can find something else. Now, again, seeking the high ground, always a good idea when you're surveying. We're going to do that also a lot easier during the day, which is hopefully the sun's going to rise here in a bit. Remember, it's a desert, so it is actually pretty easy to find your way around. As long as you have your vehicle, you're fine. Now, I can actually drive really close to these, you can see. And they won't bother me when I'm on my vehicle, but if I get off my vehicle, they're going to try to kill me. 100% chance. They're going to try to get you. See some tungsten over there. And this vehicle is great for the desert here. This is Caldor. Oh, well, look at what we found here. Oh, look at the sun coming up at that very moment. Oh, very cool. Found ourselves a little place here. It'd be awesome if there was some right by where this is at. Oh. That would be amazing. This is like a giant parking platform over here, and you can usually find some stuff up here. We can see we've got a solar cell, which is not really doing much under there. But what we can do is we can take this solar and we can plug it in. Okay, that's a weird way for it to go. Right there, there we go. We can actually take this solar and plug it into this, and now this has power. It's not going to get power over here unless the sun comes over to the other side, which it does do at some point. Then we also found our little circuit. Get rid of some of this. And we'll keep that circuit with us. There we go. This is like another quest, finding all these circuits. But this is a really great base here. I've built my base here before. Oh, there is some ammonium here. Right over here. Might be good enough. Might be good. Now, we can also use our radar here to tell us where our thing is way off that way. Now, what we need is we need a beacon. Now, normally I use the beacon for where my base is, but I haven't established where my base is yet. So I'm going to use the beacon to tell me where the resource is right over here. So I'm going to set this to R, or red for resource. And then what we'll do is we can also leave our vehicle there, because then we can track our vehicle, where our vehicle's at, which is awesome. And so we'll go ahead and we'll just dip back toward our vehicle this way. Now me, I'm a wayfinder, so I'm usually kind of paying attention into which direction I'm traveling, landmarks that I might have hit along the way. Oh, we got this over here, which is for our tracks and stuff. Also see some more resources in the background there. We'll just leave that there. And let's go ahead and see what else we got over here. Oh, man, a lot of solar over here. And I like free stuff, man. I'm all about the free stuff. Stuff that I don't have to make. Holy mackerel, we got a ton of stuff over here. We got a battery over here. We got some solar. We got some bigger solar as well. Right here. We're going to utilize this for our base. So we're going to get all this out of here. And then the rest of this is just trash. There's some ammonium here too. Oof. I hate to disturb ammonium, but we're just going to do this. I never have to look at that again. All right, this ammonium here, we're going to go ahead and just cut into, and I bet you it's going to have a lot of ammonium. Ah, see? You never really know until you dig down in there, but we're just going to dig it out. Now, normally you don't want to dig it out if you're going to put your extractor here. I'm not going to put my extractor here. I'm going to put my extractor in that other one. But I am going to collect a bunch of ammonium. So I can take this ammonium and run this ammonium back to my base. And because I have this thing here, it might help me remember that this is where this is. I can also leave my vehicle here and see if I can just hoof it to where my thing is. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave that right there. And we're going to hoof it and hope we don't run out of oxygen by the time we get over here. And if we do have a backup plan. And that backup plan is called resin. And I do have resin on me right here on purpose, so I can go ahead and switch to my thing over here, my oxygen filters. But I don't use it unless I actually need it. You want to make sure that you have enough power, and you want to make sure you have enough time to actually make the oxygenator as well. Don't just wait till you're like a little sliver. You want to do it a little bit before then so it can make it and then kick in as well. So here is our shuttle over here. And we know that nearby our shuttle, well, out this way is where we put our extractor. So we'll go get our extractor over here. And again, we can bring a large vehicle, which I will do eventually. And we'll see if this has better than a half, right? So that was a half there. Now, sometimes what I'll also do is I'll just keep jumping with my ship to other locations to see if there's more ammonium by a landing spot. But we do have landing pads that we can put down that will help us as well. Now this extractor here will actually attach to this kind of larger thing, but we have this table and stuff in the way. So we've got some problems over here to be able to run this back. So we got to kind of manually run it back as well, like this. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do you know where you're going? Well, I have my vehicle in this direction. Plus, I just remember that that's the direction I was coming from, south. Because there is a north on that radar, by the way. And it will tell you which way north is. And then the opposite of north is south. And then when north is ahead of you, like this, west is this way and east is that way. Everybody, west is always on the left. It always spells the word we when you're looking on a compass. That'll help you. So make sure when you're looking north, we is on your left, and we starts on your left, which is west and east. All right, now this isn't too far, not too bad. Again, we'll just walk this over. Now we might have actually still a big node here, even though I extracted some of it. We'll give it a try. What we got? Oh, what we got? All right, yeah. So we extracted most of this. And again, sometimes I come over here and I extract some and it's still massive. Nope, we took out most of that. And so we'll just keep walking. Now you're like, uh-oh, you're out of oxygen. Well, that's why we have our stuff here. It's going to fill back up our oxygen tank. By the way, you can make multiple of these oxygen tanks too and use those as well if you want to. Doing good, Faye Henry. Sorry, it didn't come into my chat for some reason. Thanks for saying hey there a while ago. Thanks for coming in and saying hey. Sorry for the delay there. I have a combined chat, and sometimes it's a bit finicky when it comes to kick. All right. Let's keep going. Never eat sour watermelons? Oh, I never heard of that one. Nah, I just remember north and then we, because that's like super easy to remember. All right, we're walking this over here to our beacon, and we're hoping this is a good node here. Let's check it out. Boom, all right. Not there, not there. Nope, actually a weaker node than the one we had. Oh, I think that node that we took out would probably be a nice one. But nope. That is a weaker node than the one we had. Let's go back over here because we're going to need some oxygen here in a minute. And get our vehicle before we get too low. But always have that resin ready to go. And having enough power ready to go. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and consolidate some of these over here. And I don't think we can plug this in up here. No, it's a single plug. We need something else to plug that into. We've got our QRTG there. We'll just put it in the front. Now that thing is very easy to spot. So what you want to do is take all of these little resources that you found and consolidate them down. Now I could make a bunch of this stuff and also make even better stuff. But I do love free stuff. And so I'm never going to remember if I get all off onto something else that this stuff is over here. So the best time to take care of something is right away. So we're going to dip over here. We're going to put this on the back. We're going to put that in our backpack. Put this on the front and we out of here. Just for fun, I'm putting a whole bunch of this solar right here. We need it, we know where it's at. Okay, now we got that. And how's my backpack doing? What do we got in the backpack? We got a little battery. That we can put up here. What else? More solar. Man, we got all these pumped out with solar. Nice. What else? We got our little data circuit, which we'll put up in the front there. We've got some power cells. Go ahead and put that up there. Again, just putting all this random stuff over here where I don't manage it. You can see also that my shaper is already full. And then I just have my basic stuff there. All right, nice. Plus resin. And since we took the time to extract this, we might as well get some of this and utilize it. All right. Now we're going to dip. Huh. More ammonium down. Oh, that's where I shaped. I was like, how'd that get down there? Where I shaped out. Okay, so no easy spot right here where we landed. To basically utilize our extractor as much as we would like. But we're going to head back over here. Okay, and see if we got any room on this. Drop this resin. Just bring some ammonium back with us since we took the time to extract it. We might as well bring it back with us. We'll leave that there. Take this here. And maybe put that in my backpack. Okay, or actually, leave it. Grab this. And that little data circuit. Leave our QRTG. And what? We don't want to take our table out here, or do we? Good question. I think we'll take our table out. Now, I could go running around trying to find a better spot, but I think half is good enough to get us started. So we're going to take this over this way where we had this node, if I can remember where it was, over here somewhere. Over here somewhere. Gotta find it. Get the high ground. Be much easier if it was daytime. It vanished. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is me figuring it out. Where'd you go, little ammonium? They always think it's closer than it is. Watch out for those things. They're going to get you. There it is. Right there. So over here, hiding behind them hills. Alright, now that we took too much time running around, we want to make sure that we run back and get our vehicle before we run out of oxygen. And we can bring an auctionator and all of that. I typically don't use auctionators. I find that I don't use tethers. So tethers is what makes auctionators great. And I don't use them. I just run back, get my vehicle. I just use resin, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, now the sun comes out. Now the sun comes out when I already know where it's at. Nice. Alright. This would be much easier if we had a lot of hydrazine to make jetpack go flying. But that's why we're doing what we're doing. Alright, we're going to take this, put this right here. Like so. Very nice. Alright, now gets that out of the inventory. We can lock that right there. And we'll come back to that in a bit. Stuff right here. What we got? Oh, more solar. Man, a lot of solar around here. Very nice. Okay, now we got to go hunt down our extractor that's way over here. That might have been a good spot right there, but I'd already drilled it out thinking that other spot might be better. But the grass is always greener, everybody. That's how it goes. Oh, there's some over there, too. Maybe we'll check that on the way back. Now, if it's a truly exceptional spot, I will switch. But if it's not, then meh. Half will be enough. It's better than this spot, that's for sure. Alright, back this way. Actually, while we're here, we'll run over here. What's going on with this? Trying to find a good angle here. Hardest thing is finding the right angle. Is it easier for me to run up there? All right. Grab another one of these solars. Solar. I'll just carry this other solar. And I just put them there temporarily for fun, by the way. Also to charge that battery up there. But right now, we're going to go ahead and reutilize these. See if we can get going. Okay, so there was a spot over here. Fill up some oxygen here and try to figure out where that spot was. Right here. Let's go survey it. Again, eventually we'll come over here with a big vehicle. Oh, I see another one too. If it's better than half, then we'll go here. What we got? Oh no. Okay, yeah, better than half. So So actually turned out better than what we have. So good. Yeah, very good. All right. You can put up on the side here too. So trying to find the center of this. That's good enough for me. All right, nice. Now we'll go back to our vehicle over here. And we also are close to this, so we could just build a whole infrastructure using this as well to get that goes over to there, which we probably will do. We can also use this one as a backup one, which I probably won't do. What else are we going to do here? We're going to move this way. So we're going to move this by where we put our extractor down so we don't lose where our extractor is, because it's very easy to do so. Because if you look on your radar, you're not tracking your extractor, buddy. You put that down somewhere and you wander off, you may never find that sucker again, even though it is very large. It's very easy to lose it. Very easy to lose it big time. All right. Now we'll drive the rest of this back over here. And we're just kind of scavenging whatever we can find in the nearby area. Just to have a bit of fun here. All right. And again, we don't want to disturb the ammonium at all. I want to keep it as it is. Again, it would be nice to see the bottom of this, by the way. It would be nice. And we're just going to take the stuff that we found. In this case, a bunch of these little small solar panels. And the solar panels work really good on here. It's actually better to put the solar panels on top there, but we'll get to that later. And that's actually going to start this up, which is cool. Why can we not start it? Normally should be... Oh, because there's no solar power. Duh. You got to wait for the sun to come up. But I got a little workaround. There we go. We turn it on. And then just take this off. And then when the sun comes up, it'll automatically turn on. All right, nice. Anything else in my backpack that I want to drop off? No. All right, good enough for now. And again, just kind of surveying around, trying to find an okay spot. If I find a really good spot, I'm really going to work on that. But you're really about half amount is enough to get started. Again, you're just trying to extract a bunch of ammonium. And the spot will eventually run out, but it's really thousands of resources in a lot of spots before it runs out of resources. So you can really extract a ton. Okay, so I'm going to run back to my vehicle here, and we got to go make some stuff. That's going to help us out. All right. There we go. And now we can just put some of this resin up in here and just take that with us. Okay, so what else we need? We might need another beacon here, or maybe we could land closer to that. Feel like we might want to just err on the side of caution and get another beacon. So I'm just going to drill straight down in the ground like this, and then I'm going to hold down Shift. That's a fast way of doing that. You're holding down Control and then sliding at the same time. Whoa, whoa, too far, too far. Too far. Just trying to go to the first level. Oh, and of course, there's a baddie there. Watch out for the little green thing. Okay, we came down here looking for quartz. See some copper over there. Compound. Don't have any resin on us either. That's not good. Easy to get lost down here. All right, let's not push our luck too much. Put that resin away. We don't have the resin, so we got to run back up before we run out of oxygen. My tunnel's a little crooked there too. By the way, you can also jump, go a little faster. Don't make it too steep like I did. That's how I died. I made it too steep. All right, I can also take some of this stuff off of me. Put it here on the ship. Need to lug all that around. Oh, no, I do have one on me. I do have it right there. Oh, I did have one. I didn't see it earlier. That was weird. All right, now we're going to take our tractor. Run into some plants. Oops, my bad. Let's go find some... Yeah, crooked tunnel here. Go find some quartz so we can make a beacon. Alright, and we'll move this down here. This will act as an oxygenator down here. I don't really need the resin. Again, you see I don't really use tethers. Aha, right there. Oh, and we got a little glowy ball. Awesome. These are from the original development of the game. This one is the leopard one. It's just a glowy ball, everybody. That's what it does, and it's awesome. I try to collect them every single time I play, because it reminds me of the old school Astroneer. Oh, look at all that copper down there. Tons of copper down there. All right, and again, we can just search where's our vehicle. It's that way, just in case you get lost. And then we're just going to walk this back. Of course, watch out you don't run out of oxygen while you're trying to, you know, take your little leopard ball back over here. And we put it on the back there. And I feel like we need to fix this a little bit here. There we go. Turn this crazy train around. And we'll take our little leopard ball with us. Okay. Put our leopard ball, put it up on our ship. Then we'll make ourselves a beacon. So we can find our way back to this location, so we can find our way back to the other location as well. And so we'll put a green there, so we know that this is where we want to land. We'll take our QRTG, we'll get back in the ship. We have 3 more launches. And we're out of here. Oh, whoa, look at it. It's like a planet alignment there. Whoa, look at that. Oh, that's cool. I've never seen that before in the game. Where they all aligned like that. Oh, that was a cool moment. Neato. Somebody clip that. Neato. Never seen that planet alignment like that. I like it. Very cool. I like cool stuff. We have 1 more launch. Riding it right to the edge. Get all that out of there. We got some more ammonium. Gonna go ahead and throw that over there because we know what we're gonna use that for. Right here. And we'll get in here and get it doing some hydrazine. There we go. Loop that baby. And we got some hydrazine for our jetpack. Nice. We want to go ahead and take this helium. We're going to need that later. Put that right in here. We got more hydrazine. Maybe we didn't get our hydrazine production going yet, but we did get more ammonium to make more hydrazine. See? So very nice. And now we're going to have more launches. Right over there. And again, I just put 1 in there for 1 of my jetpacks, but we'll put more in there later. We'll put this back up in here. We got, okay. We got our cool little data things, which we'll put over there. And our cool little glowy ball, which we'll just put right there, and we'll put all those on display later. We will leave the resin with us. And then we got some stuff to make here. All right, what do we got to do? We got to unlock some stuff. 35,000. Holy mackerel. All right, we are styling and profiling. I think that stuff's probably still running over there. Still running. Good, good, because we already spent like 30,000 already today. So quite a bit. So now what we need, and this is actually a quest, by the way, is a landing pad right here. So aluminum and 2 ceramic. There we go. And I believe it's in the large one now. The landing pad. Yes, it is. All right, aluminum and ceramic. So we have some aluminum. I can see it right here. And ceramic, I did see that over here somewhere. No, carbon. Looks like this, but that's not it. Ceramic, come on, I know I've seen it somewhere. Where did I see it? Or did we use it all up? That could be in it too. Oh, does that have ammonium in it? There's 2 ammonium in there. Hey! Ain't doing me no good in there. Get over there and make me some more, hydrazine. All right, don't see any. And the funny thing is, we ran past a bunch of clay. I actually know where some clay is. So instead of collecting soil, we'll just go collect some clay over here. This is actually a lot of clay, everybody. Very rarely do you see this close to your base. That's a lot of clay. Very fun to use your jetpack. Take that, convert that over to ceramic. Get this other one, and now we got our double jetpack going. Yeah, now we fast. Now we're getting it going on. All right, so we're making our thing here. So we need ceramic, 2 ceramic. Oh boy, we got to go back and get some more, or do we have one in the backpack? One in the backpack. Over here. All right, we also got some of this. We can drop over there. Turn this back to oxygen filters. We'll take this. Take that. And now we're going to make a landing pad. All right, again, we went and scouted out where we want to have our place at, our ammonium, and then we want to just basically get that rocking and rolling. We also need to work toward getting another of our atmosphere condensers going. Do we have any more iron? I don't think we do. We might just make an iron run after this, since we have plenty of hydrazine now to make a run. We happen to have an empty container, too. How convenient. I'll just put that in there to remind us. Wait for this to happen. That power is just diligently running over there. Diligently doing my research. Just chugging along. Okay, landing pad. Bam. Okay. Now, what do we want to do? We want to get this going. And we want to get that other stuff. Yes, okay. Should we go get iron first? I say we get some iron first. Yeah, let's do that. And now we're going to go to one of the greatest planets in the entire game. One of my personal faves. Way out here, the icy, windy planet. Way out there. There we go. Glacio. Way over here. And there we go. And you can see we've already been here because we got some beacons letting us know where that loot is. Now this is the real fun part. You shift click this. Now you got this in your hand and you just jetpack where you need to go. I'm gonna land on my little pedestal here. There we go. And I'm just gonna put that off to the side for now. And we shall go down here a little bit, make another one of these little pedestals here with a little catch back here to catch our resources. And angle that backside a little bit. All right, let's see how much we got left over here. Not that much. But we got a little something, something. Got a little something, something there. Some ammonium right there. Now, one of the smartest things you can do, by the way, is just make a bunch of vehicles. Well, especially the small vehicles for all the planets to start, and then you can go ahead and collect all the resources. Now, I don't need that much iron, so I'm just going to grab whatever it was nice enough to give me there. And then we'll come back, of course, and do some massive iron and titanium and all sorts of stuff extraction over there later. But we just thought we'd pop over and grab whatever was left of what we were mining before. Then we are going to Caldor over here. And this is, I suggested, one of your first major projects to get going on another planet before you think, look, that's actually a landing pad over there. Very cool. That's cool. There's one here. I wonder if that's closer. That other one's actually closer. Yeah, that other pad over there is closer. All right. Now, here's what we can do. We're going to take our little vehicle and we're going to drive it. It's always funny when I do this kind of stuff because I feel like I'm going to go around the corner and then there'll be this massive amount of resources that I didn't see right next to where I landed. Because it does happen. Happens to me all the time. I'll suddenly realize there's massive sums of resources right there. And it was behind some wall or was under some ditch. Whoa, speaking of a ditch. Whoa, oh, that's not good. Nailed it. Whoa, okay. Crazy stuff going down. I believe in you, little guy. Come on, you got this. Right up the side of this wall. Come on. Come on. You got this. You got this. Okay, I'll lend you a little hand. No, okay, a little bit more. Tumbled right off the side. It's dangerous out in the desert. Oh, see, it did work. How do you know it worked? Because look, it's got resources on there. So when the sun came up, it powered it and it turned on. Very cool. I love when that kind of stuff happens. All right. And then also we can just throw our QRTG in there. But it actually doesn't have anywhere to go right now. All of these resources. So we're going to need to set that up. I'm also going to need to go back and get my big table as well. We should have grabbed that graphite while we were out and about. That would have been useful. All right. Back we go. But this time, using our jetpack. And now you know why hydrazine is so awesome. It's this moment right here, everybody. When you're just jetpacking one to another and back and forth. There's other vehicles you can get too that are based on hydrazine that are awesome as well. All right, there we go. Got her done. So now I need my table back. Way out over here. All right. Now, did we make a hole here somewhere? We did, right here. All right. Probably want to oxygen up a little bit. Make sure we have oxygen filters. Maybe take an extra. See if we can go find a little graphite underground. Let's go. First thing I like to do is just jump, so I start to slide. And then, like, slide my way down. Pretty awesome. Now, I'm not going to probably find any graphite on this level. But we can try to push our way down even further. But be careful, because you can suddenly just drop off and be toast. Also, get hit by mobs and die. Let's go down a little steeper here. You can see it's got a lot of copper here. Holy moly, look at all this copper. Good amount of copper. A little dangerous to slide in these ones because it's such a far distance. Like right here, you can get away with it, but it's such a far distance you can very easily be in trouble. Now you can see our oxygen is going down. We're going to go and fire up our oxygen filter and look around for a little resin to replace it. Don't see any resin. Don't see any graphite. Oh, there's some resin over that way. Let's just go ahead and grab a bit. Well, a bunch of glowy things down here to do later. Oh man, so much stuff to do later. All right. Now again, we can use our vehicle. Oops, this is starting to go less shallow. Working my way down the various levels of the planet. Look for that resin. I see that resin on the left. Get these here right here too, scan those. Don't need to, but I could. I'm just gonna get them actually out of my way. There's a little red thing over there. Deal with that later. And right to there. Okay, then run another oxygen filter. Nope, we're still good. Still good on that one. I'll probably put this down there. And see what we got down here. Man, not finding many of those today. Not finding many. There's another great trick, everybody. So I'm going to go ahead and grab a few extra. Take out this baddie while I'm at it. Just in case you get in some serious trouble, what I do is I put some of this next to where the road is, right? So kind of in where I'm building this road. So I'll kind of build a little area there, just like a little cache for resin or for whatever resource that you really need. And then this way, if you all of a sudden you're too far down or you're too far up and you're like, oh God, I'm going to run out of oxygen, you can run back up to that little cache that you made. And you don't have to try to search for, you know, when you're struggling, you don't have to try to search for your resin. So we're going to leave that right there as a little cache, and also as a reminder that there's resin right there. And this actually seems a little not steep enough. I'm going to go back up here and just steepen this a little like this. Get there a little faster. There we go. Come on, that was pretty cool, everybody. You got to give it to me on that one. That was pretty cool. That was a pretty cool slide. All right, look out. What do we got? I love when I get to a level and there's like 0 resources. Awesome. Some resin over there. A whole lot of nothing, man. That's pretty sad. Take another one of these. Copper. Quartz. Guess we're going down another level. Let's go. I feel like this is doing the same thing. Sometimes what it does is it starts to even up like that. What you want to do is just keep pushing it down a little bit like this. And then you get a more steep angle like that, and it just, you go down faster. Still not steep enough. Because I'm trying to slide on it. I want to slide, so it just makes it easier for me to shape it. Like that. There we go. Now watch out, because you can go into a big open area and run out of dirt. And off the side you go. Like this. Oh, we flattened out. See, that's way down there. Yeah, we flattened out. Somewhere back here is the level. We couldn't see where the level switched, so we got to go back up this way. Yeah, right here. What do we got? Don't see anything that way. Sounds like something's trying to get me right out this way. Yep. Baddie trying to get me. But I'm going to get him instead. Okay. Stuff down there. Any resin? No resin. All right. Instead of risking dying, what I'm going to do is run back up to this resin cache that we have. Because that's the smart thing to do. You can also look for resin as we go. Because we're starting to get low on the oxygen. Okay, there's our little resin cache. We already have an oxygen filter on us, or have resin for an oxygen filter on us. Take all that out, grab a little bit more resin, and slide. Yes, I am controlling it. Whoa, okay. So yeah, here's our spot here. I'm just going to make a little side area here that goes down this way. Gonna be a little awkward. And make sure that our slide is still good. There we go. And then we'll just shape this up a little bit. Work on this edge a little. What we got going over here? A lot of cool stuff going over here, but not the stuff I'm looking for. That's too bad. Going this way. On this one, again, same thing. It just changed elevation again, so we need to make it even steeper. Ugh. Come on. Yeah, this is one of the ones right here. Yep, see I ran out of dirt there? Fast way to die. Make sure you fully fill up your dirt when you're going by one of these. You might have to run back. Don't forget about your oxygen though. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Made a little bump there. You don't want a little bump, it'll bump you off the side, so you want to fix that. Get out of my way. Can't see because I got all this in my way. Get out my way here. Want to make sure you keep this consistent, otherwise you just fling off when next time you come down here. There we go. Long way to go. We can make it steeper, but if you have a sudden steep elevation change right here, again, you can fly off, and that'll be it. Just want to get close enough to where we can get some of this here, too. Shape this stuff over here. Check that oxygen. We have the QRTG, so we have unlimited power. All you really need is unlimited oxygen, unlimited power. And that'll get you really, really far, like we're doing right now. All right. Look at this place. Awesome. Don't see what we're looking for, though. Looking for a little graphite. We got to come down here eventually anyway. Man, we can get to come down here and get all this copper. Don't see any resin either. Nope. How many we got left? 2. All right, one more level. See what we can do. Straight down. Make sure you can still stop, though. Oh yeah, now we're getting way down here. This is called Astroneer. For me to see what I'm doing. There we go. Trying to get my guy to slide. That little noise that went doom doom, that's me running out of power. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. More oxygen. Yeah, I feel like this one we want to tilt down here. Because we're going to be a little weightless here. We got to cook because we're going to run out of oxygen. Alright, now this is about as far down as you want to go at this point. And I see no graphite. Running low on our hydrazine as well. Just hoping to luck out. Doesn't look like it. You can see I'm floating now. It gets lower and lower gravity the more you get to the center of the planet. And there is graphite down here. You just got to find it. You don't want to wander too far from your ramp, though. Easy to forget where your ramp was and get stuck down here. And this last oxygen filter we have is about as much as it's going to take us to get all the way back to the top, where the rest of that resin was. Unless we see some resin. Nope. Very unlucky. Research item. And double peeps trying to kill me. Nope. That's a bummer. Alright, well, do what we gotta do. First, oxygen filter. Alright, let's cook. We got a long way to run. Maybe we'll see some graphite on the way out. Nope. But showing you all my tricks, everybody, to survive the deep of the planet right here. Very cool. We had lots of hydrazine. We could just fly around and look for it. But we're down here. I was going to try to get some graphite so I could basically, again, on the steep stuff, jump, everybody. Could actually be the difference between life and death. When you're doing this kind of stuff, you definitely want to just watch your oxygen all the time. That's the #1 thing. Watch that oxygen and don't underestimate how far back you had your resin, because it's really a hike from where we were. So we got to start now when we have a full amount. Again, right here is very steep. You're going to jump. Get a little extra few seconds. May save your life. Oh, and we have a bad transition there. Fix that. Nice. Oh, still not there. So yeah, I thought it was right there. Still not there. We'll keep cooking. Right here. Ah, there we go. Hey, it was a lot longer than it looked, right? When you're going down, it seems faster, and then when you're coming up, it seems slower. So definitely want to make sure you're good. All right, didn't find any graphite. I tried. I go all the way back down and I can look around some more, but I was just seeing if there was, you get lucky, you go all the way down and usually run into some as you're sliding down. But that's okay. We showed you the inside of Caldor, which has massive amount of copper, which you can see run along. And then also most of the planets in the center have ammonium, which is a very high-end resource. Very steep here. And we could have brought our vehicle down, but it's kind of hard to do your vehicle and also shape at the same time, because you have to shape and then get your vehicle and shape and get your vehicle. Sometimes easier just to use resin. To run all the way down in there. Okay. Well, all right. I was going to use, again, a graphite for that. What can we do? We could go back to base. We could get some graphite and bring it back. Or we could have just jetpacked it over. Had we had used the instead of sliding all the way down there and using my jetpack underground, I could have just picked it up and jetpacked it over there. It just dawned on me. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll take the landing pad and we'll jetpack it over there. Let's go. All right, now we got to hoof it. I'll show you a little trick when we get past here. Take this thing, throw it down there and run. Because this walks really slow when you're holding stuff, so you throw it and run, throw it, run. Now we could have made it without it, but good to do that. All right, then we're going to do a landing pad right out. And then what this is going to allow us to do is have our own landing pad where we just land our stuff right here, which is awesome. Also grab some of this ammonium here, so this will keep going. No! Why does it always do that? I wish you could lock those. I wish you could lock these things just like you could lock tables. That would be awesome. So now we have a landing pad here, and one of the things you can do with the landing pad is you can put a beacon on there, but it will actually already show that there's a landing pad there. But I typically will put a green beacon there so I can find my way back there. I've got a red beacon here right now, and that's probably good enough for now. And we're just going to go ahead and try to hoof it back to the spaceship, I think. Again, it'd be nice to have that graphite right now. And sometimes you can find random graphite that's sticking up out of the ground, mostly on Glacio, which again, I ran past some graphite. It was on Glacio. I could have just grabbed it right then, but I didn't. I didn't think of it till afterwards. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Okay. So, what do we want to do? We want to go back, get some graphite, come back. While we're back, we can also get another table. Right down. We're getting lots of stuff done now, everybody. We're cooking. All right. Let's take this ammonium and make some more hydrazine. Oop, not grabbing it out of my backpack. Doesn't do it on this one. There we go. Get that done. And another one of these. Oop. What are you doing? Click my other screen over there. All right, another one of these. Run that out. Let that convert. Got that. We got our stuff. We need some graphite. Not enough there. We should get our graphite extraction going next. Some laterite and Astroneer we'll put down. What can we do here? I guess we could just take mine here. Do this. Works for me. And then make some graphite. I only need one. Later on, you'll see that we'll have thousands and thousands of all of these resources, but we need to get our graphite going, our hydrazine going first before we go and do graphite and all this other stuff. But that's the number one thing right now. Move this titanium over here. Move some of this iron. While we're waiting for that to process. We'll definitely use all that later. And there's our graphite. And we will go ahead. Packager. 11 more launches. I made some hydrazine there, but I'll come back for it later. Just have as a backup in case I run low on fuel. And then we are Caldor. Now, Caldor is one of the great places for hydrazine. You'll see why here in a moment when I get all this finally up and running here. Now, we have multiple places we can land because we did put down our landing pad. You'll see the landing pad looks more like a cylinder, where these ones look more like a dome. We go across here. You can see that our green one is here, and then the dome one is this one right here, the landing pad. So we're going to go over here first. Because I hate to waste a beautifully large table. And we're going to package that right back up. Grab our beacon, put this in here, take off again. Back to Caldor, click there. Didn't mean to launch into space, I meant to just launch into orbit, but such is the way it goes. Now, we can just land right here. How convenient. All right, and then we're going to have our two big boy tables here. Okay, I kind of feel like I'll just make it go up the side of this hill here. All right, now we want to turn this so this is aiming toward this. Make sure we get our best spot. And say about there. Then you want to make sure that this overlaps the end of that so it can grab it. Now, I don't like to have it go up at the top. And there's a reason, because I wanted to grab it and put it over here. So I'm going to go ahead and put that right in there. I'm going to put this right in here. And then I'm going to actually take these solars and I'm going to put them up here to block this spot. Well, if it lets me. Up there. Because that will actually supply solar power from up there on the top. Like that. And we'll take this one and we'll just put it on here for now. We'll use this to hold some of this when it starts to grab it. We'll go ahead and run the power into the main thing here. We'll use some more solar here. And I could run, again, this solar up on this hill. Or what I could do is run up on the hill here. And you can see that the ammonium's about right there. I can just cut the top of the hill off. Can't remember if I've gotten one of these or not. I'm going to grab one while I'm at it. I don't want to hit the ammonium. Need some oxygen. No problemo. Got my vehicle right here. Got some resin over here in case I need it in the future. Okay. Maybe take off a little bit more off the top. One time I spent 8 hours taking out an entire mountain just because it was blocking my solar, everybody. It was awesome though, because once I took it out, I was on the side of the planet that that the sun really never sets. And so it was really, really useful. All right, nice. Now, speaking of things that are really, really useful when it is nighttime, let's go dip over here for a sec. And utilizes battery, which was a really good find, by the way. Let's see. Leave the resin. Pick this up. Leave the resin. Grab this. Put this here. We got another one here. What to drop? What to drop? And we'll get plenty of ammonium. Rather have the power. All right. Again, free power. I'm all about it. I could put all the power here and just run an extension over there, or put the landing pad here and build a whole base and whatnot out of there. But all I really needed to do is extract this ammonium and then create hydrazine. So that's what we're going to do. Oh, it makes it easier to get here. Can we just go through this part that we cut off? Nice. Actually got stuck. It actually got stuck. Okay, we'll drive all this power over here. Now, instead of just having the smaller solar ones, we got this bigger solar one, which we got totally for free, and we have a battery. So now the battery is going to help it run at nighttime. You can see right here, it produces 5 power and stores 512. Does a great job. So now it's going to run. Oh, here, look, the top one's up there. You can see it already getting hit by the solar. That one over there is getting hit. This one's open. So now we're getting tons of solar. Now we're producing more power than we're actually using. And so this is now going to start extracting a ton of ammonium and put it over there. Now, we don't have a really great way of storing it right now. So we're going to work on that. But we have finally got it functioning, and we basically used what we found when we got here, which is kind of cool, because I kind of like that, where you kind of scavenge what you already found. Let's go ahead and put this over here. We'll put our beacon down now. so we know which one is the right one. I think it's on this side. I'm going to pick up this other beacon here. Take that one out of here. And let that start to do its thing. Now, eventually I'll actually move one of these auto arms to this side because it'll pick it up and put it over here. But I usually put all the power here so it's not in the way of my actual production. We'll move this over here too because you don't want these to be in shadow. You want them obviously to be getting hit by the sun the whole time. Now, there could be a bunch more stuff that we could go scavenge and use, but we're just getting started there. We want to let that run a little bit. What else we got? Oh, we got another solar that we can put. And this is the best planet for solar. It does use a good amount of solar over here as well. All right, we got a couple of those. We'll take those. We'll let that run. That's good to go. Now we can get more hydrazine. What else we want to do here? We're going to need a atmosphere condenser and a chemical or chemical station. Yes. Let's go take care of that. See how many more launches we got. I didn't even look. I guess we'll find out when we get to Sylvia here. Didn't say. Well, we made it here. That's good. 6 more launches. Okay, good. You definitely want to check that from time to time because it's very easy to run out even though you had like 24 and you're zipping around and you look over and boom, you have none and you're just stuck. It does happen, even with the hydrazine thruster. All right, and that is why I left that other one over here instead of using it for my jetpack. Throw that ammonium in there. All right, now we could use this, which is empty. I try to use whatever I've got and recycle. Instead of spending a lot of time, making more, I just use what I've got. Recycle, recycle, recycle. It works out great. We got some wind power. We're going to take that with us. And how's our stuff looking? Ooh, mama. All right, cool. We can skip the middle stuff. Now we get serious here. Speaking of batteries. Where's that big boy battery? We're going to find it, and we're going to use it the second I figure out where the heck it went. I think it's in the other one, in this one. Nope. There it is. 16,000. Takes 2 lithium and 1 zinc. It is a massive, massive battery. Boom. There we go. All right, and we're going to print that bad boy over here. There it is. All right, 2 lithium. It just happens to be that we take this off of here, just make this easier, and move this. Come here. Move this over here. There we go. And then we need some zinc, which we have sitting back here. So just pulled it off of there. Put that there. Back, where'd that other one go? Let's turn that light off. Light's just burning up my power. All right. Big boy battery. Here we go. Get that going. You know another thing we need to make? We need to make some more medium printers is what we need to do. Make this go a little faster so I just wait for this one printer to print each time. Compound. Where are you? Over here. Get dual medium printers going. Look at that battery. Ooh, mama. That's awesome. Have it printing out the back here. We need this one to be doing atmosphere condenser, plastic glass. See if we got any more plastic laying over here. Doesn't look like we do. I know we have some glass right here. Let's throw that up there. We need to make some plastic. Carbon and compound. Throw some compound up there. Where's our carbon? Here? Yep. Plastic. And I think that's what we need. So atmosphere condenser. We got our battery, and then we need... We can make another battery there too. You know what? Let's make another battery. And this battery will be for this base. And this is a big boy battery here, man. This is not messing around. Let's go. We'll just pop that right on there. So anytime we have excess power, like we do right now, you can see it's the plus is going up. You just can't see it's filling up because it's filling up on this side over here. But that other battery that we did, that's like, 500 power. This is 8,192. So again, when you're not really using the power, it backlogs. And then also its output is 25. So it alone could run a atmosphere condenser, which is one of the most power draining things in the game. So that's pretty awesome. So we'll use that for our primary thing here. And again, the only thing that's running this base, everybody, is just these 3 medium generators with a little bit of random, wind turbine here. But other than that, this is just constantly providing us with research and constantly providing us with power, which is awesome. All right, this is going to go this way. I'm going to take that with us. Did we actually make the atmosphere condenser? We did not, because this one is one we were using before. Let's see. So we're making an atmosphere condenser, and then the other thing was a chemistry lab. There we go. Ceramic, glass, and tungsten. So throw some more glass up there. Every time I add some, I should add an extra 1 or 2, because then the next time I'm looking for it, it's already there. Tungsten, same thing. I put the tungsten there. What's the other thing? Ceramic. Oh, okay. I think we had one of those right there. Nice. Not where that goes. There we go. And now you can see we can run both of these. And then when we're running these, it actually can use the battery if it does exceed the amount that we're using over here. So now we can run all that stuff at full speed. Okay, so we got that going. We got our large battery. We got our container. We've got our atmosphere condenser over here. There we go. And then our chemistry lab, which is what we need. And then see if we have any more hydrazine. We do right here. That on our vehicle first. Did not go on the vehicle. How do I know? Because it still says it has 6 launches. That's how I know. There we go. Now we got 14. Now we got this. I think we got all the stuff that we need. Bring a little bit of wind power. Again, any extra little stuff, I could scrap it down, but I just kind of use it, wherever I set up a new base. Until I get to a point where I don't need any of that stuff. And then if I don't need any of it, then I scrap it. And that's where we're trying to get to right now. We're trying to unlock unlimited power, in which we will get going here in just a moment. But everything that I'm doing now is all based on hydrazine. So you need a massive amount of hydrazine. So I just try to get a little bit started first. And then that gets me to double that and so on. And you'll see we'll have a massive amount of hydrazine going here. We get that done today. We've done a lot. Let's go. Okay, you can see this is run out of power during the nighttime because it didn't have enough battery to sustain itself. We're going to put a chemistry lab here. We're going to put our large battery here. Get that in there. Atmosphere condenser. Actually, we swap this here. This one here. We can take our container and get all this stuff into there. All right. So, what do we want to do here? I think we want to do this first. We'll do this first. So yeah, here. And then this is going to make hydrazine on loop with this ammonium right there. And then this can go back here with this other power. I don't think I need to actually use that auto arm. Now that I think about it, I can do this. I'll put the battery here to keep it from going crazy. Oh no, we need a fluid container. Yes, fluid container is what we need. Now right here we need to do hydrogen. Now you're going to need a massive amount of power here because this is 20 here. This is 10, so that's 30 already. This little solar and stuff that we have is definitely not going to be enough. We do have a little bit of wind power, so at nighttime the wind power will still work. But we'll definitely just keep scaling this up until it reaches its maximum scale. We do have a QRTG though. We could actually start it going like this if we wanted to. But we good. We'll wait for the sun to come up. Let's see. So we got that going. We got this going. So what we need is we need hydrogen. We need ammonium. Ammonium is being provided by the auto extractor, and then the hydrogen is going to be is provided by the atmosphere condenser. Then it's going to combine that together to make hydrazine, and it will just do that forever as long as it has power. And it can't just do it during the day, and then when it runs out of power, oh wait, here we go. See, the wind power is going. There's a little bit of wind coming through. And if you want to know what's best on that particular planet, you can go to planets, and we can go to Caldor, and you can see that sun, very high power, and wind is very low. So we're going to get a massive amount of power from the sun the second the sun rises here. And you'll see that start to kick in and fill up these batteries over here. Now, I probably want to take the hydrazine, though, and put it over here eventually. That's usually why I have two of these. But for right now, we'll be good. We'll put this over here. We need a bunch of containers eventually to hold all this hydrazine. But this should get us started. And I definitely want to watch this fire out because it does look like the sun's about to rise. We can also do a little bit of work over here. Oh, I hear it. What we got? Oh, some power cells, some research, little fireworks. Let's put the fireworks down. There we go. Little generator, one of these little crystal things, and some of these. Okay, so the sun is rising here, and this edge here is blocking it. Now, I could take this whole edge out, but I can see that that's going to block it back there, so no real reason to. Also, we have generator, which we could use to power this up a little bit, too. Wants to give me a free generator. I'll take it. Yep, there it goes. See your solar coming in here. Now these are going to start kicking in. There we go. This one opened up. And now we got some power. Now what we want to do is look at our batteries and see if our batteries are going up or going down. I can tell you they're going down. There's no way that that's keeping up with that much power. For sure. We'll take some of this ammonium with us. We have 7 here. We can actually take this, put that there, and now we'll have 8, which we want an even number. But now we just wanted to convert hydrazine here. And now this has some hydrogen. I'm just going to pull it out of there and put it up there. And it will automatically grab the hydrogen as it needs it. But this definitely needs a massive more amount of power. So we need some power generation. So we can think about how much power that we have. We have 1, 2, 3... let's see, this is 1.5. Let's just call that 4. This is 8. That's like 8 power. 9, 10. So we have 10 power, and we need 32, 40 power. So we need about 40 power. We have 10. So we definitely need more power over here. So we'll go ahead and try to get some more power. We'll be back. Let that run. Okay. Now back to Sylvia. We're getting there step by step. And now we have enough fuel to jump from place to place, get our jetpack going. We got that started. We got that going. And again, that's automating it now. We don't have to take it and put it in there and take the hydrogen and do all of that here at our primary base. They also have it here on Sylvia, by the way, where you can go and find it and run it to your base, or you can set up a base wherever it's at and do it there. I typically do it on Caldor because you'll see later that I'll go around and I'll try to find a spot that has like multiple nodes. And those nodes will literally let me extract thousands and thousands of resources. So we're going to go ahead and put a ton of ammonium over here. Apparently, awkwardly, I'm going to grab one of those. Let's go ahead and go back to hydrazine. There we go. And put the rest of this on here, so it'll just make as much hydrazine as it can. We'll take this back with us. And we'll use that for excess hydrazine. Now what we need is another extractor. All right, we're gonna need some exo chips. Okay, we can do that. We're gonna need some things to go boom. Oh, we got some research. Let's throw it over here. I mean, it wants to give me free research. I'll put it in there. Worth about 1,000. Okay, now we gotta find this hydrazine. Here it is. Ah, it's good to fly again. Whee! All right, nice. I'm gonna spin this around, try to look for some more. One right here, and the one right there. Now we're really gonna gear up our ship here. So we know we got lots of that. Sometimes a little difficult to get this to go in there. There we go. And then we have an extra one for us. All right, awesome. Now we can fly around. Okay, so we got that going. We want to make another one of these, but we can't make those yet until we get some more exo chips. So we need some explosive powder. So we need carbon, carbon, and sulfur. We got carbon. Right over here, we're just going to go bada bing, bada bing, bada bing, and we'll make some more explosive powder. Grab us some more carbon. Carbon's something we're really not hurting, everybody. We're making crazy tons of it from those trees over there. Crazy tons of carbon. Every minute of every day since the second we started playing. It's just grinding that out, getting us that power. Look at this. It's got so much power, it actually fully filled up that battery, everybody. That's a massive battery. That is 8,000, or really around 8,200 power. And that's enough to run the entire base now. That'll just run perpetually, forever. It's awesome. Awesome. Even if I started everything up now, I'd be fairly fine. Let's go ahead and do this and see if we can find where that just went. It's not on that one. Loves to put it on the back, so I have to track it out. Do another one. Hey, wherever it puts it, I'm going to spin it around this way now so I can find them. Okay, what those do is they make things go boom. Oh, I could have put that power cell at that other base. They make things go boom. So we need some stuff that goes boom so that we can use it for finding some exo chips. And I know just where to go. Put this up here. Okie dokie. And we got a bunch of sulfur from Aatrox earlier, which is why we have the ability to make a bunch of that. I think we're good there. We need some more power is what we need. Let's just go and see if we can get some big boy power going here. Let's see. What can we get? We have a massive wind turbine. We have a big solar array. It does 14 power. Now, one of my favorite things to do in the game, everybody, is you can actually find gigantic solar things that you can actually drag to your base. And I discovered there's actually a tricky way of doing that, which makes it way easier. And we will find those, I'm sure, as we're running around at some point. Oh yeah, I forgot I got my glitch shelter and my pumpkin shelter that I can do as well. Those you unlock as you play the game. Let's see. So I'm thinking of what kind of power I want to do. This is 14 power here. And this is not too bad. This is copper, glass, graphene, and aluminum. We have a big wind, and wind is less power, but it works at nighttime. And what we really want to try to do is get our nanocarbon alloy going. But our nanocarbon alloy, or our items that use our nanocarbon alloy, which is our RTG here, which we can see if we can find it in this stuff right here. Our RTG, which is kind of the ultimate thing you're aiming for, really only produces 4 power. So it doesn't produce that much power, but it produces it forever, night and day. It'll never run out. It's like a fusion generator. It's like the sun, everybody. You know, run for billions of years, you know. So that's what you want eventually. But what you need is you need a whole bunch of processes and a whole bunch of resources to get to that. So if I just start making RTGs, well, I got 4 here, I got 4 there, and I got 8. Or what I can do is I could make a battery, which will hold a lot of power, and then run it through the nighttime and then have solar during the day, right? So we could go ahead and try to get a couple of these going. So we'll unlock that, and that's only 6,000. And that's going to be in our large printer. So let's see how much of this we already have by running through here and trying to find our solar array. There we go. Copper, glass, graphene, and aluminum alloy. So we have glass right here. We'll put a couple of these in here. Or not. We'll just drop it back there too if you want. Get over here, glass. Glass there. Okay, and then aluminum alloy. We need aluminum. So there might be some in there that I threw in there. I saw some over here. Aluminum here. So we're going to make some aluminum alloy in here, right there. And we need some copper. I'm sure I have that much copper. I know where to get it though. I know where to get it, but I don't see that I have any. We need to make some more big vehicles, too. Man, we got so much stuff to do. That's the great thing about this game. I always have tons and tons of stuff to do. So we need some copper. We have our vehicle somewhere. Where did our vehicle go? This way. Nope. What's in our backpack? Let's put this beacon. I don't need a lot. I just need a little bit. Let's put this in here. Keep that hydrazine. Keep this here. And then we have a couple slots for you there. And we had a really big vehicle here, everybody, which we did use. But we took that over to Aatrox, which is going to help us in the next step that we're about to do. But right now, I do know that there is some copper at the top of this mountain. I tell you, everybody, I spent so much time looking for copper when I first started playing. I did not know that it was up in the mountains. And so I'm looking all over on the ground level and in the forest, and I go down inside the planet, and I'm looking for it in there. And I just found just a little bit of it here and a little bit of it there. And then one of my playthroughs, I landed right next to a mountain, and there was a massive amount of copper right there. And I'm like, I was at the top of the mountain the whole time. Pretty funny. Now, we actually have a road right here. Oh, look, we came through here. Look at this awesome driving. All right, come on. And you can see I came through and I paved the road here. Get my little car to get up over this little thing. Come on. There you go. You can see I built a whole road. This road actually goes all the way around the entire planet. Hey, DJ Watkins in the chat, everybody. Show him some love. Get ourselves some copper. Get it easy mode. Good enough. All right. Throw that in there. Got a couple on us. Leave a couple for next time. Forgot that road was there. Very convenient. All right, no problem. Crash into our ammonium there. Nope, totally not what I wanted to do. Thank you for that, game. Want to put it over here. All right, put some more over here. Take our little glowy ball and find a new home for it. Put it right there. Copper. Okay. Got our copper. Got our aluminum. We good. And we're making a solar array. Glass, copper, graphene, aluminum alloy. Oh, we need another copper. Well, I'm glad we got extra. Over here. There we go. There we go. Solar array here. Stole the copper. I'll put it over here. There we go. Now graphene. Okay, we got some hydrazine there. Now we need some graphite. Always with the graphite. Oh, just happen to have one right here. Again, we're struggling for resources now, everybody, but you can stop and just work just solely on your resources. But I'm kind of skipping that step to do the high-end stuff. And I'm just collecting just the resources I need in the moment, which I find to be more efficient, personally. All right, there we go. Let that go ahead and do that solar array. And we'll get more copper over here, which we will need in a minute. There we go. Aluminum. I think we're out of aluminum. Might have to make an aluminum run. That's some aluminum right there. How convenient. Brought that back from another planet. Glad I did now. Now I don't have to run down and get some. Okay, aluminum alloy. We're going to try to make 2 of these. Again, copper. We got the extra copper. We got the aluminum alloy. We need glass and graphene. Glass, which I think it already has, but we'll throw one up there anyway. And then graphene. Needs more graphite, I bet. We need some soil. Do I got some extra soil? I do, right there. Make me another graphite. Get your soil canister back. Sometimes I do this. I'll walk away and I'll like have no soil canister. That's not good. Not good, especially when you're trying to shape and all that. Thanks for coming in, hanging out again, showing tons of love there, DJ Watkins. 92 months of sub love. Appreciate it. This is a bonus stream, everybody. This is a stream on top of my normal streams. We're playing some Astroneer. We're trying to get to our mega building, and I'm showing you how to fast track the game. This is only our 2nd episode of this particular playthrough. Now, of course, I've played through for 1,000 hours, but very, very fun as well. So we're just going to go ahead and try to make 2 solar arrays, and that'll give us basically 28 power when the solar array is up. And then we already have 10 power, so that puts it right about 34 power. We might want to do another solar array if we can get it going. I think we definitely would have to collect some more resources to do a 3rd solar array. But we'll see what we can do. Now, these arrays take a while to print, as you can see. There we go. And they're big like that. There we go. Big boys. All right. And I think we could probably swap this in here. Take this solar array. Okay. Now, here's the smart thing to do. What we're going to do is we're going to try to get another solar array going with our graphene here. Then while that one is printing, which takes a while, we'll get this solar array and we'll get it working. Right over here. Okay, and then hydrazine. I've got some extra hydrazine. And make that. And see, when you have these all on the same table, it's really easy because it'll make the thing and then automatically grab it, which is awesome. See, even before it opens up, it's already grabbed the item and it's ready to make that next item. Okay, here we go. Make a couple stops this time to grab some stuff. First, we're going to go to Caldor, boost its power by a bit. You're going to see something really cool. Oh, it's right next to us, too. You're going to see something really cool that happened while we were gone. Remember, the sun's going up and down as we're busy doing other things, and it's bringing in that power. Right now, you see it's actually in sun. And so we're going to roll right over here. And actually, there's a spot nearby. We could have just landed at that spot over there, but that's okay. We're going to land right next to it. Now, while we were gone, look at what happened, everybody. Look at all the hydrazine it made. Yeah, it made a ton of hydrazine for us, so we didn't even have to do that. Now, one of the things we do want to do, though, is we want to make sure that we have a canister here for the hydrazines to specifically go into, because it'll stop producing once those last two finish. Now, we want to have this solar array somewhere where it's going to get really good sun, not be obscured by anything. So we're just going to put it off to its side a little bit here. Maybe put it like this and see if we can reach it. Nope. Maybe this way on this side. Just put it on this side here just to make it easy for connection. And now that's got a lot more power. But we can see right here that it actually is in excess now. So we are gaining power just from that 14 power. And that's because everything is not running right now. When everything's running, then it's actually going to be at a deficit. But here's the thing. This doesn't need to run all the time, right? So that means that there is a time in which it's not using that 10 power, which means we're saving that 10 power. We build up excess power in our batteries, and that's why you only need an array or two to keep this all going. But what we really want to do is go, thank you very much for all this hydrazine. We'll be taking that, thank you. Seeing if we got another spot down here, we can just dip that into our ship while we're thinking about it. And just grab all that hydrazine and dip. And let it keep on doing its thing. And again, now it's going to have way more power. Because again, this is going to provide 25 power even during the day, right, of that solar power. But in a minute, when the sun goes down, which is what it's about to do, when that sun goes down, bada bing, bada boom. Now, this side's really good. You have a lot of good solar on this side. Another thing that you can do is put your solar up on the top of one of those things, everybody, on top of one of those big old mountains. So it's getting more solar for the whole time, right? You kind of angle the top of it, and you put some solar on this side, some on this side, and as the sun goes over, it has a more thing. And I think they should do that in real life, everybody, whether they have really cheap solar arrays that follow the sun as it goes. And they have some of them, but they're usually more expensive. It'd be awesome to have, a consumer level one that just kind of follows the sun. That'd be awesome. Awesome, awesome. All right, well, while it's doing that, you can see it's now burning up all the power. Now, here's the thing. Since it gained power this time, it's going to build momentum every single day. So every single day, it's going to have a little extra power, a little extra power, a little extra power, until the point in which it has enough power to last all night long. And so we'll let that run. But we'll bring the other solar array over here so it'll charge up a little bit faster and be just fine. Now, we also got to go somewhere else. So let's dip out of here. And let's go ahead and jump way out here to, right here, Aatrox. There we go. We're going to jump over to Aatrox for a bit. This is where we have some really big, heavy equipment. It's the hardest planet in the game, but it ain't that hard as long as you know some of the mechanics. I'm showing you how to get this started nice and easy. And there we go. Boom. All right. You can see we've got some serious stuff going here. Look at this. We got a whole thing full of helium now. Nice, nice, nice. We'll grab that. We'll actually let that fill up. We're going to get our centrifuge here in case we actually need it for some stuff. We'll have it right there. All right, now we also have our full-on rover over here, and we're just going to use our QRTGs here to help us out. We also have a lot of hydrogen, or hydrazine, which allows us to use our jetpack. And we also brought, which I don't have in my inventory, some of these explosive thingies. We can probably put another one on here. There we go. And then we'll take off all this other rando stuff that we don't need. No reason to lug that around. And we out of here. Now, Aatrox is actually a really good place to find some exochips. So we're going to go down in here that we cut out earlier. And we have it down here doing our research for us automatically. So we already set up. Oh, look at that. Already got one. Already pinged one just when we started. And then here's what we can do. We can get to right back where it's at. Right here to the right. There's two of them. We just turn on our paver and just dig ourselves a side road right to it. Actually, more this way. Another one, too. Okay, now we got this exo cache up here. We're going to go ahead and make things go boom. Now, you don't want your vehicle to be that close. Get rid of that bat. He's just going to be up in my business. Make a little place here so that stuff doesn't fly too far. Run away. And yes, I have actually killed myself with those before. Now, I don't need to bring the whole exo cache back, which you can actually put on your vehicle and drive it back. All I need is the little thingies. That's it. That's all I need. Radar on. And there was another one out here, but we're going to go back to our primary road because we saw one back there. We'll come back to this one. And there it is right here, everybody. Look, it's working. See? Told you it would respawn. It's respawning, and right now it has about 131 left, but it's about 1,500. And this is perpetually running because, again, we planted these trees. It's taking the organic. It's converted into carbon. This medium generator is then running the research chamber and the auto arm. This keeps respawning and then putting 1,500 in there. And you can see we're getting back up to about 20,000 research. And that's perpetual forever research. It'll always do that forever. You never have to touch it again, which is pretty awesome. Now, I wanted to see if it would backlog, but it doesn't look like it's backlogging because I don't see any extra here. So if there's not any backlogging, I'm going to go ahead and reclaim that because it'll be fine. All right, then back to going and getting our stuff. Now we're going to go past here because I can see it's off to the right here. And we're just going to go ahead and cut through here and go get some more. Blow up some more stuff. I just pressed the wrong key. More dynamite. Again, this just, this just keeps it from flying off in the distance and I have to go track it out. Oh, got 3 on that one. Nice. Again, I don't worry about all this other trash. I just leave it there. I could take it and use it to scrap, but I just want the chips. Chips are where it's at. And then we have this thing back here where we can put all these chips on. There we go. And we can put these chips up here. Nice, nice. Now, turn our radar on. Back up to our primary road. Right over here. Now, if you don't want to accidentally go down that road when you're going this way, and you'll get right here, and you'll say, oh, which way do I need to go? What I do is I hold down the Alt key, and I make myself a little blocker like that. It says, Kismet, don't go that way. So I'll blocker that out so I know that that is not my primary road. All right, here we go. Let's cruise down this road we made earlier. Okay, we ran into a dead end. No worries. Let's just keep going. And how convenient, there's one right in front of us. Now again, Aatrox has some of the best stuff in the game. I'd say only Glacio is a competitor, because Glacio has a lot of great stuff as well. But Aatrox has all the best research. It has a lot of exocaches and things like that. And really, this is the biggest limiting factor in the game, are these chips. You definitely want to master how to find these babies and how to utilize them. I'm going to go a little bit off here and kind of go up a little bit just to kind of undercut that. Just let my vehicle do it for me. Okay, oh, we got one more. Back here. And you can package these if you want. How many we get this time? None. We got none. Unless it went flying. Oh, we got a dud. It happens. Sometimes it also glitches into the ground. Oh, that's too bad. Nope, got none. But we did get 3 out of that other one. All right, good enough. We out. Keep researching. It's just going to do that forever. It's awesome. I also have it set up on Sylvia too, just doing low-level stuff from the very beginning of the game, and all that little bit adds up, everybody. It really does. Just keeps constantly giving me research. Research that I don't have to go and collect and take and put in the thing and do all of that. It's doing it for me. All fully automated. Autonomous. Alrighty. Bingo. We're going to take our cool thing with a bunch of rando stuff on it. Right here. Maybe throw a little bit of this. Maybe a little organic. A little something here. A little something, something. A little something, something. What else we got? A little something, something. A little something, something. Right there. There we go. And we'll throw this in there. We're going to grab all of this helium because we're going to use a ton of that. And we're going to say thank you so much, Aatrox. You have been so well. Oops, I almost forgot my QRTGs. You have been so helpful, Aatrox, in our progression. we have Aatrox to thanks for that. All right, and find Sylvia. Back we go. Now again, you don't have to have your primary base on Sylvia. You can have it anywhere you want. For me, I like Sylvia because it's not dark, it's not dingy. I don't have to strain to see what I'm doing. It's kind of like being in the burnt biome in 7 Days to Die. You're like, oh, my eyes. Or the wasteland's also that way. All right, now we have a massive amount of stuff here. And I kind of feel like what we'll just do is take what we got here, combine it onto this one. And then we can use these resources in here. There we go. All right. And then we'll take this with us. And we got a lot of hydrazine. We also will take some of this helium. We don't need all of it on there, but we'll stack some of it on there. Now we can make a bunch of stuff. There's our other solar array. Nice. Okay. Now we want to go ahead and figure out what we want to do next here. Feel like we want to get some more of our extractors going. Yeah, so we need steel, tungsten, and rubber. We'll start with some rubber. And we'll get the rest of our tungsten over here. Stack that up a little bit. Okay. Actually, let's do a couple of them. Carbon. Graphite in there. Huh. A bunch of graphite in there. It's like 13 graphite. We need to set this to collecting carbon. Grab a little bit of that carbon out of there. So we can use it over here. There we go. Tungsten carbonide. That's what we're doing. More carbon. Notice I don't bother to put it on the thing. The thing's really touchy, so I usually just put it on the stuff here. In fact, I could probably take this one, swap them like this, so I can see that a little easier. All right, 2 tungsten carbonides. What else? Steel. Okay, steel, steel, steel. Argon, carbon, and iron. Okay, we got that. And we have plenty of chips. So we should be good. We're off and running. Okay, let's go. Probably just make another steel if we can. Iron, carbon, and argon. I see we have more argon. I think we're out of carbon. Let's grab one from over here. Actually, I should probably turn this way so I can see if it's actually got one on it. There we go. And then iron, which we may or may not have any more of. Oh, there's some on here. Turn that off of there so it's not taking the iron. Got my resources right there. One time I had my resources there and then that thing popped in and my resources went went flying up in the air and I had to go chase it down. I've had that happen with my vehicles as well. They just go flying off into the horizon. You're like, my vehicle! You gotta go run after it. Pretty funny, everybody. Pretty funny stuff. Oh, man, we are crushing it, man. We're doing so good. All right, so let that go. And while that's crafting that, I'm going to sit there and stare at it. We're out of here. Let's keep scaling up, scaling up, scaling up. That's what we're doing. And really focusing on the hydrazine first. All right, Caldor, we're coming back. Oh, look, see, told you. Look, the battery's like almost full. Awesome. Again, it was gaining momentum when the sun comes up and goes down, the sun goes up and go down. Now it's really going to have some crazy momentum because now we're going to have 2 solar arrays, which are going to give it some serious amount of power. We'll just connect this solar array. Wait, we just do this. Connect them together. Oh, okay. Awkwardly. Connect it right there. There we go. All right, now we're going to have 2 solar arrays. I'm going to probably move this one down just a little bit. Don't want to shadow that other one. Now it's going to have even more. But now, see, it's running at nighttime now. That's what you want. You want that to run at night. We got a little bit of wind power there as well. And we can probably wander around, find some more stuff. But you can see that it's actually ran out of space for our hydrazine here. So we really want to get that going. Oh, my backpack is full of hydrazine. What a problem to have. But here's what we can do. We can go ahead and take this and load this up with hydrazine here. Like this. Now we want to go ahead and switch this now. Well, we take this over to here. And we're going to take this over here. And then, what do we want to do? We want to move this. Yes. So, how do we want to do this? This is a good question. Like that. Okay. Then we're going to snag one of these. That's why I have this here. Now I remember. This has got to go that way. So, this has got to go... Well, let's pull these out of here. No. This is going to go here. That's going to go... Where? Over here. This here. That there. This here. That there. Alright. This is like a puzzle. So what you want to do is you don't want to extract too much hydrogen. Right? If it extracts too much hydrogen, what it's going to do is overwhelm the hydrazine, and it won't be able to keep the hydrazine going. So what we want to do is we want to have this where it's only going to put the hydrogen in the chemistry lab if it runs out. So it's going to pick it up and it's going to try to put it, but it can't put it because it still has hydrogen left, right? So this is only going to make so much hydrogen and then stop, and then that means we get 20 power back as well. So if we don't have enough of this, we get 10 power back. If we don't have enough of, if we have too much of that, which we do, we have a ton of that now, then this will stop, meaning that we always have that power being balanced. Even though we don't have enough power to run everything at the same time, you don't have to run everything at the same time. I do the same thing in 7 Days to Die, in Satisfactory, where I only need 20,000 power to run the entire game, to finish the entire game, everybody. That's it, 20,000 power. That's like just a drop of water to run the entire, all the factories, unlock everything, get all the way to the end. And the reason why is because my stuff is so efficient. It turns off when it's not needed. And again, when you have stuff just automatically turn off, it will be a huge boon to what you're doing. I actually kind of feel like we want the solar on this side because the solar stays on this side more often. Like that. Yeah, and you see that's doing a good job, man. That's doing a good job of running that. Okay, so, and then we want this to be backlogging a ton of hydrazine over here. And this will automatically grab the ammonium, so we want the ammonium to keep going, where it's constantly, at some point, constantly running this chemistry station. And that's why we're making another auto extractor, so we're going to have 2 auto extractors. Now, this is what I call the bump, everybody. See right here where it's about, quarter way down? If you just take it and you pick this up and you bump it, well, guess what? Now it's halfway. That's it. it'll just keep extracting and keep extracting. It will eventually, if you run it long enough, by the way, it will eventually exhaust those resources. But look how much hydrazine we have now. We are styling and profiling. You'll see why we need a lot of hydrazine here in a bit. But this is the best way to do this now, is to move that over there. And then when this finishes, it'll put the hydrazine over here. Or the hydrogen over here, and then fill this up, and we'll have a backlog just in case, but eventually this will turn off. You can see, look at this, it's gaining massive power now with the double array, with all this stuff down here, with the stuff on top of the extractor over there. I'll probably take 2 more of these and put those on the extractor when we get the other one. This is now just absolutely cooking. The only way we can make this go faster now is to have more extractors. And that's what we want. So here we go. Off we go. We also need a fluid canister as well. Fluid canister. We'll work on that. And another extractor. I typically have 3 extractors going because I do like to also backlog the ammonium. And just try to extract as much as I possibly can. And that's where I really focus first on my extractors. Okay, massive sums of hydrazine firing off here. Okay, we actually have one right here. Let's just take this canister with us. And we need another one. We'll make another one over here. We're not really using that centrifuge right now. We've got our extractor. Can we make another one? We sure can. Make a third one. Now, again, see, now we did 1, and now we're doing 2, and then we'll do 3, and so on. And then those will multiply the next ones into the next ones into the next ones. You get it. You get the idea. Don't need to bring the canister, by the way. Leave that there. Need the extractor. Need this. And whatever else. What else? I think that's it. I think we're good. Yeah, let's go back. How many more shots? 16 more. Then what I do is I fill up a whole bunch of hydrazine in that little canister, and then I keep that canister on my ship. And then I have like 5,000 or 1,000 or how much ever it is. I don't even know what the number is. It's so many of trips, because I have actually the hydrazine itself in the actual ship itself, like a canister full of hydrazine. Instead of just the individual ones, you have a giant canister of it. As well. Well, not a truly giant canister yet. We'll get to that. But a pretty big canister. It's going to be a lot of stuff there. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to put the hydrazine canister over here, and we're going to do what's known as priming it. So before I put it on there and it grabs some other thing I don't want it to grab, I'm going to try to put it down here and then put this in there. There we go. Now it's in there. Now, as it extracts, it's going to fill up that canister first. And again, if it has excess ammonium, it's going to go on the ground, but every one of those, as you saw, will go into there. All right, let's go ahead and increase our extraction capacity. Right over here. Guys just sliding around everywhere. Okay, now you want to get this nice and close, and you want to just nuzzle it up to your other one like this. We're going to need to connect the power, so we'll go around the back here. See if we can connect those together. There we go. Now it's got the power. Now, before I started extracting, though, I do want to kill it going up to the top because I want to grab it from the bottom. Take this out of here, put that over there, connect this. I mean, hey, we got these for free. Might as well use them. It got us started. There we go. And then solar right up there. All right, then we start this up. Now, I want to make sure that this can get both of those. Maybe we'll move this over just a little bit. There we go. Make sure that the front of this is aimed at it. Maybe get a little closer. And then also look to see if you're about the same as this one over here. And now we're double extracting. Very awesome. And you see our hydrogen almost finished. And it produces way more hydrogen than it's going to produce even with multiple of these ammonium. And you're trying to find that balance of this making a whole bunch. And each one of these is 5. So this is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. It's got 35 charges over there. And over here, it's still waiting on 1, right? And then it has 5 more charges in that other one. So again, it's good to start that up. Let that go as fast as it can. Max it out, and then it will stop. And then it's not using that power. Oh, here we go. Got another one. Sweet. Go to it. All right, that's doing its thing. Let's let it do its thing. We'll be back again with another one. I'll show you another little trick here when we come back with our third one. Now, I use at least 3 on ammonium extracting. And the reason why I do that is, again, just for the sake of the speed. You want to get as much of that hydrazine because you're just going to be looking for a massive amount of hydrazine. Now, with the MEGATECH, we can actually set it up where it'll go over there, grab that hydrazine, and bring it back over here. We don't have to do it each time, which is pretty cool. We'll get to all of that. We're just trying to get all the basic stuff fired up and ready to rock and roll. Where is our other extractor? Right over here. Put that right over here. And again, more extractors you add, of course, the more power it's going to use. But again, we're balancing that power so we don't need all the power all the time. Back we go again. Also, you know, if you go to Caldor, you know you're going to have enough fuel for your vehicle and also for your jetpack. Which is always a nice thing. Or if you're dipping around, you're like, uh-oh, I can only go one place. Go to Caldor. Because that'll have fuel. I'll even go there more than my primary base now because I know there'll be fuel there. And I'll come in and land and get that fuel. I need to move that green thing just a little bit further this way. Just so I see that first. All right, there we go. More of these you put down, though, the more this can get super awkward. Now, one of the great things about having these on the top, everybody, is that they are directly feeding the extractor. Meaning it doesn't, if something else gets disconnected, they'll still have that solar power. You can put a container on the top, which is also pretty good. But again, I like to have the whole process running here and not just a portion of the process, which is just the extraction. I want to extract, convert at the same time. So we want to get the solar over here again. We'll get the wind one too. Solar there. And we'll put the wind one here. And sometimes I put other things here, batteries and whatnot. Like I could put this battery up here, this medium battery. That's also a good one. Because the medium battery is it does an output of 5, and these use 8 power. So this is 8, 16, 21. You get the idea. A ton or 24 or whatever. You get a ton of that. Again, now we're really cooking. And even if it runs out of power and it's just running during the day, it's still making me massive tons of hydrazine. Put that one up there. We'll make us another one. You can see now we have 6 out of 24. We can bring 24 charges of it, and each one of those charges, or each one of those canisters like this, is like 6 trips. So 6 times 24, over 100 trips or so. I can't even remember. It's a bunch. So we're going to let that fill up, and then we'll have tons and tons of hydrazine. It's going to be awesome. And again, you can just keep scaling this to whatever level of scale you want it to be. Throw this resin over here. Out of the way. All right. Again, that's going to finish, and then this will no longer be burning power. We're just going to make this run faster. And the battery run longer. Okay. Nothing else we need to do. We'll just let that run. Oh, I guess we could do this while we're here. Going to let that run out into the ship. Take all of the fuel we can, and then let that run back. Oh, wait, we should keep one, so it doesn't accidentally do the hydrogen, which sometimes it does. There we go. Okay, that'll run the rest of those. We got all of these. We got other places to work on. Off we go. We got other... Man, oh my God, is it really that time? Oh my God, time is flying by, everybody. Zipping by, having a good time. Let's go over here. Probably need to take another break, everybody. We're going to take a little break here in a sec. We're going to let our stuff run a little bit, especially that hydrazine over there. Highly recommend when you're taking a break, everybody, just go in your little shelter and just let the game run so that you come back and a bunch of stuff is already done. Especially if you got your stuff all queued up and running, especially automatic research. Okay, more hydrazine. Now again, we're going to burn up all this hydrazine here in a minute. We're going to use a ton of it to keep things going. Right over here. Nice. Now we're stacking. We are stacking some serious hydrazine. Okay, now we need to think about what is our next big goal. We can unlock some more stuff. What is it that we really need to unlock? We probably need to check our quests. I bet you have a bunch of quests done that I didn't even get the loot for. Let's go see what kind of goodies we got. More research, thank you. More research, thank you. Large resource canister. Oh, the really big boy. And then another buggy with a rover seat. You know what? I'm going to leave that. And the reason why I'm going to leave that buggy is when I go back to Caldor, I will bring the buggy to Caldor. Because the Caldor is awesome for the buggy, because you're going over the sand dunes and stuff. So don't get it yet until you get it, right? You know what I mean? Place and activate the rectangular piece on the surface of Glacio. Oh yeah, we got to do all of those things as well for our rail stuff. And what's this? Claim distribution launcher system anchor. Oh, this is for our MEGATECH. So we've unlocked our MEGATECH now. Nice. Know thy gastropod. This is probably my favorite thing in the entire game, everybody. This these little gastropod guys, they're pretty awesome. Print a medium battery. I thought we already did that. And we'll do another one. We got to place shelters on a bunch of different planets. And we're going to get 2 QRTGs for that. Nanocarbon alloy, we'll get to that. And we get a portable auctionator. That's going to be awesome. 100 schematics, almost there. Glitch walkers, I'm not sure we're going to play. I don't think we'll get glitch walkers done in time by the time we play some Star Seeker. But we'll see. I'm print a probe. Find the vehicle data recorder on DeSolo. Man, we got a lot of stuff to do. Oh, I love this one. This vertical thinking. That's another good one, too. So much stuff to do, everybody. So much fun stuff in this game to rock and roll. But we definitely need to unlock that buggy over there. We could go to Glacier. We could do all this stuff. I think we just do the easy one, which was medium battery. We found a medium battery, but I don't think we unlocked medium battery. Let's go see. Yeah, right here. Let's just go ahead and unlock it. Oh, I need some lithium. I think we used all that lithium up. Oh, wait, not there. Over here. Yeah, lithium and zinc. I seriously doubt we have any of that. Yeah, okay, we're going to need some more lithium. All right, we'll put that on our to-do list. Now, again, if you're just letting it run, like we're going to let it run that hydrazine and all that stuff, we got to probably dip over some lithium when we come back, but I'm just going to hide in my shelter, let all my stuff run. See, it just auto collects stuff just from those bushes. From those 2 bushes, it just keeps grabbing all the resources and all the research and puts it in there. Let me jump out of here. I'm at now 17,000 again. Again, we're spending it and then getting it and spending it and getting it just all automatically now. Okay. So, yeah, man, we got a bunch of stuff going. All right, we'll take a little bit of a break, everybody. Take a little bit of a break, and then we will come back and play a little bit more. Again, I can play for a while today. We got a lot of stuff going on. Okay. Let's get this turned back on and this over here. And we'll turn our game sounds off and get this going. Aha, there we go. So again, if you're on YouTube, you can play some words on stream. And if you're on Twitch, you can play over there. Or you can play on both. Hey, if you're that good, go for it. Go for it. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. And again, all you have to do is descramble the words that are up there, or the letters up at the top, everybody. And again, if you get enough of them, you'll go to the next level. Watch out for those locks up there, because if you do get one right, like I'll get you guys started here. Let's see, what do we got? If I can think of one. Joel. No. Oh man, one of these might not be an actual word. What? Mope. There we go. So you put one word in there, you're going to get locked. You got to wait for the lock to go off, and then you can put another word in. You get the idea. All right, going AFK, back in just a bit. I'm back, everybody. Looks like that got tripped up. that got messed up. Sometimes technical problems happen. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me, everybody. Just to make sure everything still is working. All right. Well, we'll fix that later. All right, back to some Astroneer. Let's do it, everybody. Let's do it. Hey, thank you, Rotisserie G. Thank you, Peter. Here's a bunch of caps for everybody in the chat for being awesome. Again, hope you guys enjoy that Words on Stream. Work real hard to make that work. Very, very tough. Okay, while we were gone, we were letting the game run like this while we're taking a little break. Letting it run, doing its thing. I like it, I like it. Turn our game sounds back on. There we go. Now what we want to do here is... make sure my headphones work. There we go. Continue on what we're doing here. We're going to need a bunch of various resources. What we really want to do is get these auto extractors going on a bunch of stuff that we constantly need all the time. Like one of those things is iron, right? We need iron, we need graphite, things of that nature, titanium, some of those. Now, all the other ones we can pretty much produce, like resin and compound, all that stuff, just by simply getting some dirt and running that. We could also use those, but I feel like these are so valuable at this point that you don't necessarily want to be burning your auto extractors extracting compound. I really feel like at this point, you really want to be using these for the things that really maximize your progression. So we want to go ahead and get that going on as well. We're going to need a lot of lithium and stuff like that as well. So really, this is just scaling up a lot of our overall extraction. And now we have our fuel squared away. We have it for our jetpack. We have it for our ship. I think that's the next thing that we want to work on. So let's go ahead and see if we get another one of these going. We're going to need more iron to get more iron. All right, let's do it. All right. Off we go. I go right to everybody. I don't mess around. I get right to work. All good on this end. Thank you. Appreciate you letting me know. All right. Let's go ahead and go back to my favorite icy planet. If we can find it. There it is. Way out there. Glacier. I knew it'd be... If I had just gone to the right, it would have been right there. But I went all the way around. That's always the way it goes. Oh, no. It's right off the side of the planet. We're going to get it. Oh, I think we might have hit one next to it. Or did we get it? Yeah, we hit the one next to it. That's okay. It'll take us back up here. Then we can say launch to orbit. Of course, that's probably not bad of a place to land. And that'll put us back up here. And then we can get right here. There we go. All right, time to do a quick survey. Jetpack. See how much nicer it is when you have the jetpack? It is so awesome. You can just survey the whole area. Looking for the resource you might need. In this case, we're looking for some iron. Wow, really? This is actually not a great spot. There's not that much iron here. There's probably a ton underground. We could move over there. It's actually a cool flat spot over that way. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to move. And why I see this graphite over here, which we didn't grab earlier, we're going to grab this time. Okay, and any resources we'll just throw up in here. And not organic, that's fine. We got in our backpack, hydrazine. We can just go like this and put that in there. Like this. And then this one, same thing. Nice, okay. Well then let's get more graphite then. Might as well grab it while we're here before we dip. Oh man, that's a lot of graphite. That was a smart idea. That was easy. Easy button. Man, that's a lot of graphite right there. Love it. I knew it was going to try to fall down there. I'm watching you. I knew you were trying to do some tricky stuff. It's always trying to make me chase after the resources. Good enough. Before we run out of oxygen, right next to our thing. Okay, yeah, now we got room for all this stuff. Put that in there. Grab our beacon. Grab this. Should have brought a landing pad. That would have been smart. And then we just take our oxygen source with us, which is the rocket ship. We're gonna fly it over here. See what we can find over here by the beacon. This beacon is sunk, man. It is. Look how far sunk into the snow it is. Wow. Oh no, it's not sunk. It's over here. Oh, look at this. We got some over there, and we got a big field over here. Yeah, yeah. Nice, nice. Might be able to use that one with the extractor and then just use this to get us started. See a little bit here. See, this could be deceiving. It could be like 10,000 tons of it right there, even though you only see a couple. Oh, we got these guys. Swipe these guys out. I'm shooting me in the back when I'm not looking. Yeah, there's a whole bunch right here. Let's go over this way. Yeah, this is actually not as sunk as I thought. I thought it was completely sunk, but just the backside of it is sunk in there. And we can take all that out at some point. We could also build a nice spot over here. More over that way. Yeah, this is a good spot here. Whoa, look at all that graphite. Oh, great place for graphite extraction. Great place for iron extracting. We go underground and have a great place for titanium extracting. All right, this is all good. All good stuff here. Move back this way a little bit. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and take all this resin and drop it here. And we'll go ahead and put this back down. And this down, and we'll deal with that later. We're going to run out all this resin and just drop it here. There we go. Oh! Bazinga! Bazinga! Itzver in the chat, everybody. Show him some love. What up, Itzver? How you doing? We're over here. Oh my goodness! All right, this is a good one. It's mixed with this ammonium, but here we go. Holy moly! That is a massive node. Get over here. Show you a little trick right here, everybody. Make a little pedestal. Angle it back a little bit. Stand at the top. Holy moly. Again, see, it just falls in that little crevice you made there. Does a great job. Now we're getting serious about our iron. We might need to dip back to the ship for a second. Now, see, I have a bunch of hydrazine on the back of my backpack, so if I run out of jet fuel jetpack fuel, it'll just automatically fill it right back up again, which is awesome. Awesome. Really, the stuff we need: graphite, iron, titanium. The more we get that going, the more we can do the extractors. And then we'll use the extractors to extract the stuff that makes the extractors. You get the idea. And there's a massive field of graphite over there, which means that we're going to be getting thousands of graphite. We're going to try to max this baby out again like we did previously. Probably just, not that. Leave the rest of this here. Close enough. Let's go. Back in a bit. All right. Back to the main base. Again, eventually we're going to automate this, where it just takes the iron and brings it to us wherever we're at. It's going to be awesome. We'll get to it. Again, that's part of the MEGATECH, but I like to get all this stuff going first, and you have all this stuff generating your power and all that kind of fun stuff and resources. We're going to get all that going. Oh, but I forgot, we got a big canister right there. The big boy canister, this one's a real big one. This one holds 400. One of my favorite things to do is to utilize this for carbon. Right, so we put this in here. We're going to pull this off. We're going to put this here. We're going to put this here. And now what it's going to do is just excess all that carbon up in there. You can also set it to output once you have a few of them in there if it doesn't max it. And this way, it'll actually, when it does the carbon should go up in there and then create a cycle where it starts to backlog the carbon in there. We're still funding the power, and we'll see when it's done. Yeah, see, it's not doing it. Sometimes it will. Sometimes you just go like this, and you can go in or out or whatever, and it will, it'll utilize this as well. Actually, let's turn it this way so we can see it. We'll see if it goes. All right, so we'll set this to in. And then out at the same time. Something like that, where you have to kind of trick it into working. Let's see if it works now. Nope. That's too bad. All right, well, we'll just pull this one over here then. Put it up in there and let it make a whole bunch. We can make another one of these that is just doing this, but we'll also let it use our power here. I'm also just going to put this over here and see where it prioritizes that. Now I can also just run this out whenever I need to refill these and then run it back in. Just so they're all constantly running. I'll return this way and this one this way so I can see that they're all running. And they all got resources. Again, I have set it up where it does go in here and then comes out through. Yeah, see, it went down there first. That's good. That's good. That's what you want. You want it to go to the power first and then the storage. All right, that should run that much more efficiently. Put these back here so I can grab those. Keep those going. There we go. Very nice. Now we got our iron. That's what we're doing. We're taking our iron and we're going to convert that iron right over here. All right, and then we'll set this to input. So when this iron comes out, we'll prime this one so it doesn't accidentally take the raw iron in there. There we go. And then we'll check that one output, and that'll just run all of that. Okay, now we need to start thinking about getting all of our chemistry stations doing what they should be doing. Let's really scale up that while we're waiting for that iron. Okay, so our first one here, we're going to grab it out of here. We're going to put it over here. And this has a sole purpose now of running rubber. All right, now what we need is we need a ton of organic to do that. Now, the great thing about the organic is we can use the same technique we're doing over here with this extraction to just take the organic and put the organic on there, right? We can also have it backlogging organic if we want, but really all you need to do is take the organic, put it in there, and convert it into the rubber, so you end up with the rubber. You're really after the end result more than the raw stuff. The other thing would be resin, and we need a lot of resin as well. What do we need for our really large things? I think we have to do a quest for that, don't we? I think we do. I think it's here in the medium printer. There's the really, really large one. Yes, plastic, glass, titanium alloy. Yeah, really we need to go get some titanium. Yeah, that one needs nanocarbon alloy. Yeah, I thought so. That one's really massive, but it's like really big. This is the 400. This is like 2,000. Those are the big boys, but we'll have to do our nanocarbon there. And really, we need to get our titanium going. We need to get a whole bunch of stuff going at a much higher level than what we're doing now. Tungsten carbonide and rubber. All right, let's just go ahead and take our tungsten here. Let that run out. And now we're going to create basically a whole bunch of things that are going to go around the outside here. Let's unlock this. This is my other resources. That is going to be for some of the primary stuff we're going to be working on. And now you know why I made all these extra tables here. Drive our car out of here. Out of the way. We put the tables on the table. How about that for tricky? Large tables on the large table. There we go. Just to get them out of the way. And again, I like to have a nice U-shaped thing, which makes it just easier for me to work all the different stuff. And we want to flatten this out a little bit more here. Oops. Oh, that was my bad. Okay, I need one of those anyway. I guess it works out in the end. Stop making that noise. Okay, now we're going to connect all these together. Click that a little bit to lock it. Lock it. Okay. Now we want to put this here. Or we can do it from over here. Oh, okay. Yeah, we do it from here. Put it here and then just have the auto arm go this way. We'll let that grow and then we'll get some more seeds from it. Put this back over here somewhere for now. Okay, so this one needs two types of resources. It needs organic and it needs resin. So we'll go ahead and try to find our resin over here. And this will be its home from now on, right? This is where it will be. If I'm looking for resin, that's where it'll be, right? Now, one of the things that I like to do to visually set this stuff up, you definitely want to take a moment at some point to do all of this. Is this little kind of T-platform thing. Just takes a couple resin, which is appropriate, to run this out. And I need my little printer here. And I usually keep my little printer wherever my resin is anyway, because that's typically what you're going to be making. So I'm going to make some of these T-platforms right over here. In fact, I'm going to make a whole bunch of them. So I'm just going to say go, make a bunch of those, run the resin out, and then it's just going to grab that resin, make a whole bunch of them. right over there. This is silicon. That's for later. All right, nice. Now I'm going to put this right here in the front of this. And this is going to define what this is doing. And I'm going to lock that in place. Then I'm going to take this and say we're going to combine this. And we're going to put this one over here. We're going to do the same thing over there later. And we'll just print a couple of these. Like so. And we'll print that last one and we'll be good. Just to get these going. So I'm going to put it here. And again, it's a visual reminder. I'm a very visual person. Visual reminder of what the heck I am doing. Which is not an easy thing sometimes. Just figure out what the heck you're doing. Okay. Oh, we're doing our plant back here. Okay, we can hold down F and we can harvest that. Sometimes we get one, sometimes we get two or more. I'm going to go ahead and put this actually over here. There we go. Then we'll put this in here and that in there. We'll turn this inward to input and now grab all those back. All right, there we go. This is going to go here. We're going to need a auto arm. Oh, we got it over here. Auto arm. Okay, aluminum and graphite. Okay, aluminum's going to be a problem that we're going to need to do. Got no scrap. I think I got some right here. Yeah, there we go. Actually got a bunch there. Cool. Grab it. Put it over here. Okay, aluminum and graphite we don't have a problem with. That we've got a bunch sitting right here and we grabbed a bunch. All right, auto arm it is. Then we're going to need a tapper in our backpack. There it is. In fact, we'll make 2 tappers. Okay, auto arm here. Then we're going to use our tappers. We're going to use one upwards. And we'll get that going. Now what's going to do is tap into this tree and it's going to extract some organic. Like this. And then this is going to be aimed at it. It's going to be able to grab it. But we need a piece of organic to put that in there. Maybe we can grab one from over here. Still converting it. Okay. We got to put our tappers back in over here. That tree's still growing? Man, that tree taking a minute. We planted that earlier. There we go. Make sure you turn your tappers back on again, by the way. When you knock them out like that, they have a tendency to turn off. So make sure to turn them back on. And there we go. Okay, get those back on. So that has plenty to power all of that. Okay, so we got this going. Waiting for one of these so we can put that in there. And then this is just going to be rubber on loop. To try to do a full canister of rubber. Okay. So this is resin. This is our output. And we're going to need organic. So we need one of those. And I wonder if we have some rubber laying around. Thought I made some over here. We'll see it on there. Where'd that other one go? Over here. Oh, used it. Now, that's another thing we're going to kind of set up. Set it and forget it and just let it run. And we'll come back. We'll have tons of it. We're going to try to do that with all of our resources now so we can get our way up to nanocarbon alloy. And that allows us to go to all the different planets and set up a ton of stuff. Guess I could just go grab some organic. Well, actually, there's some sitting right here. Look at that. There's some. It's all over the place right here. That's funny. It's just all over the place on the ground here. That's so I can put one of these on here to limit it so it doesn't grab anything else other than the organic. There we go. We want to put this, put something in the way so that does not end up right here eventually. And then it should just auto start. Yes, okay, awesome. Then we'll wait until we get some of that. We're going to turn this way. And then this should grab that. There we go. Now that's primed. All right, so there we go. We got that going. We got this going. We can run the resin out now. And then that will just keep running that resin. And as it gets organic, it'll automatically make the rubber. And it will fill up this canister with how much ever it has. There it goes. And GG's. All right, very nice. Let's also put one of these over here. And we will put one of this. We'll take one of these out and then run the rest back in. Oh, not that. Why are you running that in? Oh, boy. Hold on. It's always trying to troll you. Now we'll put that in. We'll put this here. There we go. Now it's primed again. Then this here. Then running this out. There we go. And then this again is going to wait for that organic. And just keep running those. So this is the input, and then this is the output of what it is. Also, if I have something fun to put right there, I typically do. If I have like a battery or something like that, I'll just stick it there because this only takes 2 inputs and makes 1 output. Later on, you have 3 inputs, which makes an output and so on. You get the idea. All right, so that is the home of my organic and my resin. And that's infinite organic. Even if I put it in a canister, it eventually would run out. But when it comes to this, it's going to have an infinite amount. Also, if you notice behind us over there, everybody, there's a bunch of compound that we could actually grab and bring over here as well. But now, the thing we need the most of is our chemistry thingies, our chemistry labs. So we're going to need a bunch of ceramic. So we'll go over here, at least one more ceramic at least. We should actually work on also a new vehicle before we get all off onto that other stuff. Let's work on a rover. Aluminum alloy and, conveniently, some rubber. How much we got in here? We still got the 1. Okay, we're waiting for some more organic. Actually, I have some organic on me. I go pick up a bunch of organic just to get this little supercharged. Look at this. I got a whole bunch of it sitting right here. When I knock down this forest, everybody, this is what happens. You end up with just tons of organic laying around. And I let it lay around until the moment in which I need it, which is right now. Because this is going to really make this go much faster. And I can go around with the vehicle with an auto arm, and the auto arm will actually pick all this up. Which is cool, because it kind of like it goes around and it cleans up all your stuff. They also have a crane, too, you can use for drilling and stuff. I always forget about the crane until about the end of my playthrough. So I'm going to try to remember to use it. I think I'll get the DLC in the next sale, start playing it again. There seems to be lots of new stuff that I last played. Oh, yeah, there is a massive amount of stuff. Especially the MEGATECH. And I didn't get that done. They were still working on it. And it had some issues, so they went and fixed those issues. So now we're ready to really get serious here. Now here's the cool thing. I can just take this. I don't have to put it in there manually. I can just do this and stack it right by where this tree is. And the reason why I can stack it by the tree is because the auto arm will just pick it up. And I don't have to feed it in there manually each and every time. So when it's done, you just throw it on the ground in a big old pile, and it will clean that pile up for you without you having to do it, right? Just throw it down there. And now it's just going to run a crazy ton of rubber there. There we go. Right over there. Then I also see we have something back here. What do we got in this? Copper. Oh, look at that. We got 10 copper in there. Nice. And then more organic. And now, anytime I find any loose organic, I just throw it down over here, or I can throw it down on that other side. It'll use it for fuel. We definitely want to have our copper over here. And again, we have like a floodlight. We can throw that in the next one. Have some fun with that. Okay. And over here, we were looking for ceramic. That's what it was. And did we make some ceramic? What did we do over here? Clay. Oh, wait, we have some. I always forget. Right over here. Oh, and I got more on my backpack. Look at it burning that up, everybody. Again, all that stuff that was just sitting around, it's burning that up like crazy now. I needed a rubber from over here. Grab that, put that back in. Take this. We're going to work on a vehicle. There we go. Aluminum alloy. Ooh, what happened to that aluminum? Ooh, we got one left. Nice. Right there. No. Whatever you're making, don't make it. Aluminum alloy is what we need. So we're going to take... Oh, we got to use... We make a chemistry station, but then we make the aluminum alloy. That's an even better idea. So we need that ceramic. And I need an empty canister. Where do I have one? I don't think... Oh, right here. Come with me, my little canister. We got work to do. Also, I could put an extractor over here and extract all this clay as well. But we can also find another spot. There's a lot of clay here, too. This actually would be fairly good for an extractor. You know what? I'm not going to disturb it anymore. I'm going to see if that's really a massive node for clay. And then use an extractor on it, I think. I think that's a better idea. We'll just take a little bit to get us going. And then eventually extract that. Okay. There we go. Look at it go. Look, it's got so much. It actually overwhelmed the thing with organic. And now I can't put any resin down. That's funny. And they put it in here now. So, oh, it already burned up all of the resin. Oh, it already did 13 of them. It already burned up all the resin. The resin's gone. So now it's putting it in here. So now I can just backlog the organic now. So as it gets more organic and it starts to backlog, it'll backlog a ton of that in there. And then I can get another one for more resin later. Or make another one for resin later. Again, we are working on ceramic. Stay focused. Stay focused. Now, this is a chemistry lab. You're going to see us make a whole bunch of chemistry labs to get all these basics really firing up. Okay. And we had some here. Where did it go? Right here, silicon. Over there. Put it in the front. Take this one and put it in the front. There we go. Take that aluminum. Clean out my ship a little bit here. More organic. Drop it right there and it'll take care of it. Okay. Got that. Got our other thing here. Now we don't have to disturb that one ever again. We can just let that one do its thing. And then over here, after rubber is actually plastic, but I need aluminum alloy, so we're going to do that first. We're going to find out what the heck we did with that copper. I know I saw it. And this is why I start to do this, everybody, so I don't have to hunt down where my resources are. And you see me do it for pretty much this entire playthrough so far. Okay, where did I put that? Do I have a little bit of that left? Do I have any? Now I can just look over here and see that I don't have any more resin. So now I know I need to do resin, right? And that's what this does. It basically helps you know what you're up to. One of the things we're up to also, make ourselves another big vehicle right here. Go to town. All right, it's on it. Now, this one, again, needs to be plastic. Now, plastic needs carbon and it needs compound. So we have some compound laying around somewhere. Here we go. Get that compound over here. So we're going to put this here. And let's see if we have any more carbon. I don't think we do. I think we used the bulk of it. I think we did. But what we're going to do is kind of tap into this over here since this one's kind of waiting now. Take that out of there. Go like this. Replant that one. And then we're going to go over here. And how do we want to do this? Here, I think. Grow those trees back up again. I'm also going to go over here and disturb our power here for a minute. Kind of redo this here. Get all of our stuff over here. Now, if you leave these on the ground too long, you're going to regret it because they will disappear. So don't leave them on the ground too much. And that one there. Gonna clean that up a little bit. That's going to be nice. Then we'll pick these up. Get these up on a table so they don't disappear. Put a couple of these over here. Not grown up yet. Wait for those to grow up. Should be able to reach those. Yep. These are still growing up. Power's gone off. It's probably using our battery. Yeah, battery's going down. We got to get this going. Come on, trees, grow. Grow, trees, grow. You'll know when it grows when it lets you put it on there. There we go. Make sure to turn it back on. Now, you don't need a tree for each one, but I think it's cool, so that's what I do. I'm going to sneak another tree in here. And then use that last tapper when it's ready. Okay, so we're going to need 2 tappers and an auto arm here. You got this. Gotta find out where our zinc went. Right here. Oh, we need aluminum. Okay, we'll work on that. Oh, our vehicle is ready. All right, awesome. Put that over here. Astroneer, we'll put with our stuff back here. Deal with that later. Vehicle back up and going. All right, nice. Another tapper over here. Not ready yet. All right, there it goes. Back up and dang. How's our battery doing? Oh, battery running down. But once we get that back up and running, we should have our power, and then this hopefully will go the other way. And when you see a little lightning bolt with a little plus, then you know your plus power. See, it's still minus power. But that's a big battery, everybody. I think that'll last for a while. As long as you're diligent about getting it going again. It should hold us over. Oh. Thought I heard it go plus. Yeah, see, now it's doing a little plus. We'll get a little closer so you guys can see. Yeah, a little plus going over the head. So now it's a positive energy. And we haven't even got the third one going yet, just the 2. And then when we get this other one in here, we'll have 4 of these popping off. And we had 4 before, but we had 2 on one tree. And there we go. And that should encompass all of those. Yep. All right, go do your thing. Okay. Now we got this going. And we got to get these back going here. And we'll do 1 per tree. Turn those on. I sure can see both of those. Good to go. Okay, what else we got in our backpack? We got some stuff we can scrapzilla. Get rid of that junk. Okay, man, we are cooking now. So we are over here, carbon and compound. So we need to get a smelter. Let's just use our smelter from over here. Okay, auto arm. This way. Aluminum and graphite. Graphite we got. Aluminum we might have to take a minute. Alright, now I gotta remember where my little thing is, right here. We'll just dip. Oh, wait. Clean this up. We don't need no thingies. Okay, now to remember which way it was. This way. Feel like there's another one in here somewhere. Right there. I love doing this shaping, everybody. It's really nice. Reminds me of all the years I used Photoshop. Thousands of hours of the cloning tool. Alright, there we go. And then we'll just leave this to help us get there. Gonna need some oxygen though. So probably best to jetpack out of here, which is one of the fastest ways to go up. Drop some of this stuff off in my backpack. Which way? This way. What did I do with it? Over here. Grind up those tethers. Don't need them. Grind them up. Okay, what else? So a little bit of resin, which we don't have. We need to get our vehicle going. That's it. We're going to get some aluminum, but probably better get the vehicle going. What? Not the small one? Maybe the medium one then. Thought it was a small one. Maybe I just missed it. I think it's a small one. Just missed. There it is. Rover seat. Okay, nice. And conveniently we have some compound. Oh, nope, that's silicone. That goes over there. Right here. Compound. So we're going to get our rover back up again. Oh, we need to make another printer. Be running dual printers here. Scaling up. Get our vehicle back together. Very nice. Get our dual printers going. Now we're talking. All right, rover seat, aluminum alloy and silicon. We've got silicon over here. And we're going to need some aluminum alloy. So we're going to need some aluminum here. What else? We need the drill bit. Strength 2 and strength 3. Tungsten carbonide, titanium alloy. Let's just unlock the drill level 1 because we don't really need a high level drill on this, which is tungsten carbonide and ceramic. Okay. Tungsten carbonide. Tungsten. What did I do with my tungsten over here? Carbon. Over here. Whoa, there's 53 of them in there. I love it when that happens. We gotta make some stuff so we can make some stuff, That's what we gotta do. Alright, and then drill strength 1, tungsten carbonide, ceramic. Okay, ceramic over here. Tungsten carbonide. Alright, now we'll get our drill going. And again, we need more aluminum. Throw this carbon back here, or actually over here. Then we need an empty canister. That's what we need. Yeah, cover that. Whoa, I got a big hole there. Oh, there's none of that left. All right, well, there's none left. No reason to have a thing there telling us how to get there. All these tethers. Clean up our footprint here. Now the tethers are nice because they'll bring power and oxygen down to us. But I find that you end up with tethers everywhere, and I like to keep it nice and cleaned up a little bit. Alright, we'll just leave that down there. Battery. And we're out of here before we run out of oxygen. We got one aluminum. Let's start with that. More tethers to grind up. And some people swear by tethers. Tethers are awesome. They do work. I usually use them in the early game. Oh, there's some plastic right there. Plastic. Actually, let's put this over here. Put that on that. Our niche back there. There we go. Burn that up. Okay. Tungsten carbonide, we did that. We need the aluminum. We've got this drill bit. Here. Trying to get our vehicle back up and running because that's going to help us go get some aluminum and other resources. Grind that up. This is doing a great job of backlogging that organic. 22 of them in there already. Take this graphite, put it over here. Again, we don't want to change this one now. We want to leave this on rubber 24/7, let it backlog all that stuff, and go from there. Actually, we should probably put this back here before it starts to fill that back part. Then we are getting that. We're waiting for what? Aluminum. Waiting for our aluminum to finish. Taking our aluminum, making aluminum alloy. We need some of this copper. Making that. Okay. And then we mix it with our silicon and we will have ourselves a paver. Then we also need a soil canister. Here, plastic and glass. I knew I was going to need that plastic. Plastic and glass right there. Nice. And go. Okay, and then this is aluminum alloy. And double print. Yeah, look at that. Getting our first double print on. I feel like I need to move this back just a little bit. Let's just put it right here in the center. There we go. All right, got the soil canister. Get that on there. Looking good, looking good. And one of my favorite things in the game, the paver, man. The paver is the stuff. That's the jam. Throw our QRTG on there, get her charged up. What do we got here? Some platforms, okay. Now, again, we want to have this one be our new one to do plastic. So we need carbon, we need compound. Compound we have here. And we need an auto arm. Do we make that? I think we needed aluminum for that auto arm. Yes, okay. Need aluminum for that. All right, we need an empty canister. We left it down there. We left the canister down there. All right, time to go for a little ride. I want to check my jetpack. We can use another hydrazine. Let's do it. Off we go. All right, let's go down this hole I cut earlier. Last time. See if we find any aluminum. Again, we'll set up all this auto extraction later, but right now we're just trying to set up some of our basics. Man, there's a really good node right there. Looks like I cut right, which was a smart idea because there's a real good node for stuff there. For zinc. Compound. Oh, and there's dead end. Okay, we came to an end here. Okay. Now, if you just keep going in one direction, everybody, you usually find resources. Like in this case, look at that. We found some stuff. Oh, I forgot. I got to put both of my QRTGs on there. Get them both on there. There we go. And we'll just keep going this way. Now, we're paving the road at the same time that we're cutting through. And we're looking for stuff that looks like some coins stacked. I just keep going forward until I usually run into it. And I'm looking left and right. It could be right here for all we know. Kind of hard to see if you're level, though. Oh, I think I see some coming up. See, this is why the paver is so awesome. It just makes you a road right up to your resources. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now, let's see if this just grabs that. Sure does. Now I'm going to use the vehicle to collect it. You can see I'm holding the mouse backwards, so by holding down the right mouse button, I'm kind of cutting that edge. I'm also paving it at the same time. So I'm kind of drilling it out, and in case it just opens up like it just did, I don't fall to the lower level. And then I can just back up. And then flatten it back out again. Match up to the level. Very nice. Now there could be more there, but don't need a whole bunch, just a little bit. We're going to try to turn around here. When we get serious about extraction, we'll look for a really large node that will allow us to just extract an absolute ton of it. We'd also extract it from another planet and have it come back to this planet, or we go pick it up, either way. But the ultimate goal is to set this up where it's just bringing us crazy tons of resources. Oh, there's some in the ceiling right there. Hold on, we can't resist. We're going to do this. Right here. Need some soil. Would help if I had my QRTGs. Come to me. Come to me, my QRTGs. Here we go. Oh, that's actually the sky up there. Must have came and taken this out because it doesn't look like there's much here. But you can see I made a ramp so that the ramp would run it down if there was a ton. It would end up back down here. Clean this up a little bit. But it doesn't look like there's much there. There's definitely a hole down that way. Let's just go ahead and cover that up. We don't want to end up down in there. Actually, we could just take that with us. Oh, or not. Sometimes I'm trying to connect it to the back of the thing, and it looks like it's on there, but then it don't click. All right, we're out. And again, another advantage of the road is the fact that you can go nice and fast back in the direction you came from. And good idea to put some power in there. We're going to give it its own power eventually. Right now, we just need a little bit of aluminum. We need a little bit of this, a little bit of that, so we can get a lot of everything going. There we go. We should probably open this up a little bit so we can get through here with our vehicle eventually. But we'll deal with that later. Right now, just this. Convert that aluminum. Things have a tendency to sit there and rock and make a really obnoxious noise. So I try to move them off of there. All right, aluminum. Auto arm. Oh, wait. In my backpack. Tapper. Kind of looking at where the thing is. So I can kind of spread them out a little bit. A little easier to put the tappers on. Say like that. Nice, nice. Alright, got that one going. Another one good. I feel like I want to aim this one this way. Alright, more, look how much various different organic I have going, everybody. Again, it's actually, the tappers are one of the most powerful things in the game. Especially if you're trying to get power. Okay, so what we need on this particular one is we need some carbon, right? We have some extra organic over here too, which we can just burn up. And that's because we're trying to make plastic, right? We need carbon, we need compound. We already have some carbon, but we wanted to constantly be making carbon over here so it can keep making more and more of the plastic, right? So we'll go ahead and run out some compounds so we get that started. And then we're going to need another canister, which I think all my canisters are full right now. I might need a new canister. All right, let's see if we can get a canister going. Plastic and glass. Here's glass. And this over here is going to make plastic. So now I'm making a constant amount of rubber. I'm making a constant amount of plastic. The plastic allows me to make more canisters so I can get more resources so I can make more plastic and I can make more rubber, and you get the idea. Again, there's a big circular thing that you can do to make this happen. Right over here. There we go. Medium resource canister. That's these ones right here. Because we need that for the actual plastic itself. And there it goes. It's converting all the carbon. And we have a ton of carbon backlogging in that big old thing over there, everybody, which we're going to use later on another process that we're going to set up. And these are all just the basic processes. I'm going to do a bit more advanced processes. I'm actually going to make this a lot wider. I'm going to widen this out. We'll have a whole nother row of various processes. I like to have them together so I can chain them together later, which we will do. And we can connect this right here and move this over like this. And then again, this is going to be this and this. And run this out a little bit more. There we go. Now I usually do them just so I can put them on here. So I am wasting a little bit of resources just to put here. We can also turn our floodlight on if we want. Also, you can put that on your vehicle too, everybody. In front of your vehicle or behind your vehicle. Just have your floodlight on. You can also have some things that you can put up on top, which will just shine lights, what you're looking at. But I can just have it on behind it. Like that. And it doesn't take up too much power to have that going. You can also just shine it straight up. So it's lighting up above and then ricocheting off of there and helping you see. Oh, look at that. We got negative power. Negative power means that one of these isn't running. All right, now we got that positive power going again. See, my power is really well balanced. Really well balanced right now, but again, we're going to scale it up. Okay, so we got that going. We want to take this plastic Put it right there. That tells us we got that done. In fact, we'll put a table there just to block it. And we locked this. We did. This is locked. Yes. Over here. Lock. Yeah, there we go. This one. Locked. Okay. Nice. Now, what do we want to do? We want to take this out of here. This is full. This has so much organic now, it doesn't even know what to do with it. So, we want to go ahead and just leave that in there. What do we got here? This is rubber. So, what we need is we need a bunch more rubber, so we need the resin. So we were making a canister for our plastic first. Over here. Okay, and we'll run some more of this out to make a plastic. We're going to prime this thing here. And we should probably make another plastic and glass. So, what do we do with the glass? Are we all out of glass? There's a question. Oh, this could be forged up right here. That needs to be forged up. We got a ton of stuff on there that could be forged. So, glass. I think we may be out. Let's just run this out so we know what we got. Silicon there. Aha! There's that glass. And then plastic. Not what we're looking for. Get out of there so we know we're doing the right one. Just gotta put this on loop. Okay, so we got that going. Get that canister. This one is for plastic. We gotta run another plastic out. Open this one up for the next one. You definitely want to take the time for this, everybody. You want to take the time to get all your stuff right about now. Just absolutely set up and rocking. Okay, now we're going to prime this one. We're going to run this back in. We're going to take this carbon out of the way really quick and put this in here. This is so we can run the compound out. And now the compound and the carbon are just going to run until I run out of compound. Right, and that means I'm going to end up with a whole thing full of plastic, how much ever we have here, so 10 more. That'll run 10 more automatically. And now we got that one done. We can also use this carbon over here or use it in another process. I'm just going to go over here to my big thing here and just put it in the top like that. Deal with it later. Put that also in there. That one doesn't seem to be getting some love there, or it's not going in that one before it goes in this canister. How much we got in this canister? 92. Wow, okay. That's good. Again, that's just cooking now. That's just all about it now. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, what else are we doing here? We got another chem station over here. Research chamber. This one, chemistry lab, ceramic glass tungsten. Again, I feel like we're going to run out of tungsten at some point here. Or we might have already ran out of it. What do we got here? Clay. No tungsten on there. We got some titanium there. I see some glass, but no tungsten. Yeah, instead of resin, we might want to go. Well, we can make another one. We're making tons of plastic now. Take this glass, put it right there. Take some of this plastic. Run that back in. So now I can just go to the spot and say, okay, I need rubber, I need plastic, I need this thing. When I need that stuff, I can just run it out of there and grab it and use it like this. So now I can make a ton of these. I can also move this to the table in which it's going to give it one of those elements, and I can feed other elements to it if I want. which is great because you can actually just set up each one of these printers to do their own individual thing. So this one just does medium resource canisters, and it just sits there by where the plastic is, and then you can feed the plastic into another location and so on. You get the idea. Okay, we're going to use this canister for tungsten. That's what we're doing. Tungsten it is. All right, it's got 3 launches left. We better fuel her up. We probably have a massive amount of hydrazine back at Caldor, but we're not working on that right now. We're working on this other stuff. We've got our medium canister. We need some tungsten. What else? Got me some extra hydrazine. Maybe take another one. Or actually, I can just take the whole thing. Put it right in there. There we go. Because that's where that needs to be, wherever I am. Okay, so that's running. That's running all of that. It's still doing all of that over there. Okay, awesome. Tungsten. Let's go. So we're scaling up so we can scale up. Going to DeSolo, the moon of Sylvia. Of course, my base always on the far side, even on a moon. Look, there's something right there. Something right there. Something. Got a little buggy over here I can see. There's some tungsten right there. Nice. Okay. Oh, we got a canister in my backpack. What do we got here? Oh, a little solid fuel thruster. How cute. Don't need that anymore. Put that up there. We've got some research. Yeah, we'll take it with us. Wolframite, which we're going to use in our priming. Got some clay. Got a little honky. And then this little crystal thing. Some junk we have laying around. Nope, don't want that to go on there. I want to go in there. There we go. And then wolframite in here as a primer. Now we just have this buggy here, and you can see also we have some plants we can put in here and get that off of there. But we're not really going to use the buggy because we can do our thing. We're going to grab this and dip down. Now you can see how when I hit the ground, it bounced out of my hand. And that means I can start to slide and then grab it at the same time, which is awesome. I do remember it was over this way somewhere. So we're going to dip over this way and see if we can see it. See, look at all this other stuff over here. Yeah, I'm getting in my way. Now, one of the things I'm looking for while I'm flying around here, other than tungsten, is some... Look at all that tungsten down there. Is some resin, which I don't see. All right, we'll leave this here. Take a little side trip for some resin. Wow, tons of tungsten, carbon or compound. More of the stuff we're not looking for. See, when you're not looking for it, you're finding tons of it. When I was looking for it, I couldn't find it. Now, 0 resin in here. Always the way it goes. We gotta watch out. We're gonna die. Most likely gonna die. Hoping there would be some resin. Oh, this ain't good. This ain't good. Just get outside. Anything over here? Nope. Gonna die right here. Not quick enough. Right there, though. I found it right that last time. So close. So close, everybody. But that's what times when you take a risk, everybody. That's what happens. But that's okay. When you die, everybody, you can just run back. Now, of course, you don't want to go run back without something to, be your auctionator. And I'm just going to go ahead and use this, and this will allow me to drive back to where I was, which was totally off in this other way. Unless you watch my stream and take notes. Yeah, Hugo, watch that backseat gaming, brother. I have played through the entire game a whole bunch of times. I've played for about 1,000 hours in Astroneer. I gave it the first one for free. But if you give me any course of action, we call that backseat gaming. And if you didn't know, now you know. There you go. All good. It's all good. I like how this rock is in my way. All right, come on. Up over this rock. Up over those resources. Whee! Now you know why I left my vehicle here. Having a good time. I'm going to run out of power, though. So I got to get over here and get some power going. Now, if you die, it's no big deal, everybody. You just run back to your bag like this. And then you pick yourself up. Now, the stuff I like to pick up first is my thing here. And I just shift left click. Get our oxygen going again. Almost had that oxygen filter done. So close. Or I did get it done. I did get it done, but I died before I got it into my backpack and before it kicked in. But I did legitly get it done. But there we go. Now we have an oxygen filter. We're good. Right? It's kind of funny. We came out way over here. Tons of resin. Now that I don't need it. It's everywhere, as you can see. Always the way it goes. Okay, now we got to find our way back to wherever the heck we were. Which way were we? Kind of hard to see. I got a bunch of stuff in the way. Let's go this way. Yeah, it's this way. I can see it now. Focus on my driving. Whee! Next level driving. Nailed it. Just hit F, everybody. Just flip back over. Whee! I don't use the buggy that much. It is really fun. I think it's the most fun on Caldor. Because it's just like sand dunes. And you're just like dipping across. But I kind of feel like the whole game is always steering me towards some hole to fall down. Constantly steering me that direction. Alright. Awesome. Now I was going to come back and try to get my buggy and bring it down here. And use it for oxygen. But I was hoping to find a little bit of resin down here. But it... again, that's my Kismet's law of gaming. If you're looking for it, can't find it. If you're not looking for it, tons of it everywhere. There we go. Oh, and this went the wrong way here. Oh, we left one of our QRTGs somewhere too. Probably back at my main base. Alright, back over here. And I can see I actually left a beacon to kind of tell me which direction to go here. This way. So many holes. That's why I like my big vehicle. You just cut a path. Getting there. Nice. All right, we finally made it. All right, there we go. Need my QRTG. Hope I didn't leave one of my QRTGs behind. That would be bad. All right, here we go. More tungsten. And we have some power right here we could use. Give me that power. Oh, it's mixed with a whole bunch of other stuff. Oh, well. You know, there's a ton more around the corner because we saw it when we were running around looking for other stuff. You see, I just stand up here on this little pedestal that I made, and it just drops it right behind me. Makes it super easy. You know, like, Kismet, what about oxygen? I just walk over to my little car here, and I'll get my oxygen going. We'll move these back out of the way. Not that we really need those anyway. See, I have a few chest pieces there too. Because we're going to cut down the edge here. Like that. Always trying to fall down in the hole. Both the pieces and this container. Always trying to fall down in there. Move that back. These little chest pieces back. And then we'll just cut our way down in here. And we'll get some of this stuff off my backpack. Take the oxygen filter out. A couple oxygen filters there. Hydrazine down. This up. That up. There we go. Alright. Now we're going to go over here and in the list little spot. Stand up here and see what we can get. Alright, all good. And again, this is only the second day we've been playing on this particular playthrough. And we are crushing it, everybody. Absolutely crushing it. For sure. Okay, now we just dip down here. Try not to fall through the bottom, though, because we are pretty close to the bottom. We'll go up here on this little edge. Put that right there. And now we're going to go to town. Make sure it's not going to glitch through the wall, though. So I'm going to cut that back a little bit. Now we good. All right, nice, nice. Getting it going. Tons of it over here. Ah, that is quite the node right there. Holy moly. This is the cool part about the jetpack, everybody. See, now I don't have to worry about it. Go back up here, get my oxygen back up again. We all good. And back down here. Grab our thing. Go down here to this level and fill her up. It's always trying to fall over. There we go. So much tungsten. How we looking? Oh, almost full. Get some more. I'll get some out of my backpack too by just shift clicking. Oh, and that's full. All right, I hate to leave some behind. Oh, I got enough in my backpack. Perfect. We out. All right, now I'm just going to leave my vehicle here for future extraction. I'm going to take this. We're going to dip. And that's how you get her done. There we go. Put that in there. Got it done. We out. Had to take a death on that one because we got a little too overzealous, but it is what it is. We gave it a try. So you never know until you test your limits, everybody. That's what you got to do. You got to see if it works out. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. That's life. That's how life goes. Okay, where are you hiding, Sylvia? Oh, it's right next to me. Duh. I'm on the moon. I'm always on some other place looking back at Sylvia. I forgot I was on the moon with Sylvia. All right. Again, we're just building up our production values now because we already did. On the first day, we got all of our basics going, and we skipped over a lot of the middle part, everybody. Where we did, normally you do like your middle vehicle and all that stuff. We skipped over that. We've done that before in the past in previous playthroughs. I've played through, I don't know, 30 to 50 times. Now we're trying to do the MEGATECH. We were doing some MEGATECH, but then they had some issues, so And plus it was during the holidays and we had to do a whole bunch of other stuff, which we did. And then we're back, getting it going. So we're going to need another smelting furnace. We need some resin. Oh yeah. There we go, making some resin. I use this one right here. Okay. And actually, we put this over here and we can convert all that too. That's already good. This is an empty canister. Line up some more stuff over here. Look at it all getting lined up. Like my little minions ready to march. March off into the space. All right. Got a bunch of stuff on there. Okay, so this is good. Rubber. Oh, I know what we can use this for. We'll go ahead and grab a carbon. Actually, we just do it here. I already got it. Okay, I was going to put the carbon in there so this can keep running and backlog a bunch of carbon. Since we have our aluminum, plastic. What are we waiting for here? Carbon compound. So we're out of compound. And we don't need our aluminum there. We get our aluminum out of there. We'll go ahead and do 2 of them with carbon. That's an even better idea. All right. So we're making tons of carbon. There we go, right there. Then aluminum is coming up. Oh man, it's almost like I did that in a slight arch on purpose. Didn't, but cool. We got that going. We were working toward our smelting furnace. Where were we making our smelting furnace? I thought we were making it over here somewhere. We're making resin. That's what we're doing. Resin over there. Resin over here. There we go. Right there. Wolframite. We're definitely going to convert some of that. Get that out of my backpack. Get this smelting furnace up. So we'll get another smelting furnace to smelt this stuff down. And then what we're going to do is work on another. While we're doing that one, we can do the one in the back. We want to work on another chemistry lab. So we need some ceramic. Did we get any more ceramic? I don't think we did. I think we were going to make an extractor for that one over there. Are we able to make an extractor? Let's go see. Steel, tungsten carbonide, and rubber. Rubber we got. I've got a bunch of that over here. What are you doing that for? Get that out of there. We got another empty one here. How much is left in here? None. Okay. Gonna run that in and have this one grab all this extra organic as well. And then we're gonna tell this to stop running out. And we're going to grab this and grab this. Okay. Over here. And eventually we'll bring a bunch of those resources over here too. So we need the tungsten. And to do the tungsten, we need our smelter. And off it goes. It's going to smell all that down. Oh, and it has clay in there. How convenient. Okay, I thought I saw it. Steel, tungsten carbonide. Over here, of course, it is cranking out tons of plastic. I got 14 there. This over here. And again, we're going to keep scaling this up and up and up. But what I want to do is just set it, okay, that does this does this, these resources go here, these resources go here. This way you're not constantly looking for your resources. If you know this is what's producing rubber, you know one of these is going to be rubber. And I usually put the finished stuff on the left. And then the starting stuff on the right, unless I'm using printers or something like that, which I can actually pull these printers off of here, speaking of. Pull those printers off of there, maybe put this over here, so this can grab this. Now, is that missing? That's not quite getting this one. Oh, it does. It does get that one. Okay, cool. Then we can put that there so that it can collect that. Put this one over here, and eventually we'll get our really big containers like the one over here. Now the first thing I do with a very large container is I do carbon. right? Because you use massive sums of carbon. You absolutely use huge amounts. And so we'll get to that later on. So we got those two processes going. Now we want to get over here and get our ceramic that we need, which is not melted down yet. We have a massive amount of tungsten that we need to work on as well, but we have some tungsten here, and we needed some tungsten carbonide eventually. And again, waiting on that ceramic. There it goes. And this we were making smelting furnace. All right. Actually, I could just switch this to chemistry lab. And then put this one here in the back to something else. Atmosphere condenser. There we go. And then get another one of those going. And then over here is where we need the tungsten carbonide. Let it backlog all those resources. It's going to have so much organic over there. Oh, speaking of, clean up this. So it's going to take the organic and put that away there. And then if I take this and if I had a spot here, I could put it over here like this, and it would just take the carbon off of there. So it's like auto sorting for me, which is awesome. Awesome. All right, we got that done. Not yet. Oh, we got some research we could do. Now, I got all my research automated, everybody, right over here. All you need is just 2 of these things right here, or even more if you want. And we'll just automatically pick these up and feed them into the thing here. This is just a light here, everybody. This is just from, you can examine it. It's just really a light, everybody, but it does do a cool thing and teleport, as you can see. That's from the original testing of the game. But what it does, it just keeps doing that forever. It'll just do that the whole entire game. So that's why I have like 20,000 stuff, and you haven't really seen me do any research in all this time. That's because not only is it doing here, but it's also doing it at Aatrox as well. So it's only doing it on one, and it takes one, and one of those like 1,500 every single time it grabs it. And it will do it forever because it has an endless power, because I'm using my carbon power over here, which you see me doing here with just 3 generators. And I did this right at the very beginning of the game. I had smaller tables, obviously, at the beginning of the game. But it just grabs the organic, converts it into carbon, runs my medium generators, and it will do that forever. And that's a lot of power. But that's a lot of power compared to the smaller, like solar and all that other stuff. And it's perpetual power, nothing I need to do. It just takes care of itself. Very much like later in the game, when you get your really high-end power, that just runs perpetually, your fusion power. But that fusion power only gives 4 power, when that gives 9 power each one of those. And you can see I have massive amount of extra carbon as well. It's just a little annoying that it keeps not doing this one right here. Maybe if I switch the order of where these are at, it'll put it over here instead. Maybe it's like a right side, left side thing of the thing. Stop doing that. Turn it around. There we go. Let's see if it puts it in here, or does it put it in the can? Oh, the canister's full. Oh, aha. Oh, no, it's not. It's 140 of 400. I thought it said 400. A little dyslexia there. But yes, now it's putting them in here as a priority versus putting it over there, which is much better. And then we'll see. This can reach over here, so it'll put it in there. Nice. Yeah, so it should put it in these priority, and then if it has any excess, it should go into our larger canister. Trying to remember which way, how that works, and I'm always interested in those kind of mechanics, how all those detail mechanics work. This table's backwards. Nope. Bad table. Bad table. This is what? This arrow is the front. All right, now this one, we did rubber, we did plastic. Now we're going to do aluminum alloy. No, we're not. We're going to do tungsten carbonide. Because I need some tungsten carbonide. And conveniently, right over here, it's done a bunch of carbon for me. So that was really nice of it. Right over here. And now I can just take that carbon and move it right over there. Then we can also find our tungsten over here, which we need to run the rest of this out. And see if we have an empty thing. I'm always looking for an empty canister. Don't think I have any. Over here. There's usually always one sitting around somewhere. So now we need our tungsten here. I'm going to run this back in. Run that in. Put this on here and it'll automatically grab all the tungsten that's been converted and put it in there. There we go. And then we'll run that out. Grab this tungsten over here temporarily. And we'll convert some tungsten carbonide. Run some of that. All right, tungsten carbonide it is. And over here, what do we need now? Steel. Run a little bit of that. Iron, carbon, and argon. What do we do with that iron? Not there. No, I saw it. It's over here. Oops, that's aluminum. Iron. Carbon. Oh, ran out of carbon. Ran out of carbon over here. Run a few of those. Put it back over there. Okay. Then we need some argon. Now we did already go and collect our argon and all of our other various things. No argon on there. Oh, okay. Okay, dokie. Oh, and this is maxed out over here. We got to put our tungsten back over here. So this can run out. There we go. Convert that whole thing. We have some over here, I think. See, I just put it on there. I don't even look for where it's at because it'll automatically grab it off if it is there. We got one more charge. All right, we'll do it. We got to go pick up some more argon and get my QRTG back, too. And there's our steel. Nice. Okay. Now we're ready for another big boy. Do your thing. I got a ton of various resources on here. What did I do with my aluminum? Right here. Aluminum here. This here. It'll automatically put all the aluminum away for me. Well, thank you for that. Okay. Over here. Anything on that one? More argon. Nice. Okay. Then we have our tungsten carbonide. Eventually we're going to move over here. We got more argon here? Yes, we do. Throw that argon over here for now. Okay, so we got that going, so we can do more of that. We're going to need more steel. We have plenty of argon. We have a bunch of carbon. Now we just need the iron. Wherever the rest of that iron went. We did convert a bunch of iron at some point. We might have used it all up. Don't think we did. But we might have. But we're going to solve that problem here in a minute when we get this extractor. Yeah, I think we might have used it up. I don't think I got that much. Yeah, I just got a little bit. Okay, and we need to convert some more of this. How much more we got in here? We got one more. More tungsten here. Where'd my tungsten go? Aluminum. That's why we're trying to organize this. Oh, right here. Run that back in for a minute. Put this here. There we go. Get all that back off of there. There we go. Cleaning that up nicely. Let's get all of our gases together. Could get our gas canisters going on. But again, everything that I'm building in a certain order for a certain reason. There's a reason why I'm not doing a whole bunch of big canisters and all that stuff, because that stuff takes time. And your time is your most valuable asset. So I highly recommend doing the most important thing first, which will help your progression, or do it however you want. I mean, hey, if you're not in any rush, no big deal. But we're crushing this playthrough right now. We're zipping through it here. All right. And again, we're trying to get to the MEGATECH stuff again. We'll get there eventually as we go. Okay, so we're working on steel. We need more iron is what we need. So we're going to take this. Stick it in our big old ship over here. Oh, man, we got more clay right there. Throw that over there to be converted later. Got a little squeaker. Then we need another table. Very nice. And we need a landing pad. That was the other thing we need. Aluminum and ceramic. Always with that ceramic. You know what? I probably should go ceramic first. Come here, you. I want to see how epic this ceramic thing. I've never seen one this close to my base. I want to see how epic this one is as a node over here. We can survey it by putting this down over here. Right up here. Alright, looks more epic than it actually is. I thought I was going to go all the way up. Nah. Not worth using my extractor on, in my opinion. But we would end up with a lot more ceramic if we use our extractor. Good question. Gotta repackage it. Rather use it on my iron. There we go. Okay, so we got that going. We probably need another canister. And we need plastic and glass. Put it over here. Saw some glass somewhere. And I'm trying to burn up all my resources. Some more tungsten here we can put over there. Put that there. Get the ceramic. Aluminum. Over here. Oh, man. See, this is when I really start to like this. When you get all this stuff lined up. There's that iron. I knew I had it somewhere. You sneaky little iron, you. Get on up there and make me some steel. I knew I went and got some. And there's the glass I was looking for. Get that glass up there, too. What else? Plastic. We got that right here. Now we're getting it together. Now, you can automate all this, by the way, and get it all to line up and go into this stuff later. But I don't do that. I just do the thing that I need to do in the moment. Otherwise, you're spending, 50 hours just extracting resin. But it pays off in the long run. But, again, I'd rather just get this going. All right, what did I do with those exo chips, or are we out of exo chips? I think we might be out. We might have to go on another exo chip journey. Yeah, which means we need to probably make some things that go boom. Sounds like it. Things that go boom. Or actually, we probably should get this back to aluminum alloy over here. Back to aluminum alloy. Where is all of my various stuff over here? Get this back. Oh, that's maxed out. Nice. I love to see it. That outputting? That's outputting. Put that in. There we go. Here's a little trick. Switch that out. If you can. That thing got in the way. But you switch it out with the one that is not full. Like this. And then it's just going to... more of that stuff in there. More and more carbon. And then over here, you're going to need copper for aluminum alloy. Copper right here. And again, we'll just keep scaling this up until we get as much as we need. So copper, which will turn this way. And get this to cooperate. There we go. We need aluminum and copper for aluminum alloy. Okay, this way. And we'll put this one to... Why will you not rotate? There we go. Rotate, and then grab one of these. Then run this out. Then make as many of those as you possibly can. There we go. We'll run one out to prime it. How much of this do we have? Okay, we have no more here. So we can pull this out. Run that back in. Run this in. Put this in here. No. Get that out of there. Run this back in. Put this in. Now that's going to go ahead and grab all of that. Nice. Then we run this out, and then it's just going to convert all the copper and aluminum into aluminum alloy. And we'll end up have to get more aluminum and more copper at some point as well. You could also save a little bit of it. You can go ahead and just grab a couple and say, you know what, I'm just going to save one of those and one of these or a couple of these because you might need it later on something else. So we'll just do that like that. There we go. And that'll just burn the rest of that up. Move this back. There we go. Very nice. Another canister ready to rock and roll. Get this off of here. Put our aluminum back away. And now we have like 5 aluminum alloy that we don't have to worry about. And we have another empty canister we can use. We're going to use this for our ceramic. Let's go. Always trying to fall down in there. Stop that. All right. A little bit of ceramic there. And then if you shift click on the top, it takes it out of your backpack too. Gotta wait for it to go all the way in there first though. There we go. And now we'll go down in here. What do we got? A little research. Make myself a little pedestal to stand on so I don't lose my stuff into the wall. Oh yeah, there's actually a good amount in here, just not all concentrated together. We're making a big hole in the ground. What we got over here? A little bit more this way. Gonna hunt down where my QRTG went. And then drop that a little too far. Come on, little jetpack. We gotta get some oxygen. And this is when you can see you have an oxygenator, because it also travels through all your tables when you have an oxygenator. You don't just need tethers. So no matter where you are working in your tables, you can do it. Now I also have my vehicle here. I got another vehicle on the other side. I can also use that. But I'm just going to dip my way out here. Remember where I was. Was just a little too far out. Anything else down in here? Yeah, a couple there. Always trying to make it as awkward as possible. Alright, move that over. Check there's nothing else down there. Yeah, a little bit here. Maybe get another one out of it. All resin. Also a backpack down here. Yeah, I think I saw that before and covered it up. Aha, got another one out of it. I made a big hole in the ground. My jetpack power going. All right, aluminum alloy done. This way. Lock that table. Locked it. Okay, over here we need ceramic glass and tungsten. Tungsten, we were doing over here. Run that out. Doing some ceramic. And we need a whole lot of glass, which is this right here. Always does it right when I'm about to grab it. Right there. And then we need this to grab something. Of course, it grabs the thing that I don't want it to grab. Classic. This will grab clay. There we go. Move this forward. That backwards. More clay here. And we're waiting for glass. Right there. Fire up another one. Alright, now you know why I kept all those resources laying around? Just for this moment. Look at it go, man. Keep making me that stuff. I appreciate it. We're going to get one of those canisters, an even bigger canister, everybody, and we'll have that massively full of organic and also compound. It'll just be an insane amount. We'll get to it. No rush. No rush right now. Again, we got a bunch of our various stuff. We're waiting for our thing there so we can do our next part of the process. We're going to get it going on. Put this over here. Actually, I should start putting these along here. Put this over here. The other way. We're going to work through the middle here in a minute. Still got a little bit of zinc going there. Nice. I don't use that much zinc in the beginning. I find. Alright, we can get rid of these things now. Grind that up. Okay, we got rubber, we got plastic, we got aluminum alloy, now tungsten carbonide. And we put the carbon right there. And we're going to put that there. We're going to take our tungsten, which is over here now. We need some of this tungsten, so we're going to run some of this tungsten out for future chemistry stations. Over there. And then we're going to create some tungsten carbonide right over here. Run that out. Turn this on. Loopity-loop. Then we need another jar. So, what do we do with our printers over here? Maybe move these back over here. Plastic and glass. We got glass. And plastic right here. Grab a few of these. Okay. What are we making here? Chemistry lab. What's the other thing we need? Not research chamber. Over here. Canister. Where did the glass go? Did it drop the glass? It might have dropped the glass. Oh, and we have all of our argon over there. I don't know where the heck that glass went. I don't know where it went. Let's make some more. Oh, right there. Why you steal my glass, brother? Why you steal my glass? I need that canister. Alright, run this back in, run that back in, let it do another one. While we're waiting for this canister. Grab that glass, put it over here. Take that off of that so it stops stealing that. There we go. And then prime this. It's one of my favorite moments in the game, but you're just scaling up everything that you're doing. And then I've got that primed now. Now I can just run that there, turn these out, and it's just going to run a ton of tungsten carbonide. All right, nice. Now we're getting all of our little ducks in a row. Now we need resin, and a whole lot of it. All right, let's go. Right over here. Okay, run that out. You are to make me a lot of resin forever. Go. Now I need this canister for this resin before it finishes. Put this over here. Nice. Put that there. Want that rock and roll. Make another one over here with this glass that we're making here. Nice, nice. Ceramic clay. Run that back in for a second. Run this out. Just to make this easier on ourselves, we'll put this here. Take this out. Put that there. So it'll just automatically convert that into glass. Glass is what I need right this second. Okay. Glass good. We make some of our resin. We did. Awesome. How much we got over here? 2. All right, I'm going to grab one. Grab one, run the rest in. There we go. Then over here, this. More plastic. We're just going to grab all the plastic. Let's just do it. Why did you stop? No stopping. More resin. Resin over here. Where are we doing resin? Right here. This one. Man, look at all that organic. There's a lot of organic backlog there. Pull this one out. Throw our I think we were using our resin elsewhere. Oh, put that in. Doing our resin for some other reason. We need some exo chips too. Can't remember. I'll figure it out eventually. We'll get it going eventually. What's my favorite game of all time? Ultima 4. It is the one that started it all. You want to know why you got World of Warcraft? The reason why you have all these other games, everybody, is because Ultima 4, the very first, the grandfather of all modern RPGs. You want to know why you got Fallout? You want to know why you got every other game that you go around and you do quests in? That's the one. It was awesome, everybody. It's the moment I knew I was a gamer. That's the moment. And I played a lot of games before that, everybody. I've been gaming for 50 years. My first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey. Awesome. You can look it up. It was like a little white square, and you put these plastic overlays over your TV. Had little paddles that you played with. It was super old school. And I played games all through the years, but that was the moment. I was like, this is awesome. This is what I'm all about right here. That's when I knew. And you'll find in your life you'll have those moments where you know. You know that's your thing. All right, we get this done. All right, now we can really cook. Let's go. Let's get some of this tungsten out of here. Get some of this tungsten out of the way. Put that in there. Double run this out. And now it's just going to make an absolute ton of those. Wait, did you do that? Why did you pick that up? I didn't want to pick it up. I just want to run it out. Run it out. Run it out. Now it's just going to make a massive amount of canisters. Now the funny thing is, later on, everybody, I will actually get rid of all these canisters. But right now, we're scaling up our inputs and outputs. That's what we're doing. All right, we got a bunch of tungsten carbonide. Boom, 24 tungsten carbonide. Run that carbon back in. Run that carbon back in over there. Scaling up, scaling up. Okay. What else we want to do here? We got all that going. We're doing resin for tables. That's why I was making that resin. Aha, I remembered. Glad I didn't burn it up over there. What did I do with it? It's around here somewhere. Where did you go? Resin for tables. Clay. Ceramic. Oh, I'll run my ceramic out. Convert that over. This one's empty. Man, don't you hate that when you put something down, you don't know where you put it. Tungsten carbonide, carbon, carbon, aluminum, aluminum alloy, aluminum, carbon. I didn't put it back there because I was going to use it for something. I set it somewhere. No idea. All right, got that done. That's converted. Wait. This is the wrong one. This one was the one I was supposed to run out. There we go. I have no idea what I did with that resin. I guess it doesn't really matter. There's a whole nother one over here. I'll find it later. I'll figure it out later. But here's what we need to do. We need to get over here, and we need to switch around this one here now. This one's empty now. Sweet. So is that one. Run this. Switch this around here for a minute. We need to make some big boys. Make some big boys. We're going to get our steel back out of there and just put this stuff off to the side for a minute. Look at all those we just made. Now we got a ton of canisters. All right, so we need some resin. And we need to find our iron. We're going to do what we did earlier, everybody, where we just insanely run a massive amount of these tables. All right, here we go again. Go to it. Run it. All right, we need to find a home for all these nicer resources for a minute. Get over here. Rubber. Glass. Makes a bit of a mess when you pull all that stuff off of there. This needs to get out of the way, or that's going to do that. Oh, there's a bunch of tungsten right there. Oh, that's resin with tungsten on the top. Ah, you little sneaky sneaky. That's where that resin went. It was hiding. It was hiding. Okay, run that. Oh, we'll keep that running out. Resin good. Keep that running out. Let's clean this up. That tungsten out of there. Get that tungsten out of there. Grab this. Pull this over here. And then put the canisters over here. I like to pull the ones from the bottom to see if it'll tip over. Actually does a pretty good job of keeping it straight. And get this out of the way before that pops in, and then it'll send that stuff flying. So look out, more canisters here. Where the heck did our tungsten go? Over here. And our tungsten carbonide. Oh, we didn't actually put aluminum alloy here. All that back in. Okay, aluminum alloy. Lock that in. Grab our other table here. Now, these are all your basics, everybody, right here. These are the ones that are like, you know, 2 of this thing makes 1 of that thing, right? Very rarely do you need the actual gases at this stage, your atmosphere extractor. So these are actually the easiest to get going. That's why I'm doing those right now. They're fairly easy. You just got to get a little bit of each thing going. And then you got your stuff going, right? Like you can see, I'm going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to put the tungsten carbonide here, and then run all this stuff back in, and it'll figure out where it was going. But we have carbon here, and we have carbon here, so we don't need both of those. So we'll run that out. And then what we'll do is we'll take our tungsten here, prime this so it puts that in and not runs it out for now. And then take a bunch of that tungsten right over here and have it not only converted but also put it back in the thing there. There we go. And then same thing here. While that is processing, I'll take all this tungsten and put it back where it goes. And then also we can take one of these tungsten to remind us that this is what this is, right? So what I'm doing is just kind of marking with my little T-shaped table here what that is. What is the thing? If I'm looking for carbon, boom, there should be carbon there. Or if there's no carbon there, that's the thing I need to get more of. All right, there's some tungsten. Is there some tungsten there? Yes, okay, well then I need to get more of that if I don't have that. And then of course that becomes tungsten carbonide. Now you can see that I have these small things here, right? And what I would like to do is kind of set this in such a way that, you know, you're doing your inputs to your outputs. So in this case, we could do this. And so this would be an input, and then output, right? So you got your tungsten, you got your, you got your carbon, you got your tungsten, and then tungsten carbonide. Now, eventually, I'll be using those big boys. We'll have those in each of those. But those take a lot more time and effort to produce those than it does to just start with the small ones. Start small, everybody, just so you have a bit of those resources, which allows you to lead and double and triple and quadruple, and you're doubling and doubling and doubling until you get to the point where you're just absolutely crushing it. All right, and then this here. Now we can just go ahead and put these back where they go. See, it's going to grab that stuff off of there, and we'll let it just finish up the rest of that stuff there. This is steel, which doesn't go there. This is rubber. This rubber goes over here. We know it goes right in here. So if we have some extra, we know where that goes. And all of this stuff will eventually have its own place where it belongs. Glass we can put over here, which we were going to use later on. Where were we doing our glass? Over here. We got an empty jar here. Very nice. And we got our table good to go. All right, now we're going to go ahead and create another little U shape in here where I run it back the other way. And I leave a little bit of gap for me to kind of run through, but these are transparent when you're running through them. So if you're like running this way and this is in your way, well, you just go right through it. If it's on the table, it'll be transparent. If it's not on the table, boom, you run right into it, right? You run into it, knock it over, but you put it on the table, transparent. Brilliant idea by them, by the way. Absolutely love that idea. Genius level smartness. Making it better for the player. All right, there we go. Lock and load. Another table firing off. We also want to get some more of our chemistry labs going. Ceramic, glass, and tungsten. Right over there. Glass. Let's see. Do we have any tungsten left? We do. I'll save a little bit of tungsten for this process over here as well. We're just going to kind of manually feed this in here. Put that back in there. Like this. And then ceramic, which we're making right here. Let's go. All right, now we're really cooking. Get this stuff printing. And get this one out of the way. And we're just doubling back across here. That one is the wrong way. At least the way I want it to be. I want it to be facing in toward the center. And I'll readjust this again later. Most of the stuff that I'm doing is just temporary. And then, of course, I'll probably end up moving this whole base at some point. We'll see. And then we can also do redundant power if you want. We can create a whole circle of power. In case something over here gets cut off, it will come in from this side. Or you can run it from over here, whichever. Whichever. We're just trying to get our stuff together. All right, and then we locked this one. Yes, we did. We got to find our small printer over here and try to do some tables, some T-platforms with some more resin, which we're making over here, unless we're out of resin, which I think we are. Why did this not flip over there? There we go. I don't know. Got a little confused, it looks like. What you doing, bro? Make some resin. There we go. We're going to get our soil canister, put it right back up here. All right, nice. Camera station up here. More ceramic, more glass, more tungsten. Just building momentum. Again, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. We're getting our tables all set up. And then these are going to make all of these various resources here. Now the next one in row, rubber, plastic, aluminum alloy, tungsten carbonide, and graphene. Now graphene is one of those things, you're going to make a whole lot of this, everybody. You're going to make a ton of graphene. So we're going to need some serious amount of hydrazine and a serious amount of graphite. Now we just happen to have a bunch. I'm just moving these around, just kind of keep them out of my way for a minute. So it just so happens that, again, now we have some graphite right over here. And we're going to put that in the input side. We'll move this over like this. Actually, we could probably do that to the rest of these now, where we have this over here. And then this is an input. Aluminum alloy. There we go. I like to actually face it toward me so that I can run it out a little bit and grab it if I need to. But ultimately, it'll be the very large containers that are running that. If we have an empty container, now I always like making carbon. I never feel like you make enough carbon, though I will make thousands of it later. But if it has the opportunity to make more carbon, I'm for it, man. Just make more carbon. Go. Keep that carbon flowing. And you can see this one over here is still going. 203 in there now. Run that out so we get a little bit extra power. There we go. Let that run. Let that run. All right, another one here. Nice and done. We got another table done as well. This table we're going to use back here later on when we readjust this whole entire side over here eventually. What we have, this is going to be producing all these individual resources, and on this side is actually where we're going to be printing all that stuff out eventually. But let's go ahead and get another one here. And then again, rubber, plastic, aluminum alloy, tungsten carbonide, graphene, and this is diamond. We don't use diamond that often. Usually for your drill bits, do you use diamonds? And again, while we were just doing nothing, everybody made another 23,000 research while we were doing all of this. Which is why I love to just set it and forget it, everybody, just to get that research just constantly running. We can get the big research canisters right there, but we would need to do nanocarbon alloy, and we're working our way toward that right now, so really not that useful for right this second. Again, we're still actually at the beginning of the game. We're just skipping over a bunch of parts that you normally would do. You'd do your solar and you'd get all your stuff going. You'd do this much earlier and whatnot. But we just skipped ahead because we played through many times. All right, so we got that going. Also, another massive, large solar panel we could have done there. I actually like the solar array because this one's 9 and the other one's 14. Let's see. What are we in here doing? I forgot what I was doing. Let's see. So, diamond's what I was doing. Diamond, which is our drill bits. So, we can go in here and check out our highest level drill bit here, which is a level 3. We're going to unlock that. We're going to take our graphene over here and try to get this started. So we need a ton of hydrazine. We have a bit of graphene here. What we're going to do is utilize what we've already got in our little stack that we did earlier. And we're just going to put it right there. Oh, not right there. Over here. There we go. Take off some of this equipment. Usually I keep the equipment in some thing way off on the side. Probably want to lock that. Oh, there's another table there too. Probably want to lock that so it doesn't go flying with all of your equipment. You got to go track it down. And I just keep stacking random stuff that I find back there, flowers and things, you know, that we'll use later. Also, they got a really cool MEGATECH for gardening all this stuff and growing all these plants, which actually does have a use in the game. Oh yeah, we brought back this extra thing here that we can now get rid of. Our solid fuel thruster. Bye-bye. Clean that up a bit. Okay, so now we have hydrazine, we need graphite, and it's time to make a ton of graphene. And then we're going to use our graphene over here for diamonds. Now, I actually normally don't keep this one. I will just go to the next one, which is actual hydrazine, and sometimes make that, but I'm not actually going to make that either because I'm making that on another planet, so I don't need to. And then the next thing would be silicon. And we have some silicon laying around somewhere right here, so we already have the output of the silicon right over here, which we'll use later. Right now we do want to do a bit of diamond, and it's going to make another one, so we have a graphite. And this is why you want to get your hydrazine going for this moment right here. So you have a massive amount of hydrazine for building all of this stuff. All right, now I'm going to take my little level 2 drill bit, which helped us get it all the way to Aatrox and get some of the massive amount of research. That's why I've unlocked all of this on day 2. I know, right? That's a lot, everybody. That's a lot. All right, I think we're good on these tables over here. We can go ahead and ease off on this. Ease off on that a bit. I think we're okay for a moment. We will use these though, 100%. 100% we'll use all of those. All right, and then we are making more of this. And then do we have any more things? Which we did over here for our output. And we made our diamond. We got our diamond, and now we have the best drill bit we can get. Right there, level 3 drill mod. And we already have a level 3 larger drill that we have on our vehicle over at Aatrox. So just absolutely crushing it right now. Let's run this out. And run that in. This was actually for our graphene. Prime that first so it doesn't get the graphite. There we go. And then run this out. Okay. Make me as much graphene as you can. Oh, that was graphene. Oh, okay. It did have graphene. All right. I thought I had it in there. So now it's going to take all this graphite and any hydrazine I have and merge those together. But we ain't done there. We got some places to be. Now, we got some platforms. We got some extraction. We got some, a couple places to stop by while we let that run. We'll be back. Again, just scaling up and scaling up. What's the main goal of this game? There's a storyline of this game, but what you're really doing is you're unlocking different technology as you go. And as you unlock that technology, it helps you do more and more things as you go along. One of the technologies I've unlocked, instead of me manually collecting the resources, it'll go and actually extract the resources with my extractor. So we want to set that up. So we're going to go over here to this other planet where it has iron, where it doesn't have iron on that main planet there. Well, you can use your trader to get iron. But they have more iron here, and it's a much better spot to go and extract iron. So, landing pad. That's what I was going to do. I just remembered it right when I got here. But that's okay. We got a jetpack. We got a ship. Let's go. 2 jetpacks, as a matter of fact. And there's a whole bunch of questing you can do. There's a whole bunch of side quests. There's tons of DLC and all sorts of cool stuff. They have another game coming out called Starseeker, which is the same kind of style as Astroneer, but it's multiplayer. It's awesome. It looks amazing. Definitely going to play it. 100% chance. Going to be playing that game. So I'm like, hey, I got to get my Astroneer playthrough going and play some MEGATECH here and get that going before that Starseeker drops. But always recommend Astroneer here. This is definitely one of my favorite games that I have playing. Very, very fun. All right, let's go see how good our iron extraction is over here. All right, not so hot there. How about back here? Let's go see. Again, we want to see that little green line go all the way to the tippy top. Oh, look at that. You psyched me out. You made me all excited about this iron. See that, everybody? You never know until you know, you know? Until you put this baby down and survey the area. Yeah, that's all just surface iron. That's not a big giant node, which I was hoping it would be. But we got another one over here. Now, sometimes, look, it doesn't look like there's much there. And then we drop this down here, take a little survey. Boom. Yeah, that's what you want right there. Now, normally you want it to be all the way to the top, but I take about 0.5% when you're getting started. And then later, once I get all of that stuff rocking and rolling, I will go around and look for some of the most densest nodes and then triple up on that extraction. All right, this is where we want to go. This is what we're going to do. Now, I'd use this table for extracting the resources and then backlogging them. So we're going to aim this table right over here. We're going to get an auto arm and get all that going. We're definitely going to need some power, so we'll go ahead and run this over here, and we'll get that started up later on. Right now, it doesn't have any power, so we'll do that. We're just dropping that off right now. We'll have to make several trips to drop that off. All right, you can hear my jetpack going down, too. We got 13 more launches. We got to do a landing pad, so we can just land right over here. I'll probably put the landing pad a little bit out, too, so we're kind of in between those two things. You can see I've got my marker there. We have another stop on the way. One of my favorite planets to work with really early on. And the reason why is because you get your hydrazine going, everybody. You want the whole process automated, where you don't have to worry about it. Now, in the MEGATECH, once you get this automated, you can actually build a delivery system where it'll come over here, grab it, and take it back to wherever you want it to go. And you can have it take it to multiple places if you want. But while we were gone, everybody, it was firing off some serious amount of hydrazine over here. Always love to run in and see the hydrazine just popping off over here, everybody. Now, we're going to do what I call the bump. We're going to go over here. We're going to bump this one, so it's going to have more. And then we're going to bump this one, so it has more. We're going to bump this one, so it has more. And now it's going to run for thousands more. Then we're going to take that hydrazine that we just got right there, and then we're going to dip. Thank you for making that hydrazine. Now, we're going to, of course, scale that up to where it's going to be making canisters and canisters and canisters of hydrazine. But we got to take it one step at a time, everybody. Got to do the logical steps in order. You got to get this done before you get that done. Before you get this done, you get that done. I can't do the big canisters before I get the smaller stuff, before I get the nanocarbon alloy, then I get the big canisters, and so on. You get the idea. You got to put it in order, but if you do it in the right order, the most optimal, efficient order, that's how you crush games like this. And I'm showing you all my best tricks right here. Let's do it. And now we got that done right here, showing you all the gamer secrets. Now we're really going to pop off on this graphene. Here we go. You hear my jetpack going down. Now, before you go ahead and burn this up on some graphene, I highly suggest you stick some in your backpack over here for your jetpack. There we go. You grab some of this. Make sure to fuel up your ship. Not that we don't have a whole bunch more back over there that you saw still on the table there. But we'll go ahead and just drop some in there so we can get back and forth. And once you have your hydrazine going, you're really, really doing well. All right, we don't need this. This is empty. We're going to throw that over there. We're going to get our hydrazine here. And this is about to pop off. There we go. Now it's going to go ahead and put all that up there. And it's going to take all of the graphite that we extracted and then convert it into graphene. Now that we have our all of our drill things up to maximum, we don't need the diamond. I'm already creating hydrazine, like I said. On the other one, it's extracting hydrogen from the air. It's getting the ammonium from those nodes and from the triple extraction, and it's combining those, making hydrazine over there. We don't need to do it. It does it all in one process on Caldor. We don't have to deal with it. The next thing we're doing is silicon. And now you actually end up with a lot of silicon use in the later game. So we're going to need resin, methane, and quartz. But before we need that, we need our little table. Do we make our little table over here? We're going to need some more resin. Let's get it. And what we're doing is we're organizing, right? This goes here, that goes there. This resource goes with this thing. And some of this, you're going to have multiple resources that go to different things. Great example, carbon. Carbon is used in a whole bunch of various different processes. That's why you always see me backlogging carbon, everybody. I'm going to burn carbon like crazy. What do we got here? Steel. Oh, we'll get that going in a second. All right, we got our stuff here. Let's go ahead and finish up. I consider these the basics right here. Now, we're starting to use our gas when we get over here. This will be our first gas one. But the real serious ones, everybody, are the ones we're about to get to when we move this whole back row back there. We'll move that back row out of the way. And then we're getting to the real high-end ones, and we'll be able to get, hopefully today, some nanocarbon alloy going on day 2. On day 2 of playing this playthrough, nanocarbon alloy, which is the highest level item or resource in the game in theory. There are some other resources as well, but we'll talk about those later. Now, it's time to break up this stuff here, everybody. We're going to go ahead and stop this for a second. We're going to go ahead and start to move this back, because what we really want to do is we want to get all of our stuff rocking and rolling. Back here we got some printing. Let's actually take a table and put the tables on the table. I know, crazy idea, right? And then it keeps them from making that annoying noise all the time. Come here, you. Get over there. We also got a little bit of a farm going back here. And now we're going to move all of our production or printing back here. We got to watch out for our entrance over there. And then we have a bit of production here that we're going to move. We have our atmosphere condenser, which we're going to use for something else later. We have our exo here that we're going to use later. And then this out. And again, we have this entrance right here, so we do need to watch out. So when we're coming through like this, we need to think about, okay, we want to make this nice and easy for us to go here and then get wherever we want to go. So you definitely don't want a table right there. So we're going to move that out of the way. And then over here, this is kind of blocking now. So we want to move this out of the way. And we're just going to kind of open this up for our vehicle coming in and out of here. And then drop off any resources that we want. We just dip over here, pop off the vehicle, drop it off. Or we can also drop off a bunch of stuff over here. But I'm just going to move it out of the way for now, because here's what we're going to do. We're going to do some back-to-back tables. So we're going to grab this one, and we're going to put this one right behind this one, but in the opposite direction, like this. And this is really going to maximize your space when you do these back-to-back like this. Try to get it as close as I can. Put the lock on. Looks good. Next one. Right over here. And again, try not to use up too much of that space. Maybe a little bit back here. Back to back that one. Because a lot of these are going to be tied together, so I put them next to each other. I'm going to tie this here. Should have probably attached this before I locked it right to there. Then put it back. Lock that in. All right, now we're looking good. We want to go ahead and use this one for our tower of power. And this one's going to go on this side over here. And we'll just connect that across for now, so the batteries will keep our research constantly going, and we'll deal with that later. But right here, we want to get these going. So we're going to go ahead and do some more of our medium printing eventually, right over here. There we go. And I'm going to put this at the end now for our printing. Don't need this right now. Don't need any of that, though we could go and get some resources if we want. We want to get our medium printer, which is over here. And we want to chain all of this back together. All the way down to here. And then this one now changes to our power production, like this. There we go. Chain that in. Then we want to go ahead and chain all of the rest of this in as well. Now I do have some extenders over here. I could probably adjust them so I can eliminate one of them maybe. Let's see. I feel like I can. Right here. Nice. Grab it. And then I can use it over here. I also put it up here and make it go out, but I don't really care about it. Another cool thing they did with these is they made these where you can run over these things and not have to worry about it. Now you can see the power is flowing just this one direction. We don't want to do that. You can actually hold down F to toggle it in both directions. And then I'm just going to stretch it as far as I can get away with it, just to kind of put it out of the way. But you can drive through there. So that's the whole point of what we're doing. We're trying to get it where we're going to dip through. We want to go this way. We want to use our road that we made all the way around the entire planet, by the way. That was super fun. Or we can dip in here. We can come in and say, oh, I got some resources. Blah, 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 blah. All good. All good. And we definitely want this out of the way. So we can come in and out of our thing here. In fact, we can probably widen this now. Widen this out so we can just dip in there with our larger vehicle. This was originally made for the smaller vehicle. And really widen out this top side. Clean it up a little bit. Yeah, now we're talking. It looks good. All right. Little bit there. So when we're coming up, we're just like, whoa, catching some air. Now what this is doing is back channeling all this power now from over there along that backside that ends up over here where our printer and everything is. Now probably the thing we'll need is our centrifuge and our stuff here. Not using this right now. Put that back there. And we'll put our printing and centrifuge here at the end. Make sure this is not going to hit that. Maybe a little bit further back. Oh, we got some elevation problems here. Hold on. Let's fix these elevation problems. Much better. All right. Move that back just a little bit. Oh, almost got away with it. Almost. There we go. And then this here, lock that in place. We've got all these. Make sure these are all locked. Okay. Now we can dip around our vehicle wherever we want. We're not blocked in anymore. Where did that forge go? I put it over here. I shall take this forge now. Thank you very much. We shall put it over here where we can utilize it with our centrifuge. In fact, we're going to do a little swap in here. Put this on this side and put that there. And we have our little power tower over this way, where we will put this power now. Get these ceramic back in. Now we're just consolidating where we're putting all of our random power that we have. Over here, maybe I'll put my little glow ball here too. I don't know, just feel like it. Consolidating that down. Remember, this is all running on 3 generators, everybody. All this stuff. Because I'm so efficient at what I do, it's just running on 3 generators this whole time, since the very beginning of the game. Seems like a lot of work. That's where the fun is. That's where the fun is. If you like this kind of factory, space exploration kind of thing, I love this kind of stuff. This is totally my thing, how to do it as efficient. And then you play it one time and you're like, okay, I suck. And then you're like, okay, how can I do better the second time? And then you do better and you do better. And like, okay, now what if I get these resources and I do it like this and I chain it from here to here to here to here. That's my jam, man. I'm all about it. Count me in for that every single day of the week. All right, let's go. All right, silicon here, like this. Put that back in there. What are we looking for? Resin and quartz. Ooh, we got to collect some more quartz. We just burned all that up. But we do have some resin that we were working on. Okay, now I got to remember where I put all my stuff. Over here. Now's a good time to go for a little drive, too. Let's go for a drive. All right. Coming down. I'm going to go for a drive to the right. Actually, I'm going to move just a little bit forward. We're going to see which direction is this. Well, we go north this way. Let's go ahead and make a side road that goes north. We're going to line it up somewhat. All right, I think it's good. Hit V, side road. Now what I'm really doing, collecting dirt. But I'm also making me a road. Oh, not enough though. Got to put 2 QRTGs in there. Even better if you got 3. Even better. I got another one, but it's off making us some argon right now. And you get a lot of QRTGs. Oops, wrong button. I turn my radar off. There we go. Now we're on it. Let's go. I always like to multitask. When I'm grabbing resources, I'm also making a road. Very difficult to try to keep that little red line in the center of that bar. Oh, and look at this. A little bit of resources out here. All right, nice, nice. We can look around while we're going. Might find some resources we're going to need later. Or we might need now. You never know. If I go this way long enough, I'm going north, right? Yep. If I go this way long enough, I'm just going to run into all the resources. Yeah, look, we got a bunch of compound there. We got zinc right there. Sometimes I go right through the resources, too. Waiting for that blue circle to hit the maximum. And then we done. Now, there could be something behind that wall. You never know. But we'll be back another time. You see I got my little light shining upwards too, just for fun. Now we got a road. Now we dip through these caves like, no, we don't do all that bouncing around stuff. Nah, nice clean flat road. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. We're going to drive on out of here. These QRTGs are awesome. We didn't used to have those at the beginning of the game. They added them, and I love every second of it. All right, and then we're going to hang a quick left. Right over here. And back up we go. Catch some air. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! There we go. And that's why we made that room, so we can catch some air. Every time you get in your vehicle, you save, but you can also go in your shelter over here and save as well. Back this up just a little bit. You can go in your shelter and save anytime you want to. Now, if you're on a server, it auto-saves, which I have played on the server before. They were still working on the server when I was doing my thing, so the server was a bit laggier and slower. So this is a local playthrough. There we go. I'm trying to think of the name of it. Make me a lot of resin. Never seem to have enough resin, everybody. More tungsten right here. Use that later on. All right, now we need to print some more chemistry lab. Ceramic, glass, tungsten. Hey, how convenient. I got some tungsten for you right here. There you go. More glass, so we're going to need some stuff. We're going to snag this one. We need to go get some glass right over here. Oh, we need to make another glass canister. Yeah, we got one right there. That one we need for our hydrazine, though. Yeah, I'm feeling glass canister. All right, let's go ahead and reconsolidate all of our small ones over here. Why is this slightly at an angle? I feel like that's going up at an angle. Feels like it's up like that. All right, get out of the floor would be the number one thing. That's a weird spot. Let's fix that. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that spot, but it's weird, and I don't like it, and I don't want to deal with it. A little better. Okay, let's get our printers back up in here. Iron, resin, dispensing tungsten. Put that tungsten back in there for a minute. Right here. Okay, we're done with research canisters for now. We need more chemistry labs. So we're going to grab... Oh, we're going to make a soil canister or fluid canister. Get that out of my way. Fluid and corrosant. So plastic and glass. We got some glass. That's easy. We'll just move that over. Plastic, we have a bunch of that too. That we took off of there. Oh, we took off of there and we put it over here. Right here? No, resin. Over here. Ah. More resin. Wow, we got a bunch of resin. But where did our plastic go? There's a question. Now you start moving stuff around, easy to lose track of what the heck you did with it. Unless we used it all up, which I think we might have done. Yeah, I think we used it up. Okay, well, let's make some more plastic. I know exactly how to do it. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to let this one finish, and then we're going to stop. We're going to need a canister over here, too. Let's put a canister there. For that, I thought I saw another one over here somewhere. Nope, no canister. I think I broke them all down. No, I don't got none. I'll find one later. You'll see. Canister, make another one. Resin. Oh, that just filled up. That was perfect timing. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and make a bunch of compound. Some clay. Convert that. Argon, which we're going to need over here. All these we're going to need over on this side. Canisters and stuff we're going to need over there. This we can take, put up in here. See, I'm always consolidating. Part of the fun is like micromanaging all this stuff. We'll put this way back here to eventually get scrapped. Okay, we got our zinc here. We got more graphite here. All right, let's throw some graphite over here. Like this. That'll make even more graphene. I got like 19 of them so far. More resin. More resin. Okay, lots and lots of resin. I need resin over here to make more rubber. So we'll take this out and we're going to burn up some more resin. And all of this organic. Man, that's going to make an absolute ton of that. All right, go for it. Go do your thing. Empty canister. Again, you always want to keep track of your empty canisters because you're going to need those later. I like to reuse my canisters like that. Okay. And then we need a canister. That's what I was doing. I was priming a canister for our compound. Let's take this off so it just drops out of there. Put this here. Grab all that out of there. There we go. This here, that there. And that'll just backlog all that in there. Ceramic. We need that over here somewhere, I'm sure. Up here. There we go. Do I need another chemistry lab? I do. I need two more. Two more chemistry labs there. Actually, probably need more than two, but we'll go with that. Glass is the thing that we need right here. We can put that over here. Make another chemistry lab. There we go. All good, all good. Fix this up a little bit back here. Get up out of the ground if you don't mind. There we go. Tie in some power here somewhere. This we don't need. We're going to put that back there. Just kind of offset this a little bit. At an angle. Lock it in place. Lock this one in place so I don't have to go hunt it down later. There we go. Grind that down. Again, what were we on this one? Silicon. Okay, so resin and quartz. So we need some quartz. Over here, we were trying to make a blue container with plastic and glass. So we're trying to make more plastic. And so we're making more compound. How's our compound doing? Still cranking. Still cranking that compound. Keep going. It's a lot of sequential stuff. So you're like, you got to do this before you do this, before you do that. That's basically what I'm doing. I'm working on the first thing, the second thing, and the third thing. You get the idea. All right, so next thing is explosive powder. I do like to make a lot of that because we will use a lot of that later on. So I've got a bunch of sulfur right here. And the other thing that we need, you guessed it, carbon. And that is why we have a lot of it sitting right here. And now we're about to throw down some serious amount of things that go boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Right over here. Come on, turn around the right way. There we go. Run that out. Now we're going to need an empty canister. I'm just going to grab it from over here. Like this. We're going to take this. We're going to put it on the loops. This is another one. I only make a sum of it, and then I'll just switch it to something else. But we'll make a bunch of it right now. And we'll put it in this canister right here. Again, setting it for input. Then we take this. We prime this so we know it's going to go in there. And again, I like to go from right to left. It's the opposite usually in the US. Usually from left to right, but that's just the way I am. And now that's just going to go ahead and run this out. And it's going to do as many as it possibly can. Which is going to be a bunch. All right, let that run. Now we need another one of these. And I think our biggest thing is ceramic and our... Yeah, we don't have any on there. Ceramic and the glass. We're going to need to get some more quartz, I'm sure. And we don't have anything here. This is resin. Got organic there. This is resin. Why is this not... Oh, it's full. Okay. We have 32 rubber. Okay, I think that's more than enough. I think we're good. Let's just go ahead and run this resin back in. There we go. Run the organic back in. There we go. And that'll keep our organic running in there until it fills this one up. And then we'll have a backlog of organic. And we still have enough resin, I think. We could probably take this resin and just run it into that other resin. So we can then free up a canister. Again, later on, we'll make these like massive. Now, the reason why I'm not going right to left on this one is because I'm using the trees on the right. And I can put the trees on the left and go the other way. I mean, I can do it any way I want. Again, that's just grabbing that organic over here for us. So awesome. Now we got a free canister. Nice. It's not like I don't have them stacked up right here, too. I got a ton of canisters there if I need them. But we want to go ahead and, again, try to make this and a whole bunch of these, by the way, plastic and glass. So, oh, yeah, we need our plastic from over here. All right, that's probably good enough, brother. We got a full canister again. Right over here. And, again, we have this table here which shows me, okay, this is where the plastic and glass goes. Oh, man, we don't got enough room. We don't got enough room. We got to pull that sucker out of there. Pull that sucker out of there. Pull that out of there. Put this here. Flip it this way. Come on, so I can see it running out. There we go. This one turns this way. Oh, nope. Got me before I could put it back down. This way. Like this. Run that out. Nice. Where else are we using carbon? I was just using it somewhere. Over here. Let's use up the rest of this carbon over here. It's easier to put it on top of the canister than try to put it on the table. Usually, anyway. All right, how many is it made? 17. So we can make 17 things go boom. Or we can put them all in a group and then put one down and then blow them all up. That's the most useful thing is you get a bunch of those exocaches and you stack them on top of each other, and I just put one in the middle and it blows them all up. It's awesome. Very, very awesome. Okay, so we got that maxed out. That's kind of our goal here. We're trying to get these maxed out. Oh, this needs a canister. So let's go ahead and turn this off for a second. I'm going to have to pull these back out of here because the plastic needs a canister. Let's stop this for a second. Put that in there. That does not have enough room. All right, this goes here, and we're going to run it in, not out. There we go. And then this will be in the front. No, this will be in the back to the side, the compound. And then we need that canister that we put over here. So we can prime our plastic right there, and then it'll just accept plastic now. There we go. Run this out. Run that out. Turn that on. Now it's going to make a whole bunch of plastic again. All right, do your thing. That's what we want to do. Run it until it's full. Run it till it's full. Run it till it's full. That's what we want to get that going and doing. And then once it's full, then it stops using the power, right? And then I have a whole jar full of it, and I don't need 1,000 of it right now. I just need a little bit of each thing so I can keep progressing all of those different things that I'm working on. That's the most important thing, that we're progressing each of those things in each of the stuff that we're doing here. All right, this one over here I think is good. I think we all out of sulfur, though I'm sure back at Aatrox we got an absolute ton of it over there now. But we'll deal with that later. Right now, I want to go ahead and use this somewhere else. We'll take this carbon, and we'll see if we can just sneak it right in there. Yeah, very nice. How about this one? Sneak that one in there. Oh, yeah. Another one. Oh, try to push my luck there. So close. That'll take care of it later. Okay, so we got that. Now we're going to run this to the next one, which is steel. All right, iron, argon, and carbon. And we got crazy tons of helium right here. We got some argon up here and some helium up here, various different types over there. So we're going to need, you guessed it, carbon, iron, and that argon. So carbon we're going to need, and we're going to take this out and put this with our kind of miscellaneous resources that we're just stacking over here. And again, we want to get one more ceramic glass tungsten. We have iron here. We'll take our iron out of there now. What do we got here? Tungsten. Okay. Run that out. And then, again, we need ceramic glass. This is our iron, which we're going to use over here. Right there. Along with carbon. And then we're going to fully just snag our carbon out of here. Put that back in there for a minute. Put one of these carbons in here. Like that. So the carbon will end up there. And then turn this back on. And then let it continue to make a whole bunch of plastic. And then we'll steal this carbon and we'll make some stuff over here with it. Right here, very nice. And again, I see an empty canister over here. And we're going to make some steel. And we can use. Okay, iron, carbon, steel, go. Oh, why you do me so wrong? Why you do me so wrong? Gotta prime it first, I forgot. Sometimes I do. Gotta prime that sucker. And to go like that. There we go. All right. Now it's got one in there. Now it'll run. This is helium. We can actually stop this from running for a second. Stop this running. I got a good idea here. Not that we really need all of this, but we'll just put it back here. And then it'll use, if it needs any more argon, it'll grab it out of there. And we probably need to go get a bunch of that too. Let's put our helium right there. And so what we really need is glass. Need glass. We need another canister. All right, fluid canister. So plastic glass there. Not that one. This needs glass and ceramic. I think glass is number one. Centrifuge. Does the centrifuge stop? It did. Oh, it's out already? It's already out of iron. All right, well then we'll grab this, put that back in. Take this. This back in here. Oh, not that. Don't need organic clay. Now, anything that the forge can forge up, it's going to do it. Put this over here. It's going to go ahead and fire that up. I'm going to go ahead and grab this we were using for hydrazine. Let me grab a couple of those for me. Jetpack it over here. Stick it in the back. So what it's going to do is make a bunch of clay, put the clay on the silo or in here, and then this smelting furnace is going to turn it into ceramic. So you can actually generate it and convert it on the same table, which is awesome because that's what it's going to do right now. Boom. I like it to do a lot of the work for me. Again, automate that work, everybody. Very nice. Get that going. So we got that done. We got the canister, which is almost empty here, which we'll come back and use that one for soil when that one's done. We'll take this one back to our hydrazine farm and get that going so that can be running while we're doing this. Then we'll go get some more glass. Then we can make more of those canisters. And they have really big versions of those canisters too that we'll get to. But back to Caldor. And again, if we got this done alone, we've already done a lot. Just getting our hydrazine squared away. And you can see that hydrazine now is massively paying off. We go back and forth, back and forth. We don't have to stop every 5 seconds and make a little bit of this and a little bit of that. We're now doing it on a much higher scale. And we'll start doing that on every resource as well. I'm back. All right, now we'll take this. Put this in here. Flipping around everywhere. Why you do that? Why you do that? Stay still. Turn that off. Oh, man, I'm just clicking on all the wrong stuff. Come on. There we go. All right, I'm trying to get that cleared so I can put that down there so I can put more in. All right, there we go. Now, this up here. All right. Hurting a little bit for power. Look at all. See, look how much hydrogen is backlogged, everybody. Again, you end up with a lot of extra hydrogen. Oh, here comes the sun. See our solar arrays coming up. Yeah, see that one's getting hit first, and this one's a little bit in shadow. So we want to bring this one out a little bit, so it's oh, drop it. So it's going to get hit by the sun too. So this one's not causing a shadow. Make sure that you put it down where it's not doing that noise. There we go. Now it's going to get that. And you can see we got our triple extractors here. Just put some while you do that. Again, I want to be able to turn that off, everybody, where you can just turn it off where it doesn't put it in your backpack. All right, we got to give it the bump. 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 And then over here, I'll bump. And you can see it went right back to about almost halfway, and that's just going to extract a crazy ton more of that, make us an insane. Now, obviously what we want to do is have a massive amount of those sitting here so it never stops. It just sits and makes hydrazine 24/7. And then eventually we'll have it go and feed it to a ship, and that ship will automatically bring it to us wherever we want. Or we could bring all the stuff here. We could do whatever we want. Whatever we felt like doing, we could do it. And we've got, oh, I got to go back and get my QRTGs too. And we might make a little pit stop while we're at it. Check in on Venecia and see how Venecia is doing. The purple Twitch planet, as I like to call it. All right, we're back. Oh, there's a cool little spot right there next to that one. Man, I should have made a base next to that one. Tempted to go grab the stuff out of here and move over there. Gotta find where I currently am. I always put a green marker down so I know where I had landed before. Or at least I try to put a marker down. Alright, yeah, we got some argon going over there. Yeah, there's my QRTG. Grab a bunch of this argon. Get my QRTG back. Oops. Put it up in there. Nice. Okay. Well, were you hadn't to set up any extraction or anything for the generator here yet? I think I found that, or did I make that? I can't remember. But that's enough argon for now. We got plenty to go around. Really tempted to move this whole thing over to that other spot. Very tempted. Also, while we're here, we can go and get some other stuff. We should have brought some more storage. That's what we should have done. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but didn't. All right, now we got a little slider right here. We're going to go for a little slippy slide. Let's go. All right. I see we got a ramp here for some reason. What do we got a ramp here for? I don't remember. Let's go find out. Oh, I know why. Lithium, and that's exactly what I was looking for. We'll take that. I don't need no carbon, though I could bring that up to my power. See some lithium right here. All right, good enough. We're out of here. It's okay if you're out of power. It's when you're out of oxygen is the real problem. Power just makes you run in the dark, where oxygen makes you go into the light. Okay. Now we're going to put this right here, and boom, that's going to start that up. That's going to let this run a little bit more without my QRTG. I just found that randomly down there. And speaking of my QRTG, I will take that back. Thank you. Let's see. We got some room up here. We can throw some more lithium up in there. Maybe go get a couple more. I say we go for it. I mean, we're here. We might as well. I love the sliding in this game. It's super fun. All right, what else we got? Oh, we had a little power thing there, a little oxygen filter. We could use for oxygen if we wanted to. I'll just drop them in the way here so we remember that's where that is. And I'll carry one of these out of here. A lot of times I think it's faster just to use your jetpack than to use a vehicle. If you're trying to get a lot more scale-wise, then you'll want to use your vehicle, obviously. Bring a lot more resources back. But if you're just trying to dip down there, grab some stuff, and then dip out, like I'm doing, then that's the way to do it. Still tempted to move that, but we'll see if I remember to do it another time. Okay, we topped over there. We got some argon. Sylvia, right here. We're going anywhere else? Anywhere else we need to go? We need to eventually get back to Glacial. We'll go back to Sylvia. We'll drop off some of this lithium. See if we can get going. Had I thought I was going to get some lithium, or I thought enough ahead, I could have brought a container and then put a whole bunch of it in a container. But we'll get it going. We just want to get our, most importantly, we want to get our hydrazine backlogging. All right, some lithium over here. Where do I want to put this lithium? Do I have any open containers? Nope. Well, let's make some more then. Great trick. You just prime that. Take this. I need one more. I need one more out of the way so I can put it in there. There we go. And you put that in there, and then it'll grab all the lithium from the whole entire thing, put it in the canister. It's awesome. Now, argon, not going to do that because we don't have a glass canister there. But now you can see we got more argon that we need. And it's going to go ahead and make some more stuff. That's why we left our QRTG over there. We'll let it do a little work for us. Now we got a ton of argon. Ton of it. All right. Biggest problem probably going to be our iron that we ran out of there. Okay, we got that done. Is this done over here? Did it burn this up? How much more we got left? It stopped. I hate it when it stops. Don't stop. Don't stop till the beat drops. Let's go. Well, hydrazine in there. Grab that for me. More lithium on me. Drop that lithium in there. Nice, nice. And again, we'll scale all this up. We'll be extracting all this to the nth degree. What we really need is power. More power. Big time. And so I'm kind of waiting for the soil canister so I could use that soil canister when I go underground. Oh, I think my headphones just died. When I go underground to grab some more glass, or aka quartz, to turn into glass. So we got to get that going on. Let me swap this over here to my other headphones. There we go, much better. All right. It's going to burn up all that ceramic. Go, baby. Do I have my canister? I do, right there. Yeah, there is 2 canisters. There's one there, there's one there. I thought I had another one. That's it. Take it off of here. Put what you got in there. There we go. Grab the canister. Okay. Don't need to bring the compound. We're going to use this for our stuff. Now we can use our 3rd QRTG. Yeah, now we're talking. We out of here. And I saw some down here, but where it was, I don't remember, so we're going to have some fun looking for it. Let's try straight first. I think we should actually go straight here. Instead of dipping to the right there like I did, go this way. Out the way, Kismet coming in. I'm also getting soil while I'm doing the same thing, so multitasking. Making a road, getting soil, looking for quartz. I think it was down that back side road, but if you go enough this way, everybody, you will run into it. You will run into some, and I kind of look down the sides here in case I just am going by it. Man, that's rock solid right there. Could have went past it, we would never know. I feel like I'm going up. Wow, really? Really dense in here. Now I'm just wasting soil now. Happen to choose the one spot where it's just like completely solid the whole way. And sometimes it's hard to tell whether you're going up or down, especially when you're in a cave like this. I try to stay straight. Nothing. 0 quartz. Compound. Compound. Zinc. Zinc in front of us. Resin. Oh, lots of zinc. Feel like I'm on like a Disney ride. Aha! Like I said, you go far enough, you'll eventually find it. All right. And I had this turned off on purpose so I didn't end up with a whole bunch of it. Of other random stuff that I don't want. There was one of them trying to roll off. See him trying to roll off there. Okay, let's load her up. I could use the vehicle too, everybody, but when it's straight down like that, it can be a little awkward. So I just collect it myself, just as fast, I think. And less awkward. I got 3 on me. All right. And of course, wherever I put the road, that happens to be exactly where the resources are. Let me back up a little bit. You watch, you're going to be right here underneath the road. Put this back here. Oh, yeah. That'll help if I have my QRTGs. Get all 3 of them. All right. Yeah, we're going to get a whole bunch here. We're going to make a little divot right there. Here we go. Tried to bail. It tried to bail. I got it. That was a good quick grab right there. Yep, now there's a hole down there. See, if it goes down there, it's going to be down on the other level. A little bit more of a divot. Okay, now we got to do some work. Oh man, it does go all the way down to the other level. Building a little catch-all. At least as best as I can. Here we go. I think it's going into the ground there too. And I gotta go up a little bit. so that they don't end up glitching through the ground. Level 3 Shaper is awesome. Okay, try to catch him down there. Yeah, I think that's enough. All right, we out. No problemo. We out of here. Oh, we got to put our QRTGs back. Only really need to put one on there. We out of here. We out of here. I told you, go long enough, you'll run into it. It happens every time. I think there was another generator back there. Hold on. Got a working generator. I find so many of these working generators. Man, I've found none of them in this playthrough, though. I'll take that carbon. Where we go? I tried. Oh, look, there's some right there. Yeah, we went right past it. I didn't see it. We'll probably see a ton of it on the way back, by the way. Sometimes that happens on the way back. You're like, oh, there's a bunch right there. Went right past it. Yep. Bunch of stuff there. Yeah, right there. See? Over there in that cave. Went right past it. Where we at? Couple more. Oh, that's it. In the back. Don't need the compound. We out. Don't need to hold down shift. I'm doing it anyway. I don't need to hold it down. Ah, look right there. There's a bunch of quartz right there, everybody. Told you. I totally forgot that was there. It's always the way it goes. But we found a bunch of other resources too while we were at it. Look at this. We got this nice exit we can just dip out. All right, now we've got a lot of quartz that we could use for conversion. Go. Start that. Get one of these that's empty. Stop this. Put this here. Let that collect all of that. Get us another one over here. Primed and ready. There we go. And then we'll have this one primed for glass. And we'll put that back there. Now this one's cleared out. This one can go in. This one is ceramic, which we can put over here. What do we got here? Resin and tungsten. Right. And this needs ceramic, glass, and tungsten. Okay, we'll take the resin out. We don't need that. We need this one. We need this one, and we need the glass one. Let that run for a little bit. Compound, we know exactly where compound goes, don't we? Right over here, where we have it on this thing. Compound right there. Very nice. And we've already maxed 2 of our things so far. All right, we also need to get this going, which is ceramic and glass as well. But we'll go ahead and run out some ceramic. Run that back in. We stopped this, so we want to start that back up again. We'll run a little bit of this out so we can get this going. We'll do this over here. We'll take this. We'll stop this. We'll put this. We'll run that back in. We'll put this here. We'll put that there. GG's. Turn this like that. There we go. And then run this out again. And that's going to go ahead and burn all that down. Now I'm going to keep some of the... you always want to keep a little bit of quartz laying around. And usually I keep it wherever my equipment is. So I've got a little equipment thing over here. I'm going to go ahead and move this out of here now. Kind of tucked back there. We'll put it over here. And we'll grab this table out of here. Put that back there. And then we'll take some more quartz and put it over here for when, if we need to make beacons and stuff like that, we'll have it right there. There's a couple beacons already on there that we could use, but just in case. And we got one on me. There we go. Very nice. Oh, look at this. Very close to my plant right here. That was close. Okay, we got another chemistry station. And we're going to put it right here. Okay, chemistry station. We did rubber. We did plastic. We did aluminum alloy, tungsten carbonide. We did graphene. We did some graphene. We did some diamonds. We're making a bunch of hydrazine. We did some silicon, right? Well, we needed some more quartz for that. Maybe cut some of this quartz off. Maybe not all the quartz. Let's get about, let's say, 10. And we'll leave the rest for glass. That's good. We'll take that. That's right. We didn't take the quartz over here. So we'll run it out. So we'll remind ourselves that we need quartz. And the other thing, resin, which we have right here conveniently. Right there. And that makes silicon. But we also need methane. Right over here. We got some methane. Is that what we need? Methane, yes. I know I have some. Somewhere. Helium. What do we got over here? Helium. Methane. Oh, right here. It's the green one. Green one is the one we want. Any more green ones? No, but I bet you there's a whole bunch more back at my other base. Okay, there we go. We got our methane. Again, methane, resin, and quartz. And then this is our silicon, which we already have. Okay, then we'll turn this off. Turn that off. Put this over here. Say like this and like this. Turn those on. Turn that on. Turn this on loop. And go. All right, since we already have it primed with the silicon over here, it's just now going to run and make us a ton of silicon. So, again, we're just priming all of our various resources that we can use. Okay, so good. Glad we went and checked on that. We did a bunch of explosive powder. We got our steel going, and now we're ready for the big boy, titanium alloy over here. And we're just going to bring this over here. Oh, not that. We're going to bring this over here, click it like this, and it's going to go ahead and drop that right in there. Like so. Kind of fix that back up again. Nice. And now we're ready for some titanium alloy. Now we have some titanium right over here, so we're going to put that up there, and we're going to need one of the ones we did earlier. That's right, some graphene, and we have 30 of those. So glad we worked on those, aren't we? All right, then we're going to go ahead, process this, and double check our nitrogen here. Not sure I made enough nitrogen, but just so happens that I got sitting right over here somewhere, way in the back. I got you. Turn that back. Get this over here. Switch this to nitrogen. Nitrogen you can do on this planet. We're going to fire it off. There we go. All from 3 things, everybody. From 3 things. That's how efficient I am, because I'm working on each thing as I go along, and it will fill that up, and then I don't need that power anymore. Then I work on the next thing, need that power there, that power. So I have to build this giant power infrastructure. That's the same thing in Satisfactory, everybody. A lot of people spend a lot of time building this giant power infrastructure, which is fun to do, but really unnecessary. If you're super efficient, then you don't need all that power. You just use the power for when you need it, and you backlog a bunch of stuff. But eventually, we'll get to a point where the high-end stuff generates so much power, we won't have to worry about it anymore. And that's the cool part. Actually, I'm just going to pull this right off of here so this can keep popping off. Let's go. All right, titanium alloy. We need a table for the pied de resistance. Right over here. And we'll put this baby at an angle for some fun. Move that out of the way. And fire that up. Aim it this way, because we're going to put it like this. Lock that in. Do this. God, I hope these are all locked. They are. I'd like to double check them as I go. All right, over here, we're going to need another one. We need some tungsten. Run it out. We need some ceramic. Run it out. We need some glass. We got that. And now we're going to fire it off. Run that back in. Nice, nice. And now we have our 3 things we need for making some serious amount of canisters here, fluid canisters. We're going to put that on a loopity-loop. And we're going to burn up the rest of those resources. Go, baby. Oh, wait a minute. What do we need? Plastic. Oh, we didn't bring our plastic over. The wrong thing, wrong thing. All right, put that back in there. No. Why you do weird stuff? I don't like it. I don't like it when you do that weird stuff. They had a tungsten in there, and it tried to put the rest of the stuff in there. All right, good enough. Now we're going to go over here and check on our plastic. How we doing? 15 more. Nice. What did we run out of? Oh, we ran out. Wait, that wasn't even done. I turned the little auto arm off. That was my bad. That was my bad. I should have had that running. All right, well, we'll go over here and use this plastic. And we'll come back. And there it goes. Okay. This one, we're going to just make... Didn't want to make another resource canister. I want to make more of those other canisters. All right. This is the one. The Alpha and the Omega. We're going to get it on day 2, everybody. Here we go. We did rubber. We did plastic, aluminum alloy, tungsten carbonide, graphite, diamond, hydrazine, silicon, explosive powder, steel, titanium alloy, and the very last one, look, there's none other, nanocarbon alloy to the very tippy top. We have gone. Now, what we need, titanium alloy, steel, and helium. Well, it just happens that I have a bunch of helium just sitting right over here, everybody. We're going to run some of that out. Bada bing, bada boom. Right over there. And then we're going to pull it off of there. I think that's good enough. Then we need some steel, which we've got right here. Ba-boom. And then we know what we need. We need some titanium alloy, and that's what this is producing right here. So we're going to grab some titanium alloy. We're going to put it right there. We're going to press this button, and boom, nanotarbon alloy on day 2. And that is how you win this game. Come on, everybody. Let's see some GGs in the chat. That's pretty epic. Fire! We're on fire up in here, everybody. Look at that. Nanocarbon alloy, day 2 of playing. Pretty awesome. Now, of course, I've played through many times before, everybody, so I know where all the efficiencies are and how to be super efficient. Again, with just 3, proving it to you that's totally possible. Got it done. I love that. It makes me laugh every time. All right, nanocarbon alloy, everybody. Now, what you want to do is you actually want to move one of your little printer thingies out of there. We're going to take this here. Where we were plastic. I think our plastic is over here, and that's ceramic. Ceramic here. This is plastic. Okay, we'll put the plastic here, and we'll have it keep running those canisters. We're going to need a bunch of those. So what you want to do is go ahead and put this right over here. The reason why you want to put over this, you're going to need a bunch of resources that are going to make this work. Now we're going to make the highest level thing in the game, the fusion reactor that never stops running 24 hours a day. And we're going to make an absolute bazillion of these the second I... Oh, I haven't unlocked it. But that's why we've been letting our thing run so we can unlock it. Here we go, everybody. Going to be super powered now. Day 2, and we're already on the highest level stuff. There it is right there. The QRGG costs 12,500. Bah, we got that, no problem. Boom. There we go, unlocked. Now we can go ahead and see it in here. The mighty RTG. Where are you hiding, RTG? God, there's so many things to scroll through. There we go. Now, this is why we went and snagged a little bit of that lithium earlier. You see how long ago that was I grabbed that lithium? That's because I was thinking ahead, everybody. And now we're going to take this lithium. We're going to run that out of there. We're going to say, put that sucker on loop and make me a crazy ton of those. And away it goes. All right, now we got that going. All right, we're going to look over here and see if we got a bunch of steel. We got 7 steel. We're going to go ahead and take that, put it over here. We're going to run that lithium back in for a minute. Take that steel right there. How many of these have we done over here? I don't think that many. I think I stopped it because we were waiting for that nitrogen. Let's run that graphene out. Let's get it fired up. We need an empty canister is what we need. We got one right here. We're just going to fire one up right here. Run that graphene back in for a second so we can prime this for a minute. Could have been running that this whole time, but that was my bad. I got sidetracked right here. Let's prime that. Run that in there. Run that out. Go do it. All right, now it's going to run that graphene out of there along with any titanium that we have. And it's going to go ahead and prime some titanium alloy. You just want to kind of let this run until it burns up all your titanium. But here's the thing, everybody. If you got a little trade area back here and you've been grinding some stuff up like we have like this, you go right here. You go titanite. You say, go get me some more. And off it goes. It's going to go fire up in the sky. Go get me some more titanium. I don't even have to go and collect it. Most of our titanium in this particular playthrough that we've done so far, or actually, I think all of it. All of it, yeah, all of it has been from the trade thing, so I can show you. You don't even have to collect titanium, everybody. You can do it directly from there as well. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Look at this, everybody. All right, that might be enough, everybody. That might be enough. All right, we good. We good, but we are definitely going to use every last one of these, everybody. These are all soil and canisters. Let's go ahead and grab 4 of them. We've got 2 of them on me. We're going to go ahead and grab another one. Put it up here for a minute. Fly back, and then we're about to throw down. We're about to throw down some epicness here. Making some serious epic progress. We got 2 on us. We got 2 in there. Be right back. Hold on. Let's just make sure those are actual soil canisters before I run over there. Yes, they are. In my backpack. Soil. Soil. Yep. All right. Got 11 more launches. Won't be an issue in a moment.
Break time!
Break time! That is absolutely true. I did have my thing come up and tell me it was break time. We'll do that here in a second. First, we got to get this going because I like to let stuff run while I'm on break here. So let's get on over to Caldor. We have got our massive... You see how quickly I scaled that up once I got the hydrazine going, everybody? Because again, I go back and forth to all the planets once you get the hydrazine going. Again, once you get your big extractors... Straight to Caldor you should go. Bring yourself a bunch of other stuff as well so you can actually get the whole hydrazine process running over here. Usually this is one of the easiest places to find hydrazine. You can also do it on your main planet as well and extract that hydrogen and do it on Sylvia. But I find this is one of the easiest places to find a good amount. Now, instead of just having one over here, which is completely filled right now, as you can see, we're going to also turn this off for a second so it doesn't do that. And now we can go ahead and put that one. We can pick up our vehicle and put it down for no reason whatsoever. We can go ahead and put this one down. We can put this one down. And now we just 4x'd our ability to make a massive amount of hydrazine. So now the next time we come back, everybody, is going to have 4 of those in there. It's going to be awesome. Oh, this one has to go over here so that can put that there. There we go. There we go. And that's just going to crank now. It's going to crankety, crankety, crank. Now we got to have this over here so it can still feed the hydrogen across when it runs out of hydrogen. It's got so much hydrogen over there. And again, you see it's running overnight, nighttime. Sun still a little bit before it comes up. But those are popping off. All right, now we're going to give it a little nudge before we go, so we know we can set it and forget it. Be real careful when you're picking these up. Pick it up by the bottom and just click it straight back down, or they'll just go which I don't like. All right, we'll let that crank. That's going to be a crazy ton of that. All right, now we got a whole thing of hydrazine there. In fact, while we're here, let's just do the smart thing and run into the side of our landing pad, I guess. Right here. Put that right in there. There we go. Oh, while we're here. Oh, I actually remembered this time. While we're here, right over here, let's go ahead and claim our reward. Right over here, because you can claim it from anywhere. Get ourselves a nice little buggy. And there we go. Now here's the trick, everybody. If you got some extra stuff you found while you're out and about, like we have up here on the top, we've got some solar and wind. I'm going to probably just grab a solar since we have so many of those. Take this, put this up here to block this so it doesn't go up here to the top. Make sure it does go back up with it. Yep, it is. Then we just take our solar, and when we're not even here, the sun's going to come up. It's going to charge that up for us, and it'll always stay charged even if we're not around to do so. Very cool. We also have our other vehicle here. This is for like transporting. If you notice, everybody, I just use one trailer. I don't use two trailers. I don't do that anymore because I'm really just trying to get to the extractors, so the extractors can do a lot of the hard work. So I don't have to manually extract all the stuff all the time. I can take this hydrogen with me, though. We'll use that. All right, we out. Nanocarbon alloy on day 2. All right, then back. Sylvia. Again, going much faster in this playthrough because, again, we want to get to the MEGATECH. Now, we're going to get the MEGATECH today. I don't know, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We got a lot of infrastructure to set up. We got to get a lot of resources when we're doing our MEGATECH stuff. Man, look at our base. Man, that is sexy, sexy. Loving it. All right, we got a crazy ton of hydrazine now. Now, this one I typically keep in the thing, and I have it like this. So when I need more for my stuff here, and I don't even need to hold on to it now, I can just go ahead and go like this, run it out, and it will just go up here, and I can just grab it from up there, right? Or I can just grab it from the side, or even better, you can just put it on the ground, grab one, put it in your inventory, then run this back in. And that's typically the way I'll get it. And again, I don't need to carry my backpack anymore, and also it'll automatically take all that out of there now. That'll be its new home. Over here, when you got some hydrogen, we can put right there for future use. All right, so while we were gone, it was doing some work. It did. It got 5 titanium alloy done. Very nice. We've got this kind of reversed. So we want to put this here. Put this over here. Oh, Kismet Love Train starting up. Who's that awesome person? Let's say Just Bougie coming in. Oh, hey, you got your 24-month sub badge as well. Congrats. Show Just Bougie some love in the chat. What up? Thank you so much for that 2 years of love. That's a lot of love right there. Show some love in the chat, everybody. Remember, when peeps come in, show some love in the chat. I want you guys to amplify it by throwing some hearts, throwing some love in the chat as well. Look, our first RTG of this particular playthrough, we're about to make a ton more. So we're going to go ahead and put this on loop. We're going to say make as much nanocarbon alloy as you possibly can. We're going to go ahead and run out our steel. We're going to run out our titanium alloy. We're going to run out our lithium. The reason why we're going to do that is all those things are going to work together to make a bunch more RTGs. We're going to let that run. Right over there. Move this kind of out of the way. There it goes. Already printing those. Now, first thing I'm going to do is take this power. This is unlimited power. It will run 24/7, 7 days a week. That's 4 more power right there. And now you're going to see that we're maybe gaining. There we go. Now we're gaining because we're right on that edge. This whole entire time we were running just on these generators right here. We did have a 4th one. We took that to another place because we didn't really need it. We just needed the 3. And that got us all the way to the basically the end of the base game when it comes to resources. Now, of course, there's tons of quest line and stuff like that we haven't done yet. But when it comes to resources, we are now on the highest of highest in resources. And this is not nice. Hold on, we gotta fix this. Deal with my stuff there. There we go. All right, nicer. Lock it. Now what we're gonna do is start building toward our tower of power, which you'll see. Oh, look at this. Look at this. A whole bunch of them. We'll take this one. We'll take that one. And we'll take those two. And the first thing I love to do with an QRTG or RTG, everybody, is put it right here on my vehicle. Now I got my QRTGs back, which is what I meant to say. And now I don't ever have to worry about it. Right over there, GG's. It's all good. I'm going to put my floodlight in the back. Actually, I'm going to take that out. Now, the QRTG does 1 power. So if you put it in there, you usually need about 3 power to keep your vehicle going. And this is 4 power, right? So I can now drill through anything, do anything I need to do. But there is another thing we need to do, and that is take one of these QRTGs with us to somewhere else and power that up too. And keep our QRTGs on us now. So now I don't have to take these off anymore. Let me go ahead and rearrange these so those are now forever in my backpack and I will never run out of power. There's only one reason I will actually take one of these QRTGs out, and that reason will be revealed later. There we go. Later on. But right now we've got it massively powered up. Again, now our major vehicle here is always going to be powered. So we've got to make a quick little stop while we're letting that stuff run. We'll come back. We'll have some more RTGs going there, hopefully. If we didn't run out of resources, which we probably did, because we're going to run out of titanium. All right, straight to Aatrox we go. Now over here on Aatrox, we transplanted some trees. As you can see, by the way, you could use other stuff. I just use the trees because they're fun. But you can see it's extracting the organic, just like on our other planet. We've got 2 medium generators running here. Converting those medium generators, keeping that going. You can see we got a ton of methane, ton of sulfur. We're going to clean that up at some point. And then over here, of course, tons and tons of helium. That we can also come and grab over here. But the number one thing that we want to do right here, so we never have to use our QRTGs on this again, is throw an RTG on here. That is now forever powered. This actually has a level 3 drill on it with a paver. We've, of course, got our fluid canister and our seat, so we can go and collect resources or do whatever we need to do here. This place is rocking and rolling. Another thing that we could do is put the QRTG on here, and we'll make a bunch of them. We will power all this stuff with those QRTGs. Interesting enough, I don't really extract resources here on other than for research. But for resources, I don't even come here to Aatrox. This is really for gases, for sulfur, for methane, and for our helium. Most of the time, I don't even bother to gather anything else. All right, now we're out of here again. We got another important stop. All right, right in front of us. Thanks for being right there. Oh, let's see if we can click on it before we go too fast. Oh, it bumped me right there. Sometimes it bumps over when you try to do it. I can't click on it. Boom. All right. Now what we're going to do is go right here, grab this RTG, put it right there. Then I think we got one more up in here. We do. Okay. Now we're going to take out our solar power. Like this. And these fit perfectly right up there on the top. Oh, didn't want to do that. Put that down. Man, I wish you could lock those. Why can I not lock those, everybody? Why can I not lock them? I'm trying to get this thing off the top. It ain't easy. It ain't easy. Put that power up there. Now, if you put these up on the top here, which is my favorite thing to do, those always have power. 24/7, 7 days a week. If this got disconnected or some of this other stuff gets messed up, it won't matter because it always has power on top of the extractors, right? Even if it's going slower, it never stops running. So it'll just keep running as long as you're pulling those resources off of there. And that's going to really help it at nighttime when it's starting to struggle, when it doesn't have enough solar power to keep it going. We now have 2 batteries here plus 2 RTGs. That's 8 power over there, by the way. Each of these right here require 8 power. So 2 of these RTGs is powering 1 of these things. And later we'll get even more to keep that going. Now we do want to take our solar here and try to utilize it over here somewhere. Let's see. No space there, but we'll just go ahead and do what we did before. Just plug it in right there. I mean, you might as well, everybody. Again, it's just... Otherwise, it's sitting there doing nothing. We got it for free. We're just laying around. Let's get it done. Let's put it right over here on the hill. So we can track that sun all the way over. Kind of feel like we want it over here. We're going to do it. Let's do it. Right here. Oh, I got an idea. Oh, I got a good idea. Come over here, a little generator. Now, I used to use these generators for extenders instead of the actual extenders. And that's because it's a bi-directional by default. But now they made the extenders bi-directional as well. So they're not like totally useless. I think they're totally useless. But that's going to allow me to extend that out just a little bit. We'll put these on this little hillside so it can catch it on the way in and the way out. Oh, we got to rotate this one just a little bit. A little bit more. There we go. Now we'll catch it when the sun comes up. Catch it when the sun goes down. Very nice. And now it's going to have a bunch of extra power. And then all of our stuff should be going up and down. Why is that one at the end not going up and down? I didn't even turn that one on. Huh! It could have been doing even more. I forgot to turn that one on. That was my bad. But hey, now it's going to be generating even more hydrogen. Look, it's already got those already half full, even than what we were doing. All right, so again, that's the first place. Now you know exactly where I put my RTGs, everybody. Boom, boom. I put one on my primary base, one on each of my vehicles, and then 2 more on the actual tractors that go with my hydrazine. When we get another one, we'll put another one on that other one. We out of here. Okay, man. Nice to be right next to Sylvia here. Makes it a little easier to dip back. Yeah, there we go. Showing you some love in the chat there, just bougie. Oh, I hit my buttons. Hitting my buttons over here. Hit my my pedal down there, which runs my Discord. Actually, I should have my Discord sound off. I don't know why you can hear that. Huh. Oh, that's because I have a system sound on. There we go. Now you can't hear it. There we go. I moved all my system sound to everything else, but I use it as a backup just in case. Sometimes I leave it on for whatever reason. All right, we got another QRTG here. Where should we use it? You already know. I just said it. We'll put it in our backpack. I said we go do it before we forget. And it keeps putting these darn hydrogen things in my backpack. Stop it. Stop it with that. No more launches. 9. Again, we'll take a break here in a minute. We want to get all this stuff queued up. Want to let it run. I like doing the same thing in Satisfactory and other games. You get a whole bunch of stuff queued, let it run. You kind of hide in your base or hide wherever you can where you're not going to get killed. And do your thing. I'm going to go over here and snag some of this. Oh, I didn't get it in time. Run it out. Run it out. Oh, that's going to one in the back. There we go. Just trying to run it out. I should have just picked it up off the thing. That's what I should have done. That's very awkward to put those under there. There we go. We'll make this one the input, and we'll run all the rest of these out. And we got to make sure we remember to put these as inputs. Otherwise, we'll come back and only one of these will be full. All right, up on top. Yeah, I hate it when it does that. Puts it up at the top. Give me that. I got an idea. I'm going to go up here. Can't get it. Gotcha. My thing can't grab it if it's way up on the top. And there we go. Nice, nice. Put this in our little row of solar power here. There we go. Already extended that whole battery. Yeah, I feel like it does run down at night still. But I think a couple more cycles with the RTGs, I think I'll be good. Kind of watching it. That's an awesome battery though, man. Those suckers are huge. And they added all this big stuff recently, but pretty cool. Well, semi-recently, I guess. Oh, it's about to run out of power. How's that sun doing? Gonna be a while. All right, well, we're not gonna sit here and watch the kettle boil. We're out here. Let it run. Again, even if it does stop at nighttime, everybody, it'll come on in daytime and keep running. Our goal is just to make sure that it is getting tons and tons of resources for us. Okay, now that we got all that done, we've got some other work to do on my fave planet, which is Glacio. Click it. Oh, see, it bumped me. See, I bumped me there when I came in. I couldn't click on it. Move my cursor off of it. And I would have clicked on that other one. I didn't want to click on that other one. Sometimes I just move my base to the center because I get sick of trying to click it off to the side. I put it right down the center here. Like that one. This would be a good one to move to this kind of pylon in the center, way up on the top there. That way. All right, we're back. Okay, I can tell you the thing that's going to stop us right here, everybody, is 100% titanium. 100%. But we probably got a little bit that we got over here from our scrap that we have. Oh, wait, it's back here now. It's not up there anymore. It's right here. This is where it should be, right by where I get the stuff. Okay, so we got that going. Now, we're going to need some more QRTGs to get us started here. Put the titanium over here, and it's going to go ahead and make me some titanium alloy. You can see we still have some steel. And over here, what are we waiting for? Carbon? Pfft. You're kidding me. How much carbon we got over here? How about a whole thing full of it? We need another one. Replace that one while we're using that carbon. Oh, got me right before I could put it in there. Keep making that carbon. There we go. Never stop. Can't believe we ran out of carbon over here. That's a rare sight. There we go. Oh, we had carbon right there. What the heck is going on here? We just didn't process it. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, we got 2 steel, 3 steel already over here. Okay, well, titanium alloy, brother. Do the thing. How are we doing over here? One more. All the way to nanocarbon alloy without collecting any titanium alloy, by the way. All the way to RTGs. I didn't collect any. I just used all the scrap that we had used as we'd gone along. I didn't really even go out of my way to get any of the scrap. I just used what was around the base as well. All right, QRTG. We're going to need that. We're going to need an auto arm in the back here. It's not over there. Look at all these. Ooh, we're going to use all of those later. Auto arm, small printer right here. We need an auto arm to clean up this mess. That's what we need. Aluminum and graphite. We burned up all of our graphite. Yep. How about our aluminum? And we got a little bit. All right. Of course, it's facing the opposite direction. Clean this up a little bit here. What's the other thing? Graphite. Graphite. Again, I think we burned it all up. We might need to go get some more. Yeah. We sure do. Okay. Now we also need to make another extractor as well. How are we doing on our extractor? Oh, we got to probably go get some more exo chips. Got some steel, tungsten carbonide, and rubber. We got that. Let's snag a steel from over here. Put it over here. Rubber. Right there. And tungsten carbonide. See how cool that is now, everybody? Hey, I need some tungsten carbonide. I just run over here and grab some. Right? Instead of having to make it each and every time, you get a backlog of all those various things that you need. Which is what makes it cool. Oh, that's aluminum alloy. Sorry, my bad. Wrong thing. Wasn't paying attention. This one. It actually even has it right here on the thing, too. I wasn't paying attention. You can tell it was the wrong thing because I tried to put it on there and I put it over there instead. Okay, we need some exo chips. We'll get that going on. We can just go ahead and make some for now. Probably have a ton. Soil over here that we can utilize. There we go. Make sure this is not going to loop anything. Oh, it's going to loop some clay. That's okay. I'll use a little bit more clay, I'm sure. Alright, we'll give that a minute. We need to get another canister. I could have used that nanocarbon alloy for those big containers and stuff. It's not worth it at this stage, I think. Alright, we're going to just make some graphite. We're going to burn up all this for some graphite. We'll probably prime some of this. This is ceramic, which we already have. Put it right there, so it just puts that ceramic there. I turned it so I could see the graphite go in there, and then it trolled me by putting it in the back. All right, there we go. All right, that'll make us some graphite. Oh, we only need one right now. Get our auto arm going. Where did we do the other one? We did the other one over here. Small printer. Let's also get another one of these. Oh, we don't have any titanium for that. Yeah, let's not burn our titanium on that anyway. For now. Alright, auto arm. Auto arm RTG. Anything else that I'm going to need?
Retweets are good.
Oh, are they? Let me take a look. Refresh. Did you guys crush it? Oh, I see 4 hearts. I don't see 4 or 5 retweets. You're close. You're close. Got a retweet. Get that 5th one. So close. All right. You hit the wrong one? All right, I'll refund it to you. How about that? Refund that back to you. All right. We got to get this going and we're going to take a break. That's what we're doing. Okay, so we are going to take this RTG with us. We're going to take the auto arm and we're going to take off. Here we go. Now, it's time to work on our big boy resources that we need to make more of these things as well. So, we're going to go around this way. Try to find where we landed. Oh, right. Did we put a landing pad there? I don't think we did. Still haven't put a landing pad there, but I'll land on this side. It's a little closer. Where we were here. No problem. Oh, wait. We can go faster. Put a landing pad over here at some point to make this 10 times easier. Okay, let's get to work. It's never going to be without power now. Which way's the front? This way. I sure can aim at the front. We got to extract one first so we can prime it. And then all it's going to do is just collect iron for us for a while. Now, again, you want to have one that's all the way to the top. And then once I find that one, I'll put 3 down instead of just 1. And I do that on every node. This way it's extracting 3 times faster. You're getting tons and tons of resources. Usually I don't need more than 3. 3 I find is usually the optimal. But you can see also this is going a little slower because, again, this is 4 power and it needs 8. We can help it along a little bit here if we just go like this. Go a little faster. Stand over here, get our oxygen as well. Probably a good idea. Stopped. Oh, because it's full. Nice. Thought it was still going. Right, it's good. Now again, it's going to go like half speed because it only has half the power that it needs. But half speed is better than no speed. And then it's going to go ahead and fill this up. And I'm going to leave some room here for it to put this stuff here. So then, while we're taking a break, this is going to be just collecting tons and tons of irons for us the whole time. Now, obviously, we want to do the same thing with some titanium. Now, while we're here, we're going to go ahead and set up probably a landing pad over here in between this kind of area. Nice flat area right here. We can also just kind of skim the top of this like this. If you just kind of skim the top of this, it knocks all these things down, as you can see. And then you'll see it'll flatten out. We can also just cut under here, drop all these things down, and those will all get out of our way. And we have a nice flat area right here, which is pretty awesome. So I'll probably, again, put a landing pad right here, and then we'll go ahead and drill this away, like this. Oh, there's some more iron right down there. Nice. Okay, let's oxygen up first. And we definitely want to come over here and double check this is working. Yep, it is. Okay, got the oxygen. Let's go for a little slide. Definitely takes practice. Oh, that was a sweet one. That was a nice one. All right, we'll cover that up. And here we are. Oh, we got a bunch of organic. That organic out here. First thing you want to look for, where is the resin? Oh, well, we know where the titanium is, but no resin. All right, we're not even going to risk it. Back up we go. Oh, one of my things is going down. No worries. It's kind of a good idea to actually keep them mixed so that one is always there. There we go. Get our oxygen back. All right, might be a little excessive. We'll carry one back. Okay, let's go. That is a really close node, man. Just lucked out on that one. Usually you're wandering around looking for it. Now this one's really close, so I'll probably use my extractor on that one. Just because it's super easy. But we might look around for a little bit more. Yeah, see, now we're not going to find any more. You watch. All right, we're going to also use an oxygen filter here. No more. Just that, huh? Don't forget to look up. Oh, so yeah, there's some this way. Okay. Don't got much room. Don't think that's too big of a node, but we'll grab some. Oh, we didn't grab any. Get a little bit more. Oh, there's a bunch under there. There's a bunch under there we can go ahead and utilize. And now we're working on the highest in resources. And again, that one may be faking us out, and the other one is the thicker one. We won't know until we put one of our things down there first. And we'll go ahead and leave this oxygen filter here. How we looking? All right, yeah, it's 3 of 32. And again, we just let that set it and forget it. We'll be good. We don't have any storages. We could have brought a storage. That would have been brilliant. but didn't think of it. We'll come back. Let that run. Now, before I forget, for the who knows how many time, we're going to make ourselves a landing pad. And then we're going to take a break. That's the way these games go, everybody. You want to do this one more thing, one more thing, one more thing. That's why you're playing it for 20 hours. That's why I was playing it for 16 hours the other day. Sure was. All right. So we come back. We got our titanium. We're going to go ahead and let it melt down. We should have a bunch of ceramic. Nice. And a bunch of graphite. All right. Now we needed our graphite for something. Gotta remember what it was. Something over here. Exo chips there. Graphite we needed for the auto arm. But we already got some. But now we got extra. We can also use it for our graphene, but we have a ton of graphene, so there's no real reason to run that out right now. But we'll just go ahead and keep it over here. Oh, we forgot to make another table. Gotta make more tables for over here. Yeah, do it later. I think we're gonna make another auto arm to clean up all of these things. Which you can do. You can have the auto arm pick all those up and then stack them for you, which is really fun. All right, we got some zinc material here. Melt that down. Ain't doing us no good sitting on the ground. We've got some carbon there. We'll put over there. Put our floodlight on for no reason whatsoever. Okay, now we are making over here. Instead of the extractor, we are going to make a landing pad, aluminum and ceramic. I think we have some aluminum over here. We have tungsten, aluminum right here. And then ceramic here. Again, as you can see, we're massively scaling up our resources to get it going. This over here, actually. I don't know why that glass went over there. Glass goes in there. There we go, landing pad. Run that back in. Go in here. And let that baby cook. Wait till we get it all running simultaneously, everybody. That's the really fun part. When it starts delivering all the resources and it just runs on itself. Retweet's done now? Okay, awesome. All right, there we go. Where's my button? Right there. There you go. I'll give you a bunch of kids caps for being awesome. All right, now that I'm 40 minutes late for my break, we'll go ahead and take a little bit of a break, everybody. We're going to let that run. We're going to come back. We're going to keep on going, though. We're going to try to max this stream out, I have a feeling. Yeah, we're getting close. Again, I'm trying to do longer streams, everybody, and trying to get back into it now that hopefully my IRL is a little bit more stable. We'll see how it goes. But let's go ahead and get some words on stream going for you guys over here to play. Right over here. We got to pass all the buttons. Oh, wait, we got to do all of this first. All right. A lot of technical things. All right, there we go. Okay, and then sound. Okay, got the Twitch one working. Let's get the YouTube going. There we go. All right, whether you're on Twitch or whether you're on YouTube, you can go ahead and play some words on stream together while I take a little bit of a break. I'll be back here in just a little bit. Here we go. I'm back, everybody. Let's get into it. Here we go. Let's go. Let's press some buttons and flip some switches over here. There we go. All right, try to kind of help you guys out with what the heck are you doing, Google? There we go. All right, let's do this. What do we got? Oh man, bars. You already got bars. Jars. Did you get jars? J-I-R-S. Maybe J's not a letter you can use. J is the bad letter. Don't use J. Don't use J. That's the bad letter there. What? Crab. Crab. Yeah, there we go. And then carb. C-A-R-B, which you have there. It's carbs with the plural, so that means the singular is there as well. Somebody throw carb in there. I'm locked. I can't do it. Or is it already in there? Am I just not seeing it? Crab is in there. Why is carb not in there? I don't know. Oh man. What? Cabs. Ooh, good one. I think we got it. Hey, there we go. Nice job, Chad. Good job working together. Now put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Just so I know everything is working. We're going to go ahead and get back to some Astroneer here. We are going to max out this stream, everybody. We won't get it done right over here. Let's go ahead and get back to it. We've been letting it run here. Like so. Turn the game sounds back on. Over here, and it's been collecting a ton of stuff for us, like iron, like hydrazine, and we need to go ahead and try to get another one of these going on. Oh, we need to go get some of our stuff. That's why we made a bunch of these things somewhere. Where did I make it? Over here. I see it right there. Okay, now one of the things I do when I'm going to go get a bunch of exo chips is I bring a big stack of explosives, because hey, why not? So I'm going to bring 17 of them there. Now, as we get these chips, we're going to need to be able to transport them. So we're going to need to go ahead and bring something that we can go ahead and put them on. So we're just going to take this off of here, put this over here for now. Take this with us. Like so. What do we got here? Explosive powder. We got that. We've got our hydrazine over here. Man, we are styling. Off we go. Now, again, I find one of the best places to find the exo things. Now, you can find them on here, too. I haven't found too many on this particular playthrough. And sometimes you're just tripping over them, man, because they're everywhere. So they're usually everywhere when you don't have any explosives to open them. By the way, wearing my Twitch partner shirt today, everybody, given me by Twitch themselves. I forgot I was wearing it today. I don't really, I just, whatever the next shirt is in line, everybody. I don't normally think about it, unless it's like a shirt that goes along with whatever I'm doing, like 7 Days to Die or something like that. But normally I don't pay attention. Whatever the next shirt is in a row. All right, here we go. Back over here. And now we're ready to go ahead and take some of this stuff with us. All right. We're going to put that right there because we already filled this up with some other stuff over there. So we're going to leave that there. Maybe take this tall one, put it in the back, yeah. There we go. Turn this crazy train around. There we go. And here we go. Oh, look out. A little far to the right. Turn the radar on. And here we go. Now, the cool thing is we have the RTG now, everybody, so we're never going to run out of power. We don't have to put our QRTGs on the vehicle anymore. We can just dip forward and just keep going and get as many of these as we possibly can. Now, you can gather them up and shrink them down and then bring them back, which I have done it that way as well. I kind of prefer just blowing them up. We've got plenty now to do that. Oh, I heard something. I heard a little blum blum. Oh, all right, into the tracks right here. Let's go. And again, multi-purpose, so we're creating a road, but we're also looking for these things. Yes, I see it right there on the left. But we're just going to go straight, so we always have like a straight road that'll take us back. But we are going to dip to the left when we get close. Oh, we also got some stuff right here we can just dip over and grab. More research. I'll grab one or two of them if we can. All right, I'm going to say right about here is a good spot. And then we're going to back up. We're going to hang left. Oh, this way. Now, these do not get destroyed from your drill bit. So you're all good. And then we'll grab one of these. I should put one of those on there. Go to our dynamite. All right, 2 chips. We'll take them. Stick those back here. GG's. Back onto the thing here. Turn on our radar. All right, that one we got. Backing out. Back onto our main road. Just lined up again. Then what I'll do is just do this. Shape this across. By the way, you might notice that I can shape easier with my thing now because I have the level 3 shaper, which is awesome. Back to work. Here we go. Try not to hit that thing there. We'll just leave it there. Oh, I see 2 coming up on the right. Now this actually has sometimes a 1 underneath there. We're just going to move it out of the way. We could use that also for research. We're just going to wait for it to clear. In fact, we might as well just scan that. Oh, threw up in the air when we tried to grab it. Again, this is what the RTG lets you do. It just lets you go and go and go. Both with your paver and your stuff. Man, there is a lot of this research out here. Cut right. I feel like I'll move this one up a little bit. Also, by the way, one of the things that I typically will do is put it on a little pedestal like that, just so it doesn't blast a hole and fall down below, which sometimes it does. This time I'll take this off. There we go. Easier to grab it that way. Then fill up that whole thing. More dynamite. Again, if you stack them all up, you can use one dynamite and blow them all up at the same time. But this is faster, I think. Oh, 3 on that one. Nice. Put these back here. Again, these chips are where it's at, everybody. These are the most valuable things, I think, in the entire game. They're usually the stuff that's most involved. Now, I have a bunch of other resources here that I can clear as well. I'm just going to leave this. Drop it down into that lower level there, I see. Again, I don't need all of this. I'm going to let it fall down into that lower level. Of course, later on we'll be looking for that. That's always how it goes. All right, put these chips here. Organize them a little bit, I guess. There we go. Okay, now we could pick up all of this and use the scrap, but I'm not going to. We're just going to back our way out of here. Now, there's another one over here as well. It's like almost straight ahead. Then again, block that so we don't think that's a road. Away we go. Went up a little bit there just to get rid of that thing hanging down. We can do this all day. We got infinite power and infinite oxygen. All right, right to the right here. Just don't be anywhere around there when it blows up. Showing you some gamer secret right here, everybody. A sweet spot to go ahead and collect all of your chips that you've been looking for. All right, straight ahead we go. Just trying to make a nice, consistent, straight road where we can come down here, look for stuff if we need to. Especially all of this research. We want to really just keep this research going, but we don't even need to do that anymore because we have it all automated. Both on Sylvia and then also over here. And we only need one of them because we just let it run long enough because we're busy. Oh, you're always busy doing a whole bunch of other stuff, right? Collecting resources, setting up a bunch of stuff, and meanwhile, it's just getting you tons and tons of research while you're doing this. And again, I did come over here and grab a bunch of research from Aatrox, which is what got us to this point. So we can just let it run. Oh, down in there. Back way out. Oh, see, almost missed one. Definitely want to look just in case. Man, we're going to make so much epic stuff with this, everybody. So much big stuff we're going to make with all of these. Yeah, there we go. Backing out. It's definitely worth the time to just take a minute, close that off. Flatten that out a little bit. All right. Just so you don't have to think about it. There we go. Ah. Didn't see it until I wiped it out. Nice research there. Gotta wait till the thing goes away. There we go. No big loss, but I hate hitting those things. I actually will try to dodge them from time to time. Ooh, 2 to the left. See, I'll go a little left so I don't hit that one. Back up a little bit. Right here. Kind of feel like I should go get the second one. Go get the second one. I'm about to blow a hole in the roadway here, but I can always fix it. Sure there's none hiding underneath there. Pave right over that. Getting out on the right side. Got this backwards. There we go. Almost got turned around. I was going this way. I remember that thing up there on the top. See? Actually come in handy. What the heck are you doing? There we go. Onward. If I ever need any of those, I can just dip down in here, follow this road, pick those up. GG's. Get that baddie. Made it fall down in the hole and then just drilled right over the top of it. Those are useful. They do give a lot of XP and a lot of research, but I don't bother. I don't have to. Okay, that's going to be annoying. I'm going to take that out right now. That's like 400 each one of those, everybody. Those are so useful, but we're not here for that. I see it right here. We're doing on time. All right. Hey, Siri, set a timer for 30 minutes. And they're just right there. Might as well grab it. If we ever did need those resources, I usually leave them along the road. Really, only time I really use the radar a lot is looking for these things. Because they are pretty hard to find. Again, when I'm not looking for them, they're everywhere. When I am looking for them, can't find them. Actually doing pretty decent on this right here. Come back later and bring a bunch of stuff to shrink all that down, bunch of packagers, and just drive along the road, pick all those up. We're going through. Another one bites the dust. I hate taking these out because they do regrow, so you can get them. That's a tough one. Can't get to it. It'll pop in a second anyway. This one's a little bit down. Right underneath me. Right underneath me there. Gotta back up. Alright, gotta go digging. Oh, they're shooting at me. I feel like it's down in that tunnel. Do some splunking. I was right. Can't see where I'm going, but we're gonna try. Turn the map off. There we go. Alright, somebody's after me. Who is it? I don't know where they are. Put this one up a little higher. Flatten all this out so it doesn't fall down in there, hopefully. See how it goes. I feel like I wanted to move that back just a little bit. I'm glad I didn't hit this thing and make this thing explode. What are you doing? Put that down. Put that down, dude. What the heck is going on? Oh boy, we got problems with that. We'll deal with it here in a second. Ah, there we go. Having trouble put it back up there. I think there was another one that way, but I'm just going to keep going along the road. If you go long enough, you'll actually go all the way around the planet. I've done it before. Actually, I did it last time. Just in the last day, we went and did all the way around the planet. Sometimes these are in the worst spots. Trying to go a bit over that so I don't get too much of that resource. Oh boy. Lots of stuff in the way there, alright. Only all there is some carbon. Get it out of the road. Wait, I should put that in the road. Get in there. Seeing if there was anything on it that was worthwhile. Nothing on it. Oh, it came back out of the road. I just filled it back in. Man, there is so many of these things, man. We come back again with a bunch of packagers. We'd have like hundreds of thousands of research. All we'd have to do is drive along the road that we already made. These things just seem to be right where I'm trying to go. Sometimes there's one of those things underneath here too. That's why I usually look under there to see if there's anything under there. Make it drop down in there and then pave right over the top of it. Getting it going on, everybody, little by little here. Oh, they're just everywhere. Those things. Trying to find some more of these things. Oh, there's one to the left. Glad I turned my radar on. One to the left here coming up. Keep going. Yeah, right here is a good spot. Back up a little bit. Up and over. Oh. That was an interesting spot for it to be. Backing up. Yeah, I saw another one ahead too. I probably should have went for that other one that was ahead. Gonna definitely move this one forward. Because there's a drop off right there where it was in. You know what? To fall back down into that drop off after all that work. Yeah, we could have been packaging these along the way. And walked out of here with hundreds of thousands of research as well. But I don't really need the research as much as I need these things. Just keep stacking them. I'll make so much stuff with this. So much stuff. All right, let's just keep going forward and we will go get this other one. Time we got a good amount of time. Oh, right over it. Don't see it. Don't see it. It's hiding here somewhere. Hey, if you're just gonna have them all right here, I'm just gonna grab them. Weird. Says it's right here. Ah, there it is. Okay. Getting this done, everybody. Getting this done. Oh, I forgot to mark off that break up. That was a while ago. We got to get as many of these as we can before we run out of time. Let's go. Because all of these equal extractors, everybody. So if you get as many of these as you can make as many extractors as you want. Probably should be backing this up while we're making that. You like explosions, you're in the right place. I like explosions. Things that go boom. Alright, how we doing? Feel like we're getting this stacked, man. Stacked with these suckers. I like how it echoes down here too. Do you hear it clicking off in the echo? That's funny. Alright, we get 2 more on there, and we get 2 more in the backpack. Any more nearby? No. Alright, we're going to turn around. Go back the way we came. We went way off track here. Again, it's hard to leave those things behind, though. Because you just want to grab those. Those are 5K each. That's a lot of unlocking, but again, we have it automated, so we don't really have to do any of this. Oh, that was a good one. Just trying to do something real simple that says, hey, don't go that way. All right, see if we can find a couple more. I don't think we'll have a full stack we can take back and really step it up. That's why getting your vehicles going and getting all this going really unlocks all of this, where you can just go collect tons of stuff. You can drill through here, find a bunch of these boxes and whatnot to get these exo chips. Oh, we're right underneath the pylon, too. Unlimited power. We can drive forever till we run out of planet. Oh, there it is. Get this first. Put that in my pocket. run that up, convert that, then run up and do this. All right, we got a full stack. We're ready to roll. Might as well just try to get one more. Takes a little practice to get back into practice, if you know what I mean, to get that down. I'm starting to get it down again. You can just do that real quick and then just block that out. Now, it is totally possible we could loop the whole entire planet, though. Again, I'm stopping a lot to get this stuff as we go, so. I try to also aim a little bit for these mobs, too. We just flipped around the South Pole. Something blocking me. Sometimes you have like these weird invisible blockers that you're like, oh, whoa, hold on. That try to get you. Nice thing in the ground there. Just need one more. Oh, one to the left. We'll punch through and then see if we can cut left. And we'll stop right by this pillar. Back up a bit. Cut left. We'll get there, everybody. We'll get there. This is like the most valuable thing you can do at this point. Getting these exo chips. Oh, I see it right there. See if we get two or if we get one. Either way, we're going to call it there. Either way, we get one or two, we're still going to head back. That's why we made so much dynamite. And usually I gather these up and then blow them up. Oh, we got two. Perfect. We didn't get a hidden third one, did we? Nope. I think that's good enough. Again, it's this way. Flatten that out a little bit. Guess we come back. And then blocked. All right. Now, we're out of here. Gonna be faster on the way back because we're not drilling, so it's actually faster, but it never feels faster. There's a difference. I mean, we're obviously going faster than we did on the way in, but we were looking for stuff and we were doing things. Now we're just ready to rush back. So, and I could use my little jet engines. I could make myself some hydrazine thrusters for my car here. If you've never tried that, everybody, it's really fun. I suggest you try it outside first. I rarely ever do it though, but you can do it. Always seems longer on the way back. Man, so many of those XP things, the research things. Probably 10 or 15 of them we went by. Not counting the ones we're not even looking for. Again, I can just dip down the road. There's two of them right there. One there and one off to the side. I could just dip down the road, package them, put them in there, just like I did with those chips. Package them down, get a whole bunch of those, bring it back. And I've done that many times, many a playthrough. I'll just get in here, same thing. I'll get my RTG, get the big vehicle, and just drive and pick up as many of those as I possibly can. And that's it. You can unlock everything in the entire game. It's awesome. Awesome. Those things are my favorite because, again, they're fairly easy to get once you get to Aatrox here. And I don't come here for resources. I come here for research and for the various gases that you're going to need for the high-end stuff. There's that one up high. Went halfway around the planet. Maybe a little more than halfway. Kept going. We could have circled all the way around, especially if you're going exactly in the same direction. But I deviate a little bit to go around things sometimes, so it's hard to kind of match up where you started. But I've done it before. I've just gone straight in one direction no matter what, went through everything that was in my way, and then circled the whole thing, and then went west-east, so north-south, all the way around, west-east, and now you have crossroads that go both ways. So no matter where you are, if you bump into that road, you know that road always leads you back to your base. Very, very useful when you're wayfinding. But now you have the radar, so you don't really need to do that anymore. I did it because just for the wayfinding reasons of finding your way back to your base. Oh, there we are. Still doing our research. Keep going. I wonder how much research we have. Again, I could just AFK and let that run forever. I can let it run for a day. Come in, I'll have 50,000 research. Or more. And we can set more of those up too. We can set an infinite amount of those up just to be running all throughout down here, picking those things up, feeding them in there. We had 50 of them running. That's 50 times 1,500. That'd be a lot. Unnecessary though. Really don't feel like you need that many running. I think one is enough because, again, you're busy doing other things. Like in this case, doing an epic job of collecting an insane amount of these chips. Look at that. Nice. And then we also have our research item we'll throw in there. What do we got in here? Explosive powder. Do we want to bring that with us or leave it here? I kind of feel like we want to leave it here in case we need to come back for more. Though we could use it on other planets. You know, we'll just take it with us. And then with the RTG is part of that, so we'll leave it and all that stuff, leave it there. And that was an epic adventure. That was awesome. We got tons of stuff. All right, now back to home base. If we can find it here, there we go. We got chips for days. Or my base. Okay, put this over here by our printer. make tons of stuff. All right, we got our landing pad, which we need. And then more extractors. Oh, we can make one right now. Nice. Go. Okay, well, that's running that extractor. Let's get back and get some more work done. Take this out of here. Check in on how many shots we got. 13. Missing one. Yeah, we're missing one down there. We got any hydrazine on us? Oh, we got some chips. Hold on. We got to put the chips down. I forgot. At one point, everybody will have that on loop. Those will be making crazy tons of those. All right, I feel like we'll go over here. We'll get our iron squared away. Then we'll hit the Kismet love train. Where are we at? Glacio, way out there. And then we'll also come back and we'll get our... Oh, man, I should have brought a thing for titanium. A future time, we'll come back and get that going. Now, again, everybody, if it suddenly kicks in where Starseeker comes out, we're going to be switching to that, playing that for a bit, and then we'll try to come back and finish this playthrough. I want to try to get all the MEGATECH done. It's going to be fun. All right, take this. Oh, wait. Take a minute. Go a little faster. Our other one's going out. It's trolling me. Now you know why I carry that along with me. It'll be the last time we have to fly this over the top of this. Hopefully. Okay. Right here. Got our own landing pad now. Nice. Oh, gotta open it all the way. Right over there. Okay, how are we doing on our iron? Oh, it is full. It is packed. Nice. Full thing of iron. Here's a great little trick. Move this forward. Not that. This. Get a little extra while we're gone. Actually, we can also do this too. Move it up here where it can't reach. There we go. And again, we should have brought a replacement canister. That's what I was thinking. A replacement canister, as well as we could have brought some a few canisters to get some titanium. I don't think we have anything else, but we can just kind of dip and grab some real quick. Now, where was it? I think it was straight ahead. Yeah. Good enough. Don't worry, we'll come back and we'll massively extract all of this. Full on Superman action there. Okay, good enough. Now we got our landing pad. Now we can land here every single time. Kept forgetting. I keep coming back. I'm like, I forgot the landing pad. I forgot the landing pad. All right. One more trip home to get this converting. We're good. Again, we'll set up all that MEGATECH. We're going to set up all the transferring and all that stuff. But we do need to get, we got to be, have enough to power it, as well as enough resources coming in to build those things. And I like to get all of the resource extraction going at this stage, where it's just automatically extracting the resource like you saw there. So instead of me going and manually collecting it, it's already done it. It's doing that just like it's doing with the hydrazine right now. And we're going to do that basically with all of the major resources, and then eventually the more minor resources later. Okay, and this needs to be converted. So we're going to run over here. I like how these are positioned in such a way to be annoying. There we go. And this, and this, and this, and that. There we go. And then we'll run a few of those out. We'll stop that. No empty canisters there. Well, again, that's why we made all these canisters. I told you we'd use all these canisters. And then titanium here. Holy macros, made way too much nitrogen. Way too much nitrogen in there. All right, well, we'll just... What's this waiting on? Graphene. Holy moly. Should have stopped that nitrogen earlier. All right, we got an extractor. Prep this over here. And some titanium over there. I'm just going to run another one of those babies. Are we out of lithium? We sure are. All right, we got to get some lithium at some point. What are we doing here? We are doing more extractors later. We're converting this, so we need a thing here. So we want to put this here. So that can run. All right, that'll run, convert all that. Also create separate steps for each thing that needs to be converted. Like later on, I will have forges that are just for doing iron and forges that are just for doing titanium. So they'll actually have two tables, one table for conversion and then one table for converting it then into the titanium alloy, or in this case, the steel. And then it will then automatically take that and then put that in with my a nanocarbon alloy. But we don't have any more of our lithium. I think we could probably get lithium through the trader. I don't think I've ever thought about doing that. Let's go see. Yeah, we could. We just need more scrap. But, we're fine. We good for now. Again, we don't need the power right this second. Well, I think we're good. We got some more titanium we could pop over here as well. Let's take our jar out of there. Tell this to stop. Put this back here. Put our thing here. Put our thing there. Run this out. All right, good. All right, and I'll just let that run a little bit after the stream because we are hitting our max limit, everybody. We got to head on out of here. YouTube about to kick me, plus also my max limit, and I got to go to sleep and get up and come back and stream again later tonight. Some satisfactory, hopefully. We're trying to get back on schedule. We'll see if we can get it going. So, time for the Kismet Love Train. Let's go. Well, man, that was fun. Sorry, my bad. So, what I was saying, let me just say it all again. One of the reasons why I really love Astroneer is because you get all wrapped up in it. That's my measure for a game on how well you are enjoying it and whatnot. If you get all wrapped up in it and like 12 hours go by like that, everybody, like it did, then you know you're enjoying the game. And again, I like to get in there and figure out all the logistics and get all my stuff running and collect all my resources and get all those together. That's the best thing right there. So again, always a good one. I wonder if it's muting me when I go into this thing. Oh, we should probably see if we can fix that. Hold on. Let me see if it's actually muting me when I switch screens. Huh, it actually says unmute. Huh. I don't know. It's a mystery. But we're going to go ahead and head on out of here, everybody. Let me go ahead and tell you the schedule right over here. You can see we're going to be back later tonight doing some more mega building in Satisfactory, trying to get all of the oil and all of the coal together to build a massive power plant using our fuel. Then what we're going to do is use that to do every single process in the game. It's going to be awesome. Very, very fun. Also, they're working on 1.2. I wonder if that's going to be out by tonight. Anybody know if that came out yet? I know it's an experimental, but I don't think it came out. Let me go look on the Discord. Because I have a bunch of stuff piping to the Discord as well. And again, you can see we're going to also be back Wednesday, Thursday for Fallout. And then, of course, Saturday for Team 7 days. And then solo 7 days on Sunday. Maybe a bonus stream. Might be some more Astroneer. Might be some more 7 days. We'll see how it goes. But again, I'll pop over the Discord here, and I can see what the latest news is on my Discord from Satisfactory. Still an experimental right now. It doesn't say that it did come out for release. I'm playing the release version. I rarely ever do experimentals anymore. I just wait till they come out and fix it so I don't have to do all the bug testing and stuff. I prefer that big time. All right, so again, you can also help out by following these links. You're going to show up right over here. You can go ahead and follow that link. Pop on over to youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button. If you're already over there, it's even easier. Look, that subscribe button's right down there. Just hit it. It's like a follow button, basically. You hit that bell as well if you want to get notified. You can also hit that thumbs up button, like this video, and leave a comment over there on the YouTubes. Or if you're on Twitch, you could go over to YouTube, find this VOD, and do that as well. Because that does help tremendously. You can also pop over to twitter.com/KismetBP and hit the follow button there. You can check out the Discord, the website.